from us, bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Roderick, and beats him with the ball that seams back, and they're claiming a catch at the wicket. Roderick is looking down the pitch at the umpire, looking innocent, and he's going to stay there because Warwickshire don't get their decision. Barnard was pretty confident that had flicked the inside edge, but he didn't win the appeal.
Yeah, difficult one to say. It might have flicked the top of the pad, certainly back in through the gate. Bit of bounce. Good bit of bounce, actually. I mean, Barnard's not the quickest, but that carried through very nicely. But Gareth Roderick is unmoved. Leading
wicket taker and run scorer in this competition for Warwickshire this season, and here he goes, bowls again, and brings another one back through Roderick's defences, and it goes over the top of middle stump.
Yeah, he's the absolute king of this competition, isn't he, Ed Barnard? The last 2 years since he came here, top run scorer, I think, last year, and also took lots of wickets. He's carried on the same this year. Jake Libby, the opposition captain in this particular game, and the highest run scorer, I think, in this competition in the last 3 or 4 years. And between them, they've been very dominant.
Barnard bowls, and Roderick is getting a half volley outside off stump and drives it firmly up to Theo Wiley at mid-off. If you come to these commentaries often, you'll know that there's the usual routine of some local radio updates, which I shall dispatch shortly for this hour for listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire before we get into the meat of it. The Hampshire and the Leicestershire-Hampshire game just getting underway at Grace Road as well. We'll keep you in touch with that. Here's Barnard bowling a ball that pitches outside the off stump and moves away from Roderick, who's having nothing to do with it. The power play is technically the first of the power plays because it's all different stages of power play, but the point that you need to know is that within the first 10 overs, only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard fielding circle. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire and Worcestershire meet in the quarter-finals of the One-Day Cup, and Warwickshire hoping that there might still be maybe a bit of dampness around from last night's rain, having won the toss, have put Worcestershire into bat. They show one change from the team that played at Rugby School on Wednesday. Tazim Ali left out and Oliver Hannon-Dolby favoured. Worcestershire bring back Adam Hose against his former county, and the young seamer Jack Home into their side that lost to Lancashire the other day. One fervent appeal for a catch behind turned down in Ed Barnard's first over, so Worcestershire are 0 for no wicket after 1 over. Commentary continues on the BBC Sport website. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
And Ollie Hannon-Dolby is going to take up the attack from the City end, bowling to the left-handed Pollock, a player he will know extremely well after Pollock played here for the Bears before moving back home, as it were, to Worcestershire, having gone to school in Worcester for most of his senior school career before moving up to Shrewsbury for the 6th form. 2 slips in place. Hannon-Dolby in, beats Pollock outside the off stump. Already plenty of encouragement for both the opening bowlers. Ed Barnard, as Mike Taylor was just saying, with that big shout for caught behind, turned down in the first over. Also went past the bat a couple more times in that over. And Ollie Hannon-Dolby starting by beating Pollock outside the off stump. 2 slips in place as Hannon-Dolby moves towards us. Shaven-headed figure, testimonial this year for Warwickshire, of course, and this one cut away by Pollock, given a little bit of width, and he gets the first runs of the day via a boundary to backward point, just beating the diving fielder at backward point inside the circle. That's Kai Smith, and then third man fielder running around the boundary, and he was unable to cut it off despite a sprawling effort. So 4 without loss, Worcestershire, after 2 balls of the second over, put into bat here in this Metrobank Cup eliminator. Hannon-Dolby again bowls, and Pollock is forward to a much straighter delivery, driving it into the covers. Jake Lintott does the fielding, and there is no addition to the score. So next in for Worcestershire will be Rob Jones, then Jake Libby. The middle order strengthened by the return of Adam Hose, who will come in at 5, and former Warwickshire player Ethan Brooks will be in at 6. Fairly inexperienced tail after that, although Tom Taylor is a useful batsman, of course. Hannon Dorby bowls. Pollock drives on the up through extra cover. Sweet shot, won't go all the way, but he'll pick up 2. And a nice shot from Ed Pollock. Takes him on to 6, and it's 6 without loss. Always a joy watching Ed Pollock bat, but it's generally a joy which is limited in terms of time. He scores quickly, doesn't often play very long innings, but if he does bat for any length of time, can obviously affect a game in a particularly influential way. This one left alone outside the off, some bit of shape back into the left-hander. Certainly carried on moving in that direction after it had passed the stumps. Michael Burgess moving away to his right to make the take, but decent from Hannon Dorby so far, with the exception of that one wide-ish delivery which Pollock cut away for 4. Man out on the deep square leg boundary, which is often where Pollock holes out, as he did at Old Trafford the other day. As Hannon Dorby is in and bowls, and he's very watchfully pushing this one back up the pitch. End of the second over then. Worcestershire put into bat. They're 6 without loss. All of those 6 runs have been scored by Ed Pollock, but we've already seen enough carry and a little bit of lateral movement in this pitch to suggest that batting in this first hour or so at least is not going to be a particularly straightforward exercise. And what I've noticed in this competition so far, Mike, is that with a ball at either end, it's the first 18 overs or 20 overs or so that the bowlers have got the most help.
It is. Now, the first ball of a new over is pitched up from Barnard, and it's swept over the short, fine leg fielder Hannon Dorby and away for 4. An ambitious stroke from Roderick. It is quite a short boundary on that side, or at least in that corner. And that was a very well executed, inventive stroke. So Roderick is away with 4. And it's 10 for no wicket in the third over. Off goes Barnard and pitches this right up to Roderick, who defends back up the pitch. 10 for none in over number 3 out of 50. The weather forecast is good. I'm bound to say that last night we had an awful lot more rain than there seemed to have been in the forecast. I was outside and ended up wearing quite a lot of it. But the forecast today is good, and that certainly is how it looks here. 10 for none. Barnard runs away from us, and Roderick is reaching forward and guiding this between mid-on and mid-wicket and getting quite a well-judged run as the tall New Zealander Michael Ray swoops in on that. A recent re-signing for Warwickshire, having played 2 championship games at the end of May. He's been sort of around the area, and they've picked him up again for the closing stages of the season, as Warwickshire, as they almost inevitably seem to be, have a rash of injuries among their bowlers. But Ray, a very handy pickup. We'll see him in due course. This is driven back off an inside edge by Pollock into the hands of Ed Barnard. There's always been quite a bit of crossover between Warwickshire and Worcestershire, and old boys playing against old counties. Yeah.
Glenn Turner. Glenn Turner would be one who a lot of people don't realise. Started his career in England here, with Billy Abdullah having brought him back from New Zealand, but they didn't think much of him.
Off goes Barnard. Oh, and floats this outside the left-hander's off stump, and Pollock drives very firmly at it and misses.
And he made his way Well, I don't even think the M5 was around then, was it? Or maybe it was just about. He made his way down to Worcester and didn't do too badly thereafter. But yeah, there've been one or two, haven't there? That have. Jim Coombs played for both, didn't he?
Yes. And in recent years, there's been obviously just within these two teams.
Yeah.
Adam Hose played for both. Ed Pollock.
Bond, yeah.
Ed Barnard.
Moeen.
Clearly. Yes, good.
Yeah.
Barnard bowls onto the leg stump, and Pollock, with something of a flourish, drives. This doesn't quite middle it, but he's going to get 2 wide of mid-wicket. The boundary looks a bit. Sometimes I wonder if it's the angle that we're at, looking slightly over long on at the bowling at this end, but it looks a bigger boundary that side. Anyway, they get 2 as Theo Wiley chases it, and it's the end of the 3rd over. Worcestershire 13 without loss, with Roderick 5 and Pollock 8. I think hopefully we are now connected to listeners on the BBC Sport website, and we'll join listeners to 5 Sports Extra at times throughout the day, sharing commentary between this and the Leicestershire-Hampshire game. But just to recap, I'll recap briefly the teams when we go through this over, as Hannon Dobby's about to start again. But he's the one change for Warwickshire in for Tazzy Malley.
Yeah, Worcestershire making 2 changes from the side that lost at Lancashire. They've rotated the seamers pretty much throughout this competition in an attempt partly to keep them fit. Let's break off as Hannon Dolby hits Roderick on the pad with this one, and there's no run. Partly to keep them fit and partly to manage their expectations and their own sort of mental approach as well. They're so young, many of them. They're so inexperienced that they can't just be thrown into this competition and allowed to just get on with it. And they've just had to manage that, which they've done pretty well, I think. But it sees Jack Home, the most exciting of those young seamers, probably come back into the side today at the expense of Hisham Khan. Hannon Dolby in outside the off stump. Little bit of away movement from Roderick, but left alone. And the other change sees Adam Hose returning from the 100, where he hasn't played a great deal. He comes back in to the middle order to replace Josh Cobb. So Worcestershire's full side is Roderick, Pollock, Jones, Libby, Hose, Brooks, Taylor, Singh, Hindley, Home and Darley. And Warwickshire's side, Barnard, Rhodes, Burgess the keeper, Benjamin, Kai Smith, then Malik, Jake Lintott, Booth, Wiley, Hannon Dolby and Ray, the Kiwi that Mike was talking about just a moment ago. 13 without loss, Worcestershire in the sunshine in the 4th over, and Gareth Roderick plays this one dead straight back up the pitch, and Ollie Hannon Dolby sticks out a foot, can't get it contact with it, doesn't matter because it hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, and there's no addition to the score.
You might know this. I've just had a tweet from Michael. Tweets me and says, "Did Worcestershire get the home dressing room, seeing as they are the home team?"
I don't know.
We'll find out in the fullness of time.
I doubt it. I don't know. Yes. They use the dugouts anyway, of course, but I wouldn't have thought so. And Dolby in bowls, and Roderick drives off the back foot. No run, fielded in the covers, but
there'd be a certain psychological advantage. Yeah, they would be, I suppose, within their rights to claim it.
Yeah, I suppose so. I was going to say that probably a few of the Warwickshire players have got stuff lying around, but I think because the ground has been used for the 100 as well,
yes, that's true.
They've probably got everything locked away or in store somewhere, and the days where you left stuff lying around in the home dressing room from 1 month to the next are probably long gone.
Certainly.
So I don't know. It's an interesting one. I'll try and find out. Hannon Dolby in, bowls, Roderick drives beautifully straight down the ground. Classic Gareth Roderick. He plays that shot as well as anybody. It's a perfect straight drive just on the onside of the stumps at the non-striker's end. Holds his shape, back comes through very straight, and a really, really pleasing cricket shot from Gareth Roderick. His second boundary takes the score on to 17 without loss.
Early impression, Frank, that for a pitch that we think has been used last night, I'm pretty sure it's the same one.
Yeah, it is.
The ball is coming onto the bat nicely.
Yeah, I agree. Good carry as well. I'll just add a little bit to that after this delivery from Hannon Dolby, who bowls, and Roderick is forward to one that again shaped away from him a little bit, pushes up to mid-off. There's no run, end of the over, 4 gone, 17 without loss. I did go for a little walk out there this morning and had a look at the pitch and bumped into Jake Libby, the Worcestershire captain, who said he thought it was a good a good surface, and he said it's been used for one game in this competition, he thinks, and one T20.
Right.
But
it wasn't overly used last night.
No, exactly, and good pitches at Edgbaston tend to last, I would say, for a 4-day game. So there's no reason why we shouldn't think this will be good, because it's only really the second full day of cricket on it. As you say, it looks a decent surface.
Barnard starts the 5th over and gives a little bit of width here to Pollock, who drives and manages to hit Zen Malik in the covers. Had he got it through there, he's going to get 4, because there's nobody out patrolling that boundary, and it's quite a short boundary anyway. But dangled the tempter there outside the off stump. Barnard, who has 14 wickets in the competition to date, as well as 390 odd runs. Off he goes with 2 slips waiting, and again floats this up wide of off stump, full for driving, and Pollock does drive, but picks out mid off this time. The one thing that you could be sure with Pollock is that he will go for shots in all situations.
No doubt about
he
that.
will drive firmly at it.
Yeah, I don't think he... Well, he can't play any other way.
No.
He's tried to kind of change his game a little bit, and it doesn't work. And I think he's come around to the way of thinking that the best thing to do is just to play instinctively.
This brings this one back, Barnard, and Pollock defends up the pitch. They've taken the second slip out and moved Benjamin across to mid-wicket. But Burgess is standing in such a position that he's keeping wicket, but he's almost standing where first slip is. He's sort of moving. He's not directly behind the stumps at all. So the angle that Barnard is bowling, right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, he's sort of in line with that, which allows the slip to go a bit wider, and Pollock drives up to mid-on. But they're trying to be a bit creative. Rather than have 2 slips there, covering that angle also allows them to have a mid-wicket in. Because Pollock, for sure, will drive anything that's offered outside off stump there. The slip is quite wide now, Will Rhodes. Barnard bowls. This is not quite so wide of the off stump, and Pollock hits it firmly out of the middle of the bat up to Ray at mid-off. This is quite an interesting over, I think, although there haven't been any runs scored. He's probing that line. Getting Pollock driving. Also inside the circle, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. There's a deep square leg out on the rope, and third man. Quite a short third man boundary. 17 for none. Barnard bowls, and this is a little bit shorter of length, and Pollock defends from the crease. Barnard's second maiden in the early stages, and it's 17 for none in 5, with Roderick 9 and Pollock 8 for a Worcestershire team that were asked to bat when Ed Barnard won the toss at 10:30 this morning. But if there is any moisture around, it hasn't led to any great movement. Barnard nipped a couple around in the first over, but it looks a pretty good pitch to bat on.
Yeah, as we were saying earlier, these white balls, one at either end in this competition, and they do a little bit first few overs, but batting tends to get easier later on, or in the middle of the innings. Roderick pushing this first ball of the new over from Hannon Dolby out square on the offside, and there's no run. And that's why I think, if you look, I mean, I have no scientific backup to this statement, because I haven't got all the facts and figures in front of me, but there have been a lot of games, certainly quite a few involving Worcestershire and quite a few others as well, I've observed, where teams have recovered quite well after pretty torrid starts, and I think that tells its own tale. Hannon Dolby in bowls, Roderick is forward again, pushing up to mid-off. He has a little quirk, Gareth Roderick, where when he sends back his partner, and probably as he says no as well, he just holds the bat up like a sort of like a lollipop lady or man on the road, just to use it as a kind of extra signifier to his partner that he isn't going to go for a run, and he did it just then. You'll see him do that quite often if he bats for any length of time. He's on 9, Pollock is 8, no extras. Hannon Dalby bowling the 6th over. He's in and bowls, and that's a lovely shot from Gareth Roderick. His 3rd boundary, just on leg stump, wasn't a half volley, and he's just clipped it, bottom-handed punch really over mid-wicket. Big gap back there, and that one races away for 4 to used to be called the Raglan stand. Is it still called the Raglan stand? Yeah. That one, I think it is. Good knowledge, Frank. Good knowledge of the ground. Long time since I've dredged that from the memory. Don't quite know where it came from. Anyway, Roderick goes to 13. It's 21 without loss. 3 boundaries for him. The best of them are a beautiful straight drive. And the prompted a change. Michael Burgess got the helmet on now. He's going to stand up to the stumps to Hannon Dalby, which means that the one slip fielder, Will Rhodes, will be hard pushed to see any contact with the bat with the keeper standing up. And that's a nice take from Burgess off the next ball, as Hannon Dalby's, well, sort of bowler that keepers would often stand up to, but he's not the slowest, Hannon Dalby, by any means, and Burgess will have to be fleet of foot if he errs down the leg side.
He's done quite a lot in the Championship this year, and last with Hannon Dalby and Rushworth, who I gather he's not too far away from being fit again.
Similar sort of pace, puts a bit of pressure on the batter if the keeper gets up like that. Roderick drives this one very nicely, very sweetly, but straight up to mid-on, where Smith is the fielder, I think. Or is it Booth? That's Booth.
Oh, it's Booth with the sun hat. Yeah, the Raglan stand that you mentioned, the next area primed for further development here. There was an announcement a couple of weeks ago from Warwickshire. That's what they're looking to.
It's always been a good place to watch from, I think. Perhaps not as famous as the Hollies, but in many ways gives you just good a view from the other side of the ground. Hannon Dalby in, ball, slightly slower ball, and Roderick waits for it and pushes it up to mid-on, and hadn't hit it very hard. Good running as he calls Pollock through quickly for the single, as Booth fields on the edge of the circle, or coming in from the edge of the circle, and that means that Roderick will keep the strike, and Worcestershire, after 6 overs put into bat, are 22 without loss, going along quite nicely, particularly given that the first over was quite torrid. Ed Barnard nipped one back and went up for a massive shout, supported from behind the wicket for a caught behind off the inside edge, but umpire unimpressed. Barnard went past the bat a couple more times, but since that first over, a little bit more settled.
Barnard's going to continue with no slip in place now from the pavilion end, and draws Roderick forward into a careful defensive stroke. This quarter-final, or one of 2 matches being played at this stage. We're technically down to the last 6 in the way that the competition is structured. I don't know why it was designed that way, but it is. And then there are semi-finals to come on Sunday. So the winners of this game will be in Cardiff on Sunday, which is a nice place to be, to play Glamorgan. Barnard moves away from us, and Roderick makes a late adjustment and ends up facing almost directly back down the pitch at Barnard, but he defends securely. And the winners of the other match that's being played today, the Leicestershire-Hampshire game, that will be they will be going to Taunton, so they'll be heading in the same direction to start with, anyway. Unless you're coming from Hampshire, I suppose. It depends who wins, but that will also be on Sunday. So it's a very quick turnaround in this competition. Barnard goes slightly wider on the crease, and Roderick guides this on the bounce to backward point and doesn't get a run. And we were talking, I suspect you were as well, this week, about how quick the turnaround is, and it's a bit of a stretch to ask counties to get ready, particularly if you're the away team. As it happens, although this game couldn't be at New Road, it was going to be a relatively local derby. Everybody can sleep in their own bed the night before. But Warwickshire were quite close to having to go away to Durham today. Yeah. Barnard bowls. That's an awkward one. He takes Roderick high on the pad, above the thigh pad possibly, and it goes away into the offside. They think better of an appeal.
We actually considered that what it would be like away to Durham on Friday and away at Taunton on Sunday.
Just from a logistical point of view, as much as the travelling point of view, because you'd have had to book hotels at short notice. I gather the semi-finals have reserved days, so let's hope the weather's good. But all these things have to be sorted. But there's weather. They've found a way. Now Barnard bowls a slightly shorter delivery, and Roderick presses forward and then leans back a little jerkily out of the way, lets it pass through to Michael Burgess, who is keeping wicket, I should say, for people coming onto the commentary a bit later today. Burgess and Benjamin have not quite alternated from game to game in this competition, but they've both kept for several games. But Burgess has the gauntlets today. Kai Smith's been in the team, but he kept wicket a couple of games last year, but hasn't done so this time. Barnard, he beats Roderick here, who just has a nibble at that and then tells himself off as he walks away to the leg side, and he's a bit cross with himself for having pushed at that away swinger from Barnard, but he's not as cross as he would have been if he'd touched it. And it's another maiden. Barnard 4 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 7, and Worcestershire having been put in a 22 without loss after 7.
Yeah, good from Ed Barnard. Always rated him as a bowler, particularly in the white ball game. Very skillful bowler, changes his pace nicely, can get a little bit of movement in the air and off the pitch, and
hasn't played a lot of white ball
testing.
Yeah, hasn't played a lot of, well, if he played in this competition last season, hasn't played all that many of the 2020s.
No, I think that's probably the one area that he would like to be a bit more involved in. Alan Dalby is in. Bowl short to Pollock, who swivels round and pulls that for 4 behind square on the leg side. That's the one with Pollock. He just get it in there. He sometimes gets the upper body sort of falling back and lifts that one in the air, but on that occasion kept his weight sort of forward and over his front foot and swivelled round. Swivelling pull shot rather than a hook.
He hasn't had much margin for error so far, Alan Dalby. If he's gone slightly to the leg side, they've picked him off for runs. It's 4 boundaries now.
In again there, bowls, and that's a good reply, because he's angled that one across Pollock and got it just exactly in the right place, and through it goes to wicketkeeper Burgess. I
can bring you news, dressing room news, not news from the dressing room, but news of the dressing room.
Okay.
I am advised that they did not swap dressing rooms.
No, I didn't think
so. Yes. There's your answer, Michael.
Warwickshire
went in the home.
If you cede home advantage, does that mean that you aren't really the home side anymore? I don't know. Alan Dalby again bowls, and Pollock is beaten outside the off stump.
Yes, it's a fairly moot point. I think that both rooms here, from what I can gather, are fairly well appointed. So I wouldn't worry. It's not like a cold showers and
no, exactly. Not
that sort of job.
Not like you're playing at a club ground or something.
No, or.
But
certain football managers used to have that as a tactic, didn't they? With cold showers and a urn of cold tea. And
absolutely. The other considerations, I suppose, is Alan Dalby's in and bowls, and Pollock is forward, pushing out on the offside. No run. You'd say, if it were a club game, who's providing the tea, and who's paying the umpires?
Yes,
all those sort of factors.
Talk about it. I think the tea is become a little bit. It's not disappeared, but it's not as common as it once was.
No, so indeed. No.
Phil Britt's going to come in and join you, by the way.
Okay, that's fine.
For
Thanks,
the next little while.
And then you'll be back in before your next news bulletin, I expect. 26 without loss then. Mike Taylor of BBC Radio WM moves out of the seat alongside me. Alan Dalby in, beats Pollock again outside the off stump with a good one. Phil Britt moves in to take Mike's place, and I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester. And Phil, I've heard you a few times, but I think it's the first time we've ever worked together.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, good morning. Morning, everybody. It's considerably better here now than it was last
night. Indeed, yes. Well, I was doing the England Lions game at Worcester, and that last session was rained off as well, and I think it was pretty much the same rain that afflicted the 100 here last night. Hannon Dorby bowls again, and Pollock's going to get 4 more here. Just getting a bat on it down the leg side. Just a little tickle really, but it's flown away down to the boundary, and runs just beginning to come with a little bit of fluency, particularly off the bowling of Ollie Hannon Dorby, who's now conceded 23 from his 4 overs. Meanwhile, Ed Barnard has been parsimonious in the extreme. 4 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 7. But Worcestershire be fairly happy with their start. 7 overs gone, put into bat, 30 without loss.
Yeah, they've Barnard's tied them down pretty well. Had that big shout in his opening over for a caught behind of Roderick, but turned down. But he's kept a very good line. Oliver Hannon Dorby, the moment he's strayed or just dropped a little short, Pollock's played, as we all know here at Edgbaston, how he does in the past. He's picked him off. Here's Barnard coming in from the pavilion end, down the leg side, and it will be signalled as the first extra of the game. Signal wide as the ball pitched and moved away even wider. So 31 for no wicket after exactly 8 overs. Yes, there was a good crowd in last night, and full credit to them. How many people actually stayed on for what in the end was a bit of a thrash.
Yes, I watched it actually.
This one is driven back, and Barnard fields from Roderick off his own bowling.
I don't watch a huge amount of the 100, and I can't profess to being a fan, but I'm not going to get involved in any of the many, often quite acrimonious debates about it. The one thing I would say is that I thought it was pretty unsavoury in terms of cricket when it eventually took place, because basically if you reduce it to 40 balls, every batsman just trying to hit every ball for 6, and it was pretty ugly stuff to watch, I thought.
It was a sample of what the 10 must be like.
Yeah.
This one is in and it's fetched from right outside the off, fairly wide outside the off stump, fetched round to deep square leg by Roderick for a single. Gosh, that one he pulled back a long way, and the angle he got it
yeah,
to
he does,
as well.
He can do that. I think it's kind of premeditated, and I suppose if you're going to do it, once you've got down into that position, you've got to go with it, and he did. But yeah, going back to that last night, I mean, every batsman basically trying to hit every ball for 6. Lots of catches in the deep when they didn't get hold of it, and it was all just a bit ugly, I thought, to be fair. But I could understand why they had to have a game of some kind.
Barnard in bowls and through to the keeper. Yeah, well, it was from the Phoenix point of view, it was important because they obviously now qualified for the semi-finals at the Oval tomorrow, with the possibility of getting through to finals day.
Yeah, it was important, and for the crowd who'd hung around, paid them money. I think obviously you've got to try and get a game in, and I admire that. But I just thought purely from a cricket point of view, it wasn't. It didn't please me.
Barnard in bowls. This is pulled away in the air. One bounce from Pollock, and one bounce through mid-wicket. There's a man out there, but he really was a spectator as the ball was picked up, and he hadn't got far to move, but it was past him and through him. Beautifully picked up by Pollock. He moves on to 20, and the total goes to 36 for no wicket. If you get Ed Pollock in the right mood, he can really destroy.
He got 180 in the first game in this competition at New Road against Middlesex off 138 balls. If he bats for an hour, I always think he will have some influence on the game.
There's Barnard in again and bowls, and this is Fuller and through this time, and a good tumbling stop in the end from Burgess behind the stumps. Barnard's hands go to his head as if he's thinking, how did he not get an inside edge on that one? But it is another dot ball. He always reminds me of a batsman we used to have here, Neil Carter, who was fundamentally a bowler, but used to open the batting. And Ed would come off when he was here, perhaps 1 in 4 or 5, which was the same as Neil.
Still the same.
Bowls, that's big. He was going to shout for LBW. I think he got an inside edge onto that, into his pads, and saved him. Another dot ball for the end of the over. 36, 6 off the over. We've now had 9 overs, and unusually from Barnard, that wasn't a maiden. He's had 3 so far, but his 5th over.
Yeah, 36 without loss off 9. Yeah, I think, well, probably, Phil, most of the people watching and listening to us are Worcestershire or Warwickshire fans, and in both camps. They know Ed Pollock pretty well. Anybody who's seen him playing in the Birmingham League for Barnt Green will know him pretty well. I can remember a game when I was coaching the opposition at Barnt Green, Birmingham League game a few years ago, and we lost 8 balls in the first hour as Ed just got stuck into pretty decent bowling. Wasn't the biggest boundary.
Yeah, in fairness, it's not difficult to lose them at Barnt Green.
But he was just on fire that morning, and he can do it. He can do it. He does often hole out down to backward square. I'd still say it's about 1 in 4, 1 in 5. But even in a championship game, on the odd occasion when he gets to go up the order, if he comes off, probably tend to win the game. First change in the bowling as Kiwi Michael Ray comes into the attack at the City end.
He never played a championship game for Warwickshire. He only ever played white ball cricket.
Yeah, well, he hasn't played many for Worcestershire, but I can remember a couple where he got 100 at Leicester. I think got 100 at Merchant Taylor's game Middlesex a couple of years ago, and in a low-scoring game in the 4th innings on a dodgy pitch, it just transformed the game. And chasing a fairly low total, Worcestershire skated home. Ray again, single to Roderick off his first ball. He's in and he bowls wide outside the off stump. Pollock throws everything at that one. It's another strong area for him. If he makes contact with that, it's going to fly through backward point somewhere. Didn't on this occasion, and Gareth Roderick just, maybe just coming down and saying, have a little look at this guy first. They won't have played against him, I don't think, before.
I don't think he will have done.
37 without loss. Ray. Tall man, straight approach, he's in, and that's a good line and length, and Pollock on the back foot just pushes it into the covers.
To be honest, when he came, Michael Ray, I don't think a lot of people had heard. He'd got a fairly good domestic record in New Zealand, but not too sure he played over here too much before.
Same was true with Nathan Smith when he arrived at New Road at the start of the year. A few of us knew a bit about him. Ray bowls, Pollock drives, and they get a fortunate bye here because Michael Bird just unusually moving across to his left, unable to gather that, and he looked quite puzzled as to why at Burgess. It maybe just did a little bit in the air after it passed the batsman, and they go through for a bye. But Nathan Smith, who's now gone back with a serious injury, he's torn a hamstring. We did it here in the T20 game.
That's right, of course. And then he came in.
So he's gone back, and we sadly won't see him again this year. This one pushed away by Roderick on the onside. He'd been picked for New Zealand A in Bangladesh towards the end of September, hoping, I think, to be fit for that. But not many people had heard of him. A few of us who knew he was coming had tracked him a little bit, and he was actually MVP, as they have in New Zealand, for Wellington as they won the Plunket Shield last year. So we did know a bit about him, but not a lot of people had seen him, and what an impact he had. Started very well here, of course, in the first championship game.
Right.
Ray bowls, Roderick taken on the pad, and he's got him. Big shout for LBW, played round that a little bit. I thought he looked a fair way forward, but big shout from Michael Ray, and umpire Peter Hartley deciding, yep, that was straight, that was not too high, and Gareth Roderick is the first man out with the score on 38, and a good bowling change from Ed Barnard as Ray makes the breakthrough. Gareth Roderick gone for 16, he faced 32 deliveries.
Yeah, he came forward to it, but didn't seem to have any hesitation, didn't need much thinking about there. The finger was up fairly quickly, and good start for Ray there. 38, getting Roderick just at the point where these two were just beginning to accelerate, so they'll hope Warwickshire that they can put a break on that. Yeah, when Smith, we would just go back to Nathan Smith, when he came over. Don't think you didn't commentate on that game.
No, I didn't.
Did you? No, and we were talking about him, and I'd had a look at him, and he'd got quite a decent record with the bat as well, obviously, as the ball, which was an added bonus, and he certainly looked the part.
Yeah, and he did then go to Trent Bridge in the second game and make a 50 in that game.
That's right.
And over the course of his time with Worcestershire, and it was very, very impressive generally. He was good with the ball, good in the field. He got a run out here, I think. I seem to remember in that game where his throw from the deep affected a run out. But the other thing about him was that he made runs in different circumstances. Sometimes when they were up against it, sometimes when they needed to score quickly. A really, really good addition, and we hope we might see him back.
I was going to say, is he likely to come back?
I think we hope so. It's you, I think.
It's Barnard then from this pavilion end, and his first ball is played into the onside, and there's no run. And
like all Kiwis, in my experience, Phil, a jolly good chap as well.
Yeah. He. Well, I remember the match which he got injured in the T20 here, because he was batting when he got injured.
Yeah, he was. And he went for a quick run, didn't he?
That's right. And then he stayed on and still injured, managed to smack a few. This is short. And Pollock initially thinks about taking it on and whacking it away with his traditional over mid-wicket, but then changes his mind at the end, stands still, lifts the bat, and just runs it down to third man off an open-face bat. So that's clever play from Pollock. Just rather than taking that one on, possibly getting a top edge which would fly, he went more for safety there, but still got a run, 39 for 1.
Yeah, nicely played in the end, as you say.
The new batsman is Rob Jones, by the way, right-handed bat, who's settled in here pretty well.
Yeah, struggled a little bit for form in this competition. Well, for form this season generally, there's been a couple of decent scores, no hundreds yet, but he's a good player.
Barnard into him, and this one goes past the outside edge of the bat and through to Burgess.
I think he's a good player, and I think we all know that. Yeah. He made 100 in the White Ball Cup in this cup when he was on loan last year at Northampton for Worcestershire, and he's made a great impact in the dressing room and very popular, lovely chap, good fielder, but just struggling for a little bit of consistent form out in the middle.
Barnard's the slip in as well. Rhodes has come back into slip as Barnard bowls, and that's caught the outside edge, and that will be the second wicket. No doubt about that one. It was he pushed forward to it, didn't get right to the pitch, and Jones goes without scoring. So they were just really backing up what you were saying there, a little bit of inconsistency, and that's a big wicket for Warwickshire. And so suddenly 38 for no wicket doesn't look quite so good at 39 for 2, and that's solid start. Just got to be a bit careful here now, Worcestershire, that they don't have a sort of mini collapse, but a good wicket, and Barnard probably getting what he's deserved. He's bowled a really good line.
Absolutely, I don't think anybody could deny that Ed Barnard's deserved a wicket. 5.4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 14 now. The unfortunate Rob Jones, as I say, if you get one like that second ball, if you're lucky, if it's your day, you probably just miss it, and if it's not your day, you get a little feather through to the keeper like he did on that occasion. It was a very straightforward catch for Michael Burgess, so it brings to the wicket Mr. Consistency as far as Worcestershire are concerned, Jake Libby, who along with Ed Barnard, the bowler currently, the two most dominant batsmen in this competition, I think in the whole country really. Certainly in these two sides they are skippers, and Libby doesn't have the advantage of being a regular bowler. He has got 1 wicket in this competition this year when he brought himself on just for a quick change and picked one up, but he's got a lot of runs, and he waits now as Barnard moves into him.
Out to extra cover, and there's no run. So we're just going to reset this innings a little. We're in the 11th over now, 39 for 2, and from Warwickshire's point of view, they'll want to keep an eye on Pollock, because as we were talking about, he can change things. If he's at the wicket for any length of time, that scoreboard will keep ticking over. Barnard comes in and bowls, and this is going to be Libby off the mark with just turning it round to backward square leg for just a single. End of another good over from Ed Barnard. It's 40 for 2 at the end of the 11th over.
Yeah, 40 for 2. A wicket each for Barnard and Ray in those last 2 overs, and what, as Phil Britt was just saying, looked like a decent start at 38 without a loss in the 10th, suddenly has swung the other way, and Barnard's boys in the ascendancy, and Worcestershire with a bit of work to do now. Libby, however, the ideal man, one would have thought, in these conditions, to just come in and steady the ship. And he'll be hoping that Ed Pollock, who won't change the way he plays, will continue to try to dominate. Pollock, however, is the non-striker as Michael Ray begins a new over. And he's in now, bowls, and beats Libby outside the off-stump. Does have a habit, Libby, of pulling the bat away at the last minute, but I think on that occasion he did actually play at the ball. And it got a bit of bounce there, Michael Ray, a little bit of carry, and that's probably what did Libby, just went over the shoulder of the bat and through to Burgess. So good stuff from Michael Ray since he's been brought into the attack. 40 for 2 in the sunshine at Edgbaston, this eliminator in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Libby on the back foot to this next one, pushes up to mid-on.
So injury-wise, Smith's obviously gone back. What are the big major injuries for Worcestershire?
How long have you got, Phil?
It's one of those.
I need to.
Should I not have asked that question?
I'll just make a note before I answer your question, and then I won't have to say, oh, and him, and him, and him.
It's one of those.
I'll just make a note. It is probably worse than you can possibly imagine. There's Ray bowls, and Libby gets an inside edge to this one, and it runs down to
Lintop,
backward square leg, Lintop the field. They get a single. Libby goes to 2, and total to 41 for 2. Just off the top of my head, Kashif Ali, side strain. Adam Finch, injured knee. Matthew Waite, side strain. Brett D'Oliveira, shoulder injury. Ben Gibbon, stress fracture. Smith's gone home, as we said. Pollock drives this one up to mid-off. Yadvinder Singh, stress fracture. It's just absolutely extraordinary. Having said that, Joe Leach, knee injury, of course. We're hoping that for the Kent game next week in the Championship, Finch and Leach and Kashif Ali and Brett D'Oliveira may all be back, but there'll be a certain amount of risk involved in playing some of them.
Yeah.
There's Ray again, he's into Pollock, and he's on the back foot playing defensively out in the offside. To his credit, Michael Ray has been not only picked up a wicket, he's also been very tidy here, and he's shut Pollock down to some extent as well. So yeah, I mean, it really, I've never known an injury crisis like it. I really haven't, and it means that this team in this competition has been cobbled together. I likened it the other day for people of a certain age. Will get the analogy, I hope. I'll just break off as Ray bowls, and Pollock slogs this away on the leg side. Not a very pleasing shot to the eye, but it brings him 4 runs. Just sort of whacked across his front pad. Ray just erring in line. 49 for 2 then at the end of the 12th. I likened it to the Manchester United after the Munich air crash when Matt Busby had to, well, it wasn't even Matt Busby, was it? It was his assistant, Jimmy Murphy, I think. Cobbled together a side of low knees and kids and so on. And on a wave of emotion, they went and did quite well. Well, Worcestershire have cobbled together some low knees, some recruits from soccer and from minor counties cricket, and from, in Jack Holmes' case, from school, with 4 or 5 senior players. And they've managed to do pretty well in this competition, which is why it's been so much fun. But they're hoping for the Red Bull competition next week, which remains a massive priority to try and stay in Division 1, to have a few back.
Barnard continuing into his 7th over, and this one goes past the outside edge of Libby's bat. I think he pulled the bat inside the line. The ball didn't actually get to the Burgess behind the stumps. It bounced in front of him, and so there was no carry on that delivery.
two of those injured players that I mentioned have both, with the bat, have performed brilliantly on this ground this year, of course, because Kashif got 100 in either innings.
Yeah,
and then Matthew Waite hit 34 off the last over of the innings in the T20.
Incredible, wasn't it? Absolutely incredible. I won't say won the game, but pretty much. This one is turned to mid-wicket.
I think it. What it did do was as it inevitably will in those circumstances, is you imagine the mood in either dressing room, don't you, immediately after an over like that? And
I thought as well that night
striking.
That Worcester, the Rapids with Smith out of the attack bowled beautifully to actually win that game as well, because they were a bowler down, and they weren't they got, I think, 5 bowlers pretty much.
You're right, absolutely.
This one is played away by Libby, past a diving point. You always worry when they go down that one of them's going to get up with an injury. There does seem to be an awful lot of injuries in the game of cricket.
I think the worry, Phil, at Worcester has been the number of soft tissue injuries there have been. You know, if people, I mean, stress fractures are part of being a fast bowler, I suppose, or in many cases anyway. But side strains have been an issue.
Yeah.
For Worcestershire, and that's a worry.
I think that's something which is becoming more prevalent with cricketers. Barnard round the wicket to the left-handed Pollock, who lifts him back over his head. One bounce and down to the long-on boundary for 4. So Pollock is getting on with it. He brings up the 50 for Worcestershire. They're 50-4-2. We are in the 13th over. Well, that was a lovely shot.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. I mean, I disrespectfully said he slogged the last one of the last over, but it was a bit of a fetch. That was much better.
It's brought Pollock back over the wicket, so changing the line back to the former Warwickshire player, and this one he just fends out into the offside, and there's no run. And
I hope he'll forgive me if he listens back. I mean, we're pretty good friends, and he knows I'm a massive supporter. I love the way that he plays when it goes well. None of us like it when it doesn't, but he does occasionally please the eye with a flashing drive or a really well executed shot, and also just occasionally, even though it can be effective, it's not so pretty.
Barnard in bowls, and again tucks up. Pollock, who gets the ball out into the offside. One of the things I found frustrating when he played for Warwickshire was he would be going along really well, and then he'd get out to a shot which you think, why
he didn't need to play.
Done that?
Yeah.
And that was the frustration with him.
I think honestly, well, Worcestershire supporters who are watching this they've seen it all. They've been through it with Ed over the last 3 or 4 years, and exactly that, Phil, as you say. You just think, why did he do that? But I think that is probably Ed's flaw, is that he can't play each ball on its merits, shall we say. Once he gets into the zone and into the mood, then almost everything's got to go. If he could add that, well, what a player he could be. Michael Ray bowls short to Libby, who swivels round on this and plays a nicely controlled hook shot. Not really trying to whack it, just making sure he kept it down. Rolls his wrists over it. Jekyll top fields on the square leg boundary. They go through for a single. Libby is 4. Pollock is 29, and this is danger time for Pollock, isn't it? 29-30. You think if he can crack on like this for another half an hour or so, he'll have a really significant score. If he gets out now, it's promising, but it hasn't really delivered. Ray in bowls, and he nearly does get out. Just feeling for this. Good bowling again from the Kiwi. Bit of extra bounce, and Burgess, who's standing probably almost a pitch length back, taking that above waist height. Good from Michael Ray.
Not a lot of foot movement there from the bat, was it?
Just stabbed at it, really, didn't he? Most he could have hoped for was a run down to third man.
I think I'm right in saying he hasn't really made, since moving down the M5, I don't think he's made a significant score against Warwickshire in any of his cricket.
I think you might be right. Maybe today.
Yeah.
That's another one. Fantastic piece of fielding out on the leg side boundary by Malik, running to his right. It was travelling, that ball. It was one of those where you could easily see the fielder diving over it, or even getting a hand on it and not holding on to it, and it goes over the rope. Not only did he get a hand on it, he kept it in his hand. He tumbled over, jumped to his feet, got the throw back in. Super bit of work from Malik.
Yeah,
just a single. 30 to Pollock, 52 for 2, and we're in the 14th over. Ray to Libby. Just gets an inside edge on this one. Moved across his stumps, hands on heads, strangled appeal. When they realised he'd hit it, picks up a single.
I think that inside edge saved him there.
Yeah, absolutely.
He'd gone right across his stumps. Yeah, anybody who's played cricket and anybody who's been out with the ball coming at that sort of pace to them on the boundary, and you've got to go and chase, will know how difficult it is. And you kind of think, oh, shall I go for this or not? Yeah. But that really was.
Well, I tell you what, Phil, I reckon 20 years ago there would only been about 3 or 4 fielders on each side who would have gone for anything like that. They'd just given it up, wouldn't they? Pollock plays this one off the back foot, out on the offside, and there's no run. Bob Willis wouldn't have tried stopping that, I don't think. He might have tried to stick a foot on it, but also, I can't imagine that David Brown or Rudy Webster would have been chasing around after that one.
Would you really want your fast bowler who's then going to have a side strain? Or
that's how the game's changed, isn't it? They've got to do it, haven't they?
They've got to
do it.
But I just wonder whether those guys, whether 2 runs or whatever was worth it.
That's another beauty from Ray. Can't believe it. He sort of holds his hands out in supplication at the end of that one, Michael Ray, because he's gone past the edge again. Ed Pollock has had problems with this shoe for about 2 weeks now. His stud keeps coming out. He's picked a stud up a couple of times at New Road and handed it to the umpire. Just waved to the dressing room for a stud spanner. But the umpire has now said, well, you don't need to get somebody on for that. I've got one. And Pollock is sitting down and attending to his studs. And you can't help feeling that it might be something that he'd got sorted out before. But there we go. There's going to be a change of bowling. Ed Barnard is coming out of the attack and he's going to be replaced by Booth at the pavilion end. Michael
Booth. So Warwickshire got the 4 seamers in the team today. Plus they've got Will Rhodes as a 5th. Spin relying on Jake Lintott. Tassie Malley not in the side today. As Booth comes into bowl, his first ball to Libby, and it's right on the mark, and Libby defends it stoutly back. So back on a much bigger field today. We've been at rugby school for the last 3 days. And in each case, Warwickshire batted first, and I have to say, I think they prefer batting second and chasing, because they've been beaten twice and they got very close against Surrey to losing that match as well. As this one is turned through mid-wicket. There's a chase on, but it's going to beat everybody and run down to the boundary. So nicely played by Libby. It evaded the orthodox mid-wicket. 2 guys who had got to make the ground. Neither of them were ever going to get to it. It was beautifully placed. It really did require the ball to be stopped in the first place. But so Libby picks up, I think, his first boundary. He goes on to 9. Total goes to 57 for 2. As Booth is in again and bowls, and Libby defends that one up to a deepish mid-off. Hannon Dolby does the fielding. And there's no run. It was, I have to say, though, that rugby school looked after Warwickshire very well indeed, and we were blessed with beautiful weather for the first 2 games. The second match, unfortunately, went down to Duckworth Lewis. This one beats Libby outside the off stump, brings him forward, and at the last minute he just slides the bat out of the way, and the ball goes through pitches and seams its way through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a lovely place to play. I've taken school teams there and representative teams, and lovely place to play. Great history, of course, as well. The field there. So I was pleased to hear that Warwickshire were playing there, and that's another good thing about this competition, isn't it? That teams have been getting to their outgrounds.
Absolutely.
Good to see. Always good to see.
Booth in this is driven up to mid-off, and again there's no run. It doesn't please everybody. Obviously it's the at the other end. If you live in Birmingham and you paid your membership, and you thought you're going to be at Edgbaston, it doesn't always please everybody, but I think it shouldn't prevent people doing it, and the club doing it, and well done to them. And the 3 games it was a delight to be there.
Yeah, absolutely, I'm sure it was.
Booth in, and again this is defended down into the onside. Will Rhodes does the fielding. Mike Taylor is going to come back on because he's got a news update to do in a moment, so I'll make way for him and leave you online, Frank.
Well, you can always move across here when Mike's done his news bulletin if that works, but I don't mind. Entirely up to you. Kevin Howells might come in and do a little bit of commentary as well. But the news from Edgbaston is that Worcestershire have made a steady start. It's on us, probably a little bit even at the moment, but good breakthroughs for the Warwickshire bowlers. Michael Ray and Ed Barnard picking up wickets in the 10th and the 11th overs of this innings. Ray bowls and nearly gets another one as he throws this one up wide outside the off stump. Pollock throws his hands at it, looking to drive it through extra cover, but makes no contact, fortunately for him. Ray can't believe he didn't dismiss him in the previous over, and he certainly started very well here, the Kiwi. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 9 before this one. 57 for 2.
He's got a little bit of pace about him, hasn't he?
A bit of bounce as well, a bit of carry, and he's done Pollock again. He can't believe it, Ray. He'll be starting to chirp a little bit out there, I think, in a minute. He won't have probably bowled against Ed Pollock before, and he won't possibly be aware that this is very much par for the course, really. Pollock just as likely to play and miss as he is to whack it for 4, but if you don't know that, you don't know what to expect, it can be a bit frustrating, but he's certainly putting him under a bit of pressure here. Ray, good bowling. He's in again, bowls, and that's short, and there you go, that's what you get. Pollock has got 4 runs, didn't quite time it, but he swivelled round on it and cracked it through mid-wicket, between mid-wicket and mid-on for 4. So Ray will be walking back now, and well, he'll have got the measure of Pollock pretty early on, I think. You give him any width, he'll throw his hands at it. You bowl short at him, he'll take it on.
Yes, but if he's going to bowl short, I think he has to be shorter than that.
And straighter as well, I think. Yeah, well, I'll say straighter, a little bit more over towards the offside, I think. He's in bowls, and there you are. He's right on the money with that one, just back of a length. And again, he beats the left-hander. It's good contest at the moment. Pollock riding his luck. He's on 34. He's played a miss 3 times in this over, but he's also hit a boundary.
I'm just going to barge in for a moment, if I may, just to update our local radio listeners.
Yep.
This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where after a competitive first hour, Worcestershire is 61 for 2 in the One Day Cup quarter-final against Warwickshire. Successes for Michael Ray, who's bowled a very effective spell coming on first change from the Birmingham end, and removed Gareth Roderick LBW in his first over, and also for Ed Barnard, who kept things tight and in a probing opening spell of 7 overs, and removed the number 3 Rob Jones, caught at the wicket for no score. Ed Pollock playing with some freedom against his former club, though. He is now 38. Worcestershire in the 16th of 50 overs are 65 for 2. Commentary continues on the BBC Sport website. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
And there you go, Ed Pollock. Another boundary. Hit back over the bowler's head. And this one sliced away on the onside, and it's dropped safely, and he's picked up 2 runs. So Michael Ray stands at the end of his follow-through thinking, OK, let's just have a think about that over. I've gone past the bat 3 times, but unfortunately the other 3 balls have conceded 10 runs, 2 boundaries, and that too. So Pollock riding his luck. He's on 40, and Worcestershire are at the end of that over 67 for 2. And I'm going to invite Phil back in if he would like to come in, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Mike until then. And I'll have a little break.
Thank you, Frank. More from Frankie in a bit. Here's Booth, who is probably the quickest the Warwickshire seamers again in this match, although not by much now that Ray is in the team, and this is driven away through extra cover by Libby. And it's one for Libby, who has been the quieter partner in this partnership so far. I think Pollock, if he gets a start, as he has done here, he's 40, brings a challenge to the bowling team, doesn't it? Because you can see Ray thinking, I'm close to getting this guy, as he has been,
Yep.
but runs are leaking, so it becomes a little bit of a who's going to blink first competition, and that's to Worcestershire's favour, I think. He is not attacking Booth though here. He's just defending on the offside, he goes out on the leg side, and that's what makes him an exciting cricketer.
It is, and you can bowl in 4 balls, and you push at them, and you play them back, or you miss them, and then suddenly you just go slightly short or slightly offline, and bang, he's onto it.
Yeah.
And he hits the ball so hard, it invariably goes to the boundary. And you look at the proportion of boundaries he scores out of any runs he makes, it's a terrific percentage.
8 fours in 40 today. This is a little bit wider from Booth and Fuller, and Pollock drives firmly through to Malik, who's fielding very well as on the boundary over in front of the Holly stand, takes it at extra cover, and they get 1 run. Pollock to 41, but I mean, it will be very much to Worcestershire's benefit if Pollock can score a little more consistently, because it is risk and reward with a player like him. There are going to be days where he plays a terrible shot in the first over. But he's coming off so far today, giving Worcestershire's innings some momentum. Libby off the back foot, drives through extra cover and gets 1. And he plays the game with a certain amount of joy in his batting, Ed Pollock, which is much to be encouraged.
I suppose from Warwickshire's point of view, they will feel that despite the fact that Pollock's going along quite nicely, Worcestershire haven't got away from them just yet. That they've been able to keep them under reasonable, got through the power play period.
This is just outside the line of off stump from Booth, and the left-handed Pollock guides it into the covers, and there isn't a run. Various fielders try with degrees of success to control the ball with their feet, but not in such a way that's going to catch the attention of any of the managers starting out their teams in the Premier League tomorrow.
Kai Smith's shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, then hits Libby, Jake Libby. Doesn't seem to be too much apology there as they walk back.
This is on into the thigh pad of Pollock, who covers up, and he's going to get a leg by probably. To the leg side. The umpire is sort of asking him, I think, or just looking at him, trying to decide whether he nibbled an inside edge, and decides that he did. So Pollock takes the 4th single of the over and goes to 42, and Libby is 11, and 71 for 2 Worcestershire after 17 overs, and this first hour and 10 minutes nearly of cricket has offered something to both teams, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Warwickshire getting those 2 quick wickets, which brought them back in, and these 2 re-establishing after an opening partnership of, 37, 38, and then Jones going and Roderick and Bears getting up on top, but Libby has steadied it, and Pollock's picked up his boundaries as and when. We're going to see, the first time today, we're going to see a change in the attack. We're seeing pace taken out of the attack, and it's going to be Jake Lintop coming in from the Birmingham end to bowl his leg breaks to Pollock. Now, this will be an interesting one. Jake has had quite good success and 2 or 3 wickets in the last match against Nottinghamshire, but does drop the odd one a bit short. So if you're sitting in the Hollies stand, I would suggest you keep watching through when Pollock's on strike.
Well, look, left arm wrist spin, it is risk and reward, as I was saying a few moments ago with Pollock.
In comes Lintop, first ball, and it's played solidly, and nice, solid defensive type shot, runs it through the vacant mid-on position up to long on, and Pollock walks a single, so he starts in a contained fashion. 72 for 2, 43 now to Pollock.
I haven't seen all the games in this competition. I've seen quite a few this season. I think Jake Lintop has bowled well in this tournament.
Yeah.
Better than he did in the T20s, I would contend.
Yes, I think that's fair. In this one, ooh, beats a little. Libby went, not a lot of foot movement, and went as almost a very late cut type shot, which she was looking to do, run it away through backward point, but in the end misses, and the ball goes through to the standing up Michael Burgess, who that one was very close to getting a nick to that. He survives. In again and bowls, and this is pushed into the vacant mid-wicket area. Man comes in off the mid-wicket boundary and does the fielding. That's Kai Smith doing that, and they get a single.
His figures for this tournament are not as notable as others in the Warwickshire lineup. 8 wickets, at averaging 37 and a little over 5 and over.
His next one is driven through extra cover, and will run away to the boundary. It was a dive there from Chris Benjamin at a short extra cover. He couldn't get to it, and Pollock picked the gap beautifully, and again hit the ball with great power, and it raced away. The man out on the deep cover boundary wasn't able to get round, even close to cutting that off. So Pollock moves on to 47 as this one is down the leg side, is signalled wide. Burgess thinks he's got a catch behind the stumps, but we're just looking at the umpire signalling a wide. I think will convince him that the umpire wasn't of the same mind. 78 for 2. Lintott in. This is driven again with dug out in the end, driven up to long on for one more by Pollock. He goes to 48 and 79 for 2. So expensive first over so far from Jack Lintott. 8 runs already coming from these first 5 deliveries. He's into the right-handed Libby, who waits, and this is given. It's a full toss, which is just turned away to mid-wicket. Probably got away there lightly. One more off the over takes Worcestershire onto 80 for 2. 9 runs coming off that over, which makes it, I think, the most expensive over we've had in the game so far.
There's been a little burst of scoring. There were 10 from Ray's last over, and 9 from that one, as you say. So 23 from the last 3 has just lifted Worcestershire through the gears a little bit without particularly playing with a lot of risk. And it does feel like it's going to be potentially quite a big scoring day. Nice weather conditions for it. Booth starts a new over and Libby defends on the offside, but they're scoring it better than 4 and over without seemingly trying to rush.
Yep, absolutely.
And they're looking quite handily placed at the moment, but there is a shortish boundary to one side. The pitch does seem to be playing quite well, with a decent amount of pace. Barnard ruffles Booth's hair as he's walking back to the start of his mark, and now Booth buys a ball that climbs a little bit outside the off stump. Libby trying to force it off the back foot. He's beaten. That's a good delivery from Booth, who you can see why Warwickshire want to work with him, don't you? The bits that we've seen of him last year and playing a run of these games of late, there's something there.
Yeah, he's playing as an overseas player at the moment, isn't he? And then next season, I think he's qualified as a UK registered player.
Comes in and bowls a short delivery and drags it a bit here, wide of off stump. That was a loose one, and it's called wide. So 81 for 2. We're in the 19th of 50 overs after Worcestershire were asked to bat first by Ed Barnard.
Crowd building up quite nicely as the morning's gone on. It's at the Birmingham end, filled up. A lot of people down in the old press box stand.
Booth bowls, and that takes the outside edge, squares Libby up a bit, and he gets a run down to Ray, who throws it in very elaborately from third man. It sounded, when the players came out at the beginning through the sound effects microphone, as though there were quite a lot of people in this stand, which does echo a bit, and we can't see people in the different levels of this pavilion from where our commentary box is, but it sounded like there were quite a lot of people here.
Yep, you're right, there are.
And that's good. Booth comes in and bowls Fuller outside off stump, and drives a chase from Malik round the boundary, and he's quick, but he's not quick enough for that. And it's a half century for Ed Pollock, and a very well made one at that. He has played and missed a few times, which is part of the deal with Ed Pollock. He's going to play shots, but he has found the middle of the bat pretty regularly. 10 boundaries in 52, and you were discussing whether Pollock has made a really substantial score against Warwickshire since leaving them, but he's teed up for it today.
Absolutely.
Good contribution so far. Booth bowls to him, and Pollock, as if setting his mind to make sure that he doesn't waste this start, defends firmly back up the pitch, and there's been a little bit of fine-tuning going on in Ed Pollock, I reckon, because he's not quite playing with the abandon of when he was here.
Exactly what I was just about to say. He's played really controlled shots.
Yeah.
He's not gone for the aerial. We used to seeing Ed try to hit them for 6 rather than for 4.
Booth bowls, and he makes an adjustment here and guides the ball down to long leg for a single, and keeps the strike. And 7 from the over.
You got frustrated sometimes when you were watching him because you thought you've left so many runs out there with you. You're trying to hit the ball in the air over the boundary, and today he's played some beautiful shots through extra cover, all on the floor. He's not tried to take the case off the ball. He's just batted really solidly, and all credit to him. It's a really good half century.
Because he's a good enough timer of the ball to do that.
Yes,
he doesn't have to. I mean, he can whack it if the opportunity arises, but he doesn't have to. And he's quite dangerous.
So 7 off that last over, so the runs are beginning to really come now as Lintott starts his second over. And Pollock is waiting at the striker's end, and this one he goes to try and strike away through the offside, but misses a Fuller delivery, which Michael Burgess takes, but not altogether cleanly. It's a dot ball though. This next one is again full and driven out to the fielder out on the cover boundary. It restricts Pollock to a single. 88 for 2. We are in the 21st over. Lintott bowls, and this one is turned through mid-wicket again by Libby, and brings Smith into action, and there is 1 run again. 89, so Worcestershire keeping that board ticking over. Lintott in. This brings a solid defensive shot from Pollock, who it was a short one, but Pollock actually decided he wasn't going to go for that. He was going to just treat that one with respect, and Lintott fields off his own bowling. 54 to Pollock as he goes, and this one he goes across his stumps in defensive mode, and ball drops down off the bat into his pad and then runs out to short mid-wicket, and again there's another dot ball. 89 for 2 it remains. Lintott in, Pollock plays out solidly but straight out to extra cover where Chris Benjamin does the fielding. So end of an over, much tidier over for Jake Lintott there, just a couple of runs coming from it. It's 89 for 2. We have had 20 overs, and it is really Ed Pollock who's led the way. He is on 54. Jake Libby, the captain's on 15, and prior to that, Gareth Roderick was LBW to Michael Ray for 16, and Rob Jones went without scoring, caught behind off Ed Barnard.
It's a lovely day to come to the cricket, so if you are able to get to Edgbaston, and if you're a member of either club, of course, you can come in for free. The under 16s are free today. If you're looking for something to get the kids to go to see some cricket in the summer holidays, and you can get here, there's plenty of the day left. It's going to be a good one. As he's turned a first ball of a new over, he's flicked through mid-wicket by Libby. It was a little bit over-pitched, and from Booth, and he gets 4, times it well. Libby, as we saw when he made 100 here in the championship at the start of the season. He's a good player, the Worcestershire captain.
Yep.
And they start this over with another boundary. 93 for 2. Although it's not exactly getting out of hand, the Worcestershire innings, but they are scoring with a little bit more freedom of late. Booth bowls a shorter ball and Libby's gone to Polly. Hasn't hit that cleanly, but he's going to get 2 runs as it falls safe because Theo Wiley was running back from mid-on but was never going to make up enough ground to get there. That wasn't such a good stroke. It was a bit shorter from Booth and maybe just hurried him up a bit.
Yeah, for a second I thought that was going to actually be catchable, but it just kept going away from Wiley, who in the end was quite well short of it.
Booth bowls looking for the Yorker here, and Libby pushes it back to the bowler.
These two have got a very important county championship game at the beginning of September as well at New Road, so both of them tucked down towards the bottom of the championship table. Both have got to play Kent, I think, prior to their meeting. Those results will be important for both sides.
Booth runs away from us and bowls on a good length to Libby, who judges a short single well, pushing it just wide enough of Chris Benjamin at extra cover to get through for a well taken run, and goes to 22 out of 96 for 2. Yes, championship starting again next Thursday.
Almost forgotten the rules for the championship. It seems so long since we've played any.
Pollock on 54 waits for Booth and guides a shortish delivery that's tailing into his pads away to the leg side, and Benjamin fields at mid-wicket. Yeah, what about a little bit more than a month to go in the professional season? Maybe a little bit under a month. 4 or 5 weekends left in the club season. So
I think they might have extended it because some of them delayed
it. Yes, some of them.
Because it was
clubs.
So wet, wasn't it,
yeah.
that very first week, so they got pushed back another week.
Off goes Booth away from us and draws Pollock forward defensively, and so ends another over. 7 from that one, 96 for 2. If there's big games going on at your club, some of you will be involved in some pretty tasty games now, and do let us know. We'll be happy to mention some of the clubs on the various commentaries today. If you've got a big game tomorrow or this weekend, you can drop me an email to mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk. mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk. What's happening in your clubs? The Warwickshire and Worcestershire leagues sort of fit in the pyramid that feed into the Birmingham League.
Yeah.
So
I've got one big shout out for a Warwickshire side. This starts a new over, and Libby pushes a full delivery away to mid-wicket. Congratulations to Dorridge ladies side, Dorridge cricket ladies side, who reached the final of the ECB competition, the ladies competition.
That's great.
For the 2nd year running, and they play later on this month.
What a big club, Dorridge. This is miscued by Pollock, and he's caught at backward point by a Hannon Dolby.
So again, it was a bit of a nothing shot from Ed Pollock there. Got looking to play it away, but with no real purpose there, and that outside edge just catch flying, and Hannon Dolby in the end at backward point had the simplest of simple catches, and a little bit disappointing from Ed Pollock's point of view that his innings finished in that way.
Yes, I mean, you don't really want him to stop playing the strokes, but I thought that was, of all the innings I've seen Ed Pollock play, I thought he was more judicious in his attacking strokes in this than almost any previous one I can remember. That was a good half-century, but that's an important time for Warwickshire to take a wicket because runs were starting to flow.
64 balls, 10 fours in his 54, and he was 83 minutes at the crease, so well done to Ed Pollock. And the new batsman is another former Bear, Adam Hose, who's returning from occasional duty, I think it would be said, in the 100 this year. He's been he's one of the few, in fact he's the only person who's come back from the 100. Warwickshire haven't had anybody back at all, have they? Because Alex Davis Dan Mosley, Moeen Ali and Jacob Bethel all involved in cricket tomorrow, so they wouldn't be coming back. Danny Briggs, is he? I'm not sure if Danny was with.
Not sure how much he's featured.
He's played a bit, hasn't he, in the 100? But Warwickshire keeping exactly the same side as played in the final, the game against Nottinghamshire last week, apart from Hannah Dolby coming back. This one, first ball is driven by Hose, but well stopped at extra cover by Ed Barnard, diving down to his left and getting a hand to it and taking the pace off it. So 98 for 3. So Jake Lintott gets another wicket this season in the competition. I think that's, did you say he'd taken 8?
8, so it's 9.
Yeah, 9 now, yeah. This next one is played by Libby through a mid-wicket. He'll get a single for it. Takes total on to 99 for 3. So Worcestershire honing in on the 3 figures here in the, as Libby in and bowls, and this is nicely played away by Hose through extra cover and will beat Malik, who's running around the cover boundary, but he can't get there, and he in the end gives up. The ball was always going to beat him, and it was beautifully played and timed. This outfield is really quick, I have to say, particularly running down towards the holly sand. It seems to be that that ball is running across the square, and there's not a huge amount of ordinary outfield left. This next one, Hose, starts to go back, then just puts a foot forward, and then just opens the bat and runs it down to backward point, but straight to the fielder, and so there's no run. End of that over, which is the 22nd over. The Worcestershire score has moved on to 103 for 3. So Warwickshire picking up the wickets, but Worcestershire still going along nicely at about just roughly 5 and over.
Yes, they are making decent progress. That side of the ground seemed to really take the most water yesterday. That was where the umpires were paying particular attention before we got that very brief 100 game in last night, and the squeegee roller was going up and down in this this area, sucking up enormous amounts of water. Just with one pass forwards and backwards would it be enough to fill the tank. And then
well, I've got to confess I wasn't here.
Yes.
I had to leave early because I went to see Pericles at the Royal Shakespeare Theatre last night, so I missed it, but I did watch it on the replay.
Hannah Dolby bowled a full delivery and turning the first ball of a new over, new spell for Ollie Hannah Dolby, and turned away to mid-wicket by Libby. And what does Pericles bowl?
He's it's a mixed bag, I tell you.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's had to think about that one quite a bit.
Mystery spinner.
Yeah. There's a real funny turns in the play.
103 for 3. Hannah Dolby is quite a funny turn himself when he puts his mind to it. Libby turns this away for a run, just beats the mid-wicket fielder this time, and it's fielded by Booth in one of the new stiff-brimmed sun hats.
It was one of those plays where I thought, I've not seen this over the years, and we go to most of the productions.
Yes.
And then I looked at the programme and I saw, well, it did it 17 years ago, so I thought, well, it must have been. And then once it started, I thought, yeah, I do know this play. I did realise that the plot. But there is something about now with Shakespeare which has happened, which I never thought would happen, but I'll tell you in a second.
Hannah Dolby bowls, and Hose is defending in front of his front pad, firmly back up the pitch.
For a long time there's been signing at the theatre, which
Oh,
is
yes.
quite right. But now there's a panel, a digital panel, which actually has all the words of the play on the digital panel. Which, actual fact, for Shakespeare can be quite useful.
Yes.
Because sometimes you're so busy thinking about what they've just said that you forget to listen to what they are saying.
So it's like going to see ABBA. You can sing along in the stalls, can you?
Yeah, I would think it's used. Yes, it is. It's a bit like karaoke, yeah.
And Dolby bowls, and this is a full delivery, picked off his toes by a Hose. Good stroke. Wide of Malik at mid-wicket, who sprawled round the boundary. He's having to do a lot of chasing in vain just lately. And that was well picked off by Hose, who is timing the ball nicely right from the off here.
But the other beauty, I would think, is if you're an actor,
Yes.
and you suddenly think, oh, I can't remember that next line, just turn round and glance at the board, and there's your lines for you. So.
Did it have a little bouncing ball going along the
No,
top of
it
the words?
didn't. No, it didn't have a little man or anything like that.
I advocate that. Hannon Dolby starts in again, and Hose drives off an inside edge to mid-wicket, 108 for 3. You've elevated the culture of this commentary several notches, I'm bound to say.
What it did have, which I found quite amusing, I can understand the words, it didn't need to say soft music is playing.
Oh, okay.
So, it was a bit like if you use the...
so it's not like subtitles on the telly then, where it will occasionally...
Well, it's a bit like cinema sometimes.
Oh, okay. Hannon Dolby bowls, and this is driven to mid-on. Oh, and they thought about what would have been a very short single to Barnard, and possibly a terminal one. So they think better of it. And it's the end of the over, 108 for 3 in 23 overs. Worcestershire 25 to Libby and 9 to Hose, and it feels as though we're on a little bit of a sharp edge in the game at the moment, because Worcestershire are making reasonably good scoring progress. They'll be optimistic of getting to north of 250, I think. However, they can't really be affording any more wickets at the moment.
No, quite. I'm going to make way because Frank is going to come back in here to join you. Sorry, I've made him rush now.
What, for a soliloquy is he coming in?
Yes, he'll
good.
be giving you
good.
Richard IV, Part 2.
Take us further up on the classometer. This is Lintott starts a new over, and the first ball is cut to backward point by Libby, and there's no run. 108 for 3. Lintott left arm wrist spin over the wicket from the Birmingham end, and he just eases that past a groping forward stroke from Libby, and doesn't quite find the edge. But he's challenging that edge now, Jake Lintott, into his 4th over, 1 for 18. And Pollock caught at backward point in his last over, and back goes Libby, tries to force it wide. A good stop in the covers by Barnard, leading from the front in all departments, and that was a good stop. 108 for 3. Long on and mid-wicket back on the boundary, and Libby goes right back against the stumps here and dabs it away on the offside, and again Barnard comes to field. Phil's laid down the gauntlet to you here by going about Shakespeare for the last 10 minutes. I hope you're going to continue that sort of cultured approach.
I didn't hear it all. So
man of letters like you.
Oh, yeah. I can do a bit of Shakespeare.
Men of letters in our family used to post them. His letters, Lintott drives, bowls to Libby, drives off an outside edge down to backward point.
What brought Shakespeare into the conversation?
Oh, he'd been to see it. That's how dedicated he is to the Warwickshire cause. He's going to watch Shakespeare.
Yeah.
Lintott bowls, and Libby is forward, pushing someone the offside, and that was a maiden by Lintott, and a troublesome one for Libby, who was not entirely in control in that over, in an innings where he has looked in control up to now, going quite easily to 25, but that over caused him problems. 108 for 3, and Warwickshire just putting a little bit of a break on what had been decent momentum of late.
Yeah, the partnership for the 3rd wicket between Pollock and Libby, 58 in just 11 overs, but Pollock, who lives by the sword and dies by it, slicing that one from Lintott to Hannon Dolby at backward point. 54 off 64. He hit 10 fours, and momentum inevitably will lull slightly when Pollock's dismissed. That said, a couple of bright shots already from Adam Hose. This isn't one of them, as he looks to steer this down to 3rd man from Hannon Dolby outside the off stump, and makes no contact.
You'll see more of Pollock than me these days, covering Worcester, but I thought that was a pretty good contribution from Ed today.
Absolutely.
But I like the way he chose his shots much more.
Yeah, he's trying really
carefully.
hard. I think. Didn't lift the ball behind square on the leg side, which is cost him his wicket several times, including at Old Trafford the other day. Inside edge from Hose here, but quick enough hands for him to get a single through mid-wicket. 109 for 3. But yeah, it was a good. I mean, he faced 64 balls. The fact is, if Ed Pollock faces 64 balls, he's probably going to hit at least half a dozen of them to the boundary, and he's going to make a contribution. 54 off 64. He's given the innings some early momentum. It's now up to the rest of the batters to continue that.
But he didn't try and gorge himself when he hit fours, but blocked the good balls.
Yeah. And Dolby in bowls, and Libby drives a foolish delivery for a single. That said, we all know, and I think Ed Barnard knew when he made the bowling change, that Ed Pollock doesn't play spin as well as he plays seam, and no surprise in a way that it was Lintott that accounted for him. Just giving the ball that little bit extra time in the air is what seems to cause the problem. And Ed Pollock, it was kind of nondescript shot, really, wasn't it? And he just sliced it away. But as you say, he's played a good hand. Hannon Dolby in again, bowls, and that's a glorious straight drive from Hose. You can't believe that he hasn't got any runs. The reason he hasn't is because Hannon Dolby stuck out a big size 12 at the end of his follow through and just deflected it away into the covers and made sure they couldn't get a run. I think it was quite painful actually for Hannon Dolby. He's walking back to his mark now, pretending that it doesn't hurt too much. He's a tough Yorkshireman, but he's having to give in and admit that he's in a bit of pain, bending down and just undoing his shoelace, just taking a little bit of time, but he's gathered himself now and he'll come back again. But it was a beautifully struck shot from Hose.
He must be definitely at least size 12, Ollie Hannon Dolby.
So. Well, if he isn't, then his feet are badly out of proportion, aren't they?
Yes, great big canoes.
Big chap. Moves away from us. Number 20 on his back. Bowl, slower ball, well bowled from Hannon Dolby, and Hose initially deceived, I think, by the lack of pace, but then waited for it and pushed it out on the offside. Yeah, big man, Ollie Hannon Dolby, the beneficiary, or shall we say, in receipt of a testimonial this year at Edgbaston, and very well deserving. He's a big paceman, but he's a lovely chap, and
yes,
good contributor to the podcast that he does with Richard Wilford here, isn't he?
And the beneficiary here this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Comes in now and bowls, and Adam Hose pushes this one out on the offside. And yeah, we've been on a couple of Zoom meetings with Ollie in his chair, in my capacity as chair of the Joe Leach testimonial, and we had a brief chat at New Road, the two of us, and after the T20 game, to see how it was all going. He didn't play in that one, but finishes that over. 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 30, and I'm pretending it doesn't hurt, but I reckon that left foot going to hurt and he might well have a bruise. It's drinks time, halfway point in the innings. 25 overs gone. Worcestershire put into bat, 110 for 3, 38 for no wicket at one point. Then Gareth Roderick LBW to Michael Ray in the 10th over, 38 for 1 at that point, 39 for 2 in the next over when Rob Jones was out. Second ball caught behind by Michael Burgess off the bowling of the captain Ed Barnard, and the third wicket going down after a partnership of 58 between Ed Pollock and Jake Libby.
At professional level was really rare in England, and then when Ian Salisbury, who had a little spell here towards the end of his career, when he came into the Test team, and wasn't he the first, I think, since Robin Hobbs, I think, the Essex bowler.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And obviously then with Warne, and in the same era, don't forget Anil Kumble in the subcontinent, but with a different form of wrist spin, when it was
quicker and fizzing, and then of course the greatest came along, didn't he, Shane Warne? But you're right.
But bringing on, the generations that have followed, and seeing, who wouldn't want to see Warne and people like that and say, well, I'd like to try and do that. And so it's brought something new to the game, or revived an old art.
There aren't many left arm wrist spinners around.
No, very few.
Freddie Heldrick at Northampton, these two in this game, but there aren't many around.
Used to be Michael Bevan for Australia a little bit, didn't they? Lintott, here he is, practising that art. Also a little bit too full, the first ball after drinks to Jake Libby, and he drives it very efficiently for 4 through mid-off.
Well, I tell you what, if there are a number of Warwickshire listeners who are of my sort of vintage listening, and feel free to get in touch if you are. Twitter is the best way to get me, at FrankWatson58. I'm going to recall 2 or 3 leg spinners who I've seen operate on this ground in my schoolboy days, who played for Warwickshire.
Lintott bowls. Oh, he beats Libby here, who's cross with himself. He turns on his heel away after just pushing at a ball outside the off stump. He's a couple of times Lintott has almost tempted him into touching that googly. Here comes Lintott now, and Libby, he does touch this one, and he edges it low and wide of slip. He's going to get 2, but he's not absolutely picking them, is he?
No, and I've not seen anybody pick Hindley's googly yet, which
No.
also goes a long way. They will, I'm sure, in time, but he's new kid on the block at the moment, so not many people have played against him. He's done well in this competition.
116 for 3. And Libby up to 32, but he's not quite comfortable against Lintott, even though he drove him for 4 in that over. Here's Lintott again. Oh, and that was a quicker delivery, skidded through outside the off stump.
It's gone under the bat, that one, I think. He sort of tried to flat bat it. That's not Jake Libby's best shot. The thing about Jake Libby, generally plays with a straight bat, doesn't tend to play the little ramps and sweeps and reverses. Ethan Brooks will come in and do that next. But on that occasion, the bat wasn't straight. It kind of went inside the bat, didn't it?
Top bowls on the pads, and Libby plays that respectfully and stiffly away on the offside. There's some entertaining warming up exercises going on. Michael Ray at mid-off, who's quite a tall and sort of angular chap with exaggerated movements. He's giving it the full ministry of silly walks at mid-off.
History of gymnastics in that warm-up, I think.
Yeah, and there's going to be a run here for Libby, just flicking this off his pads, and he gets 1, and that's Craig Miles as a substitute, I reckon, coming in to field that. So it's the end of the over. 26 gone, 117 for 3, 33 to Libby, and 10 to Hose. Lintott, 5 overs, 1 for 25, but he's caused some difficulty again for a good player in Libby, who I was saying just before you came back in, made some excellent runs here in the championship game at the start of the season when Kashif Ali did so well.
So here we go with some leg spin memories from me as a schoolboy here watching at Edgbaston as Michael Ray comes back into the attack. Bob Barber would be the first.
Oh, yes.
Bob Barber, who was an amateur left-hander, dashing player, wonderful striker of the ball, but he bowled a bit of part-time leg spin. But the 2 that I really remember, both great hopes for Warwickshire, both played in the first team in Championship cricket, neither of whom went on to have a particularly lengthy career. Ray bowls outside the off stump, Libby plays and misses. Good start from Ray. Both Sutton Coldfield lads. Warwick Tidy, who some viewers and listeners, if they're as old as me, might remember, came off a big long bouncy run up and bowled leg breaks and very effectively just for a couple of years, and then kind of lost it. And Keith Gardam was the other one, BK Gardam, blonde-headed, bespectacled as I remember, also bowled leg spin briefly for Warwickshire in the Championship in the 70s. This is another excellent delivery from Ray outside the off stump. And again, Libby plays and misses. And Ray's one of these bowlers that finishes his follow-through and then kind of runs round in a little circle. And you can tell that he's feeling confident and busy at the moment. Sweatband round his head, shaven-headed figure, big grin on his face as he comes back to his mark. And well, there might be. He's bowled really well so far.
I shall look those names up tonight. They're new names on me.
Warwick Tidy and Keith Gardam. In comes Ray again, and a single for Libby as he tucks this one away behind square on the offside. Yeah, Keith Gardam, Gardom, and Warwick Tidy, who, as I say, both when they first got into the side in the I'm talking about the MJK Smith days, really early 70s. Great things hoped of both of them, but neither really having a particularly lengthy career. Probably, I guess, 20 games each, something like that, first class I'd have to look that up. But they were both very good. Played against them both in league cricket. This one, Ray is in and bowls and tucked away on the leg side by Hose, who hasn't seen much of the strike recently. He goes to 11, 119 for 3. Fastest scoreboard in the world, I think, here.
It is very fast these days. Very, very fast.
Almost beats the player. His run is on the board before he's got to the other end.
They're very sharp with that. Well, drop if you remember any of those names, or we want to throw some others in, just drop us an email, mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk.
Yeah. I'm sure there must be people who will remember.
Yeah, I'm bound to be.
In comes Ray again and bowls. He's absolutely bang on at the moment, the Kiwi, with his line and length. And that one just pushed defensively out by Libby. No desperate hurry for Worcestershire at this stage. They want to keep wickets in hand for the launch in the last 10 overs or so.
Yes.
Be happy, I think, in the next 10 to be going at just 3 or 4 and over, as long as they don't lose many wickets. Plenty of biffers to come down the order. Tom Taylor, Fateh Singh, Tom Hindley will all put bat to ball with some purpose. End of another tidy over from Michael Ray as Libby plays this one out defensively into the covers. We've had 27 overs now and Worcestershire are 119 for 3.
Ray bowled a good spell earlier from the Birmingham end and got into a bit of a shootout with Ed Pollock when he was going past the outside edge, and Pollock also hit him for 10 in the same over. But I was thinking, Mark Robinson said something in his interview the other day, talking about how enjoyable 50-over cricket is from his perspective as a coach, because there are time for games to develop and they take tactical turns.
Yeah.
And he said, look, his observation was, at the start of the competition in July, there were quite a lot of big scores being made. Warwickshire chased 320 in the first game at Chelmsford. But towards the last week or so, there haven't been many scores above 250. And he offered that as evidence that, one, maybe pitches have got a little bit tired, but two, teams are getting used to playing this form of the game again and working on the tactics. And I've seen a couple of games lately that have been played in more traditional one-day cricket way, in the way that you were just describing, keeping wickets in hand and going through towards the end, rather than just going with the turbos on from the very start. This is pushed back on the first ball of a new over from Booth, so a double change for Warwickshire. Booth at the Birmingham end and Hose defends on the onside, because we have had a spell where a lot of sort of 40-50 over games in recent years have developed into 350 against 350 shootouts, which, you know, is fine, but not so many in this competition this year.
I 100% agree with that.
This looks similar. Booth running in from the Birmingham end hard, and Hose defends on the offside.
I always think back to that World Cup final at Melbourne, I think it was, with England-Pakistan. Can't remember exactly the year, when Pakistan were in trouble and Javed Miandad and Imran Khan hardly scored a run for about 6 or 7 overs in the middle. Steve Buckner gave Miandad not out LBW to Derek Pringle, 2 balls running when he was plumb, and they went on to win it. But they rebuilt completely.
Booth bowls a short ball. It might be so short it's going to get called, I think. But
and you can't rebuild. You can't rebuild in T20. That's understandable, but you can in 50 over cricket.
Yes, 1992 World Cup final. I ran home from school in the lunch break to hear the end. Mark you.
Not watching.
I was a radio man even then, and got home just in time to hear Richard Illingworth, great Worcestershire man, the last man out.
The world's best umpire.
He's a very good umpire indeed. He's guided away to backward point by Hose. And remains 11.
I don't mean the world's best umpire in my opinion. He's been voted that.
He's
for
been
the last couple of.
A very fine official. Always seems very calm out in the centre, which is unflustered, as if has a slight air of not being overly impressed by anything. I'm sure he is, but a slight air of having seen all this before. Which is, I suppose, what you want from an umpire. Deep square leg and long leg are out on the boundary now. It's quite a long boundary. This is just leaked slightly down the leg side, but enough to be called wide by Peter Hartley.
He still lives in Worcester, Richard Inglis.
Does he?
And same place that he's always lived. His 2 sons have grown up and moved away now. One of them lives in America, I think. But He and his wife both still live in Worcester, and he's started doing Worcestershire games again now. A few times in recent months, couple this season. It's good to see him always.
Booth goes onto the pads, and there's a run here for Hose down to long leg, just guiding it with the straight bat, and it's not quite the end of the over. There's still one to come because we had the wide. Was he a Worcester man by birth? I have it in my mind that he was a Yorkshireman.
He's a Yorkshireman. Yeah, he's from Bradford. His dad was a left-arm spinner in the Bradford League. No relation to Ray Illingworth at all, but Keith. But no, he came down from Bradford. Yorkshire linked to Worcestershire in the 60s and 70s, really quite strong.
Booth bowls, and Libby a little jerkily pokes this away on the onside, and it's smartly fielded by Kai Smith, who gets around quickly. And they take just 2 runs altogether from that over, so 121 for 3, 34 to Libby, and 12 to Hose. Yes, I don't remember him ever playing for another county before Worcestershire, but I didn't think he was a Worcestershire man by birth.
1 year, went to Derbyshire at the very end of his career, and that didn't really work out. David Woodhouse has been in touch, fine cricket writer, David Woodhouse, and he's talking about leg spinners here, of course. I missed the most obvious and most famous. My grandfather always waxed lyrical about Eric Hollies, of course, at the Holly stand, and Rowley Jenkins, Rowley Jenkins was a great Worcester wrist spinner, who I had the pleasure of doing a bit of coaching with at the end of his life. He used to come down on the bus and coach at the Royal Grammar School free of charge every lunchtime, and we had leg spinners everywhere, all over the school, while Rowley was involved. Next ball from Michael Ray is played back up the pitch by Adam Hose. But yeah, Eric Hollies, after whom the famous stand away to our right is named, great leg spinner. I think played for Old Hill in the Premier League club that I played for, and
played well into his advanced age, didn't he?
As did Rowley Jenkins, actually, who used to bowl with his cap on. Rowley, famous old. Great character, great figure around the ground at New Road right up to the end of his life. This one from Ray is pushed out by Hose on the offside, and I tell you what, I don't think Libby would have been home if that throw had hit. It came in from Smith, just underarmed it really, and Libby was going to be well short. I think that was a badly timed run. Badly judged run, I should say, by Adam Hose, but he got away with it, and he goes to 13. It's 122 for 3. There's enough ways to get out without being run out. Jake Libby's been run out once already in this competition this year. We won't want it to happen again. There's Ray in, bowls, and Libby pushes out on the offside. And there's a think about a run, but they decide against it. And I think the extent to which they are looking for these quick singles and that error of judgment earlier in the over just emphasises how tightly Michael Ray is bowling. That they're having to find runs rather than being able to capitalise on anything loose. So excellent from Michael Ray. 5.3 overs, 1 for 22 so far.
On 6 overs for 15 at rugby school the other day.
He's gone past the bat with great frequency. And well, they've got lucky here because he's over pitched, and it was a loose delivery, and it's driven by Libby up to mid-on, and Theo Wiley at mid-on should have stopped it quite straightforwardly, but in fact he just, as you do sometimes, and you came into field the ball, he looked up to see if the batsmen were running, and I think just momentarily took his eye off the ball, hence it eluded him, and instead of getting 1 they got through for 2. That's the sort of thing that can happen with youngsters. This next one from Ray is a little bit wide, and Libby cuts it down to third man and thinks about 2, but again decides against it. Good bit of fielding from fielder down there, Booth. Quick to the ball, got the throw away quickly, Michael Booth, and kept them to a single. So 125 for 3. Worcestershire just rebuilding a little bit after that Ed Pollock wicket went down in the 22nd over, but they'll feel reasonably satisfied with the base that's being put down by these two. And well, good one from Ray here, who beats Hose outside the off stump. Initially I think Adam Hose fancied that, a little bit of width, and it was quite short, but as we've seen several times, Ray just hits the deck a bit harder than you might think, and it climbs over Adam Hose's attempted cut shot and through to Michael Burgess. So no run, end of the over. Good from Ray. 125 for 3.
Yes, very tall man, Michael Ray. It was the anniversary this week of Eric Hollis's most famous delivery, by the way.
Of course it was, yeah. Saw a picture of it.
Bradman ball. In the video of it, he's not in the frame, Eric Hollis.
No.
The camera's on.
No, I saw a picture of it with Bradman just turning away, and it said possibly the most famous delivery in the history of the game.
In comes Booth, and Libby just pushes this away on the offside for no run.
Shane Warne might beg to differ.
Well, quite.
But yeah.
Of its era in 1948. And Eric Hollis' name lives on here at Edgbaston, not just because of the stand. Not sure.
But because of the way that the stand gets filled.
Well, quite so.
Game.
But a great man of the county, a captain of the county towards the end of his career as well, and took enormous numbers of wickets. Libby hauls this away in the air over the short mid-wicket. It was quite straight, but not straight enough for Ali Hannandolby at mid-on to stop it. And it's 4 to Libby, but that just felt like a bit of a fetch. It was well hit, but maybe just a feeling that they want to try and move the score on. I wonder what they have in mind as a good score today, because they're heading towards 250-ish. I wonder if they want to try and be more ambitious than that. Booth bowls a short ball, and Libby will be pretty ambitious with that. He gets into position early and hits it much cleaner over mid-wicket for another 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, isn't it? I think you hit the nail on the head a few minutes ago, Mike, when you said that if they've changed the way they're playing now and they're starting now to think, and I think certainly Worcestershire starting to think, if we can go into that last 10 with 5 wickets still in hand, you know, anything's possible. You can get 80, 100 off the last 10. So who knows?
133 for 3. Libby is flexing his wrists here, the Worcestershire captain, and getting a run, guiding it through mid-wicket towards the boundary. So long as there are wickets in hand and good strikers of the ball. Taylor, I think, has had a very good season the times I've seen him with bat and ball. Increasingly effective player. Ethan Brooks will be another who'll be keen to do well against his former club. As he's pushed forward away into the covers by Hose, who has been quite restrained so far. It's a fellow who can hit a long ball. Since this pavilion that we're in was built, I've only seen a couple of hits onto the very top tier, the one above us. Adam Hose did one of those in a 2020 100. Monster.
I'm glad I think that might have been against Worcestershire.
Was it against Worcester? There was.
I'm glad you said that about sixes. I'll tell you why in a minute.
In comes Booth, and she's hit in the air, and well caught by Rhodes at extra cover. Mistimed drive by Adam Hose. I got the impression that just bounced a bit from on a length, and he didn't control it. Rhodes had quite a long way to go to his left, but a good while to see it, and took a really good photographer's catch. Will Rhodes, a swallow dive to his left, but he held on, and Hose falls. Caught Rhodes, bowled Booth for 13, and it's 134 for 4 in 30 overs.
Yeah, good catch, actually. The reason I think it was perhaps a better catch than it might have looked is because he's a big man, and he hit the deck quite hard, having taken it, and it could easily have been one of those that gets knocked out of your hands, but he held on well. So Adam Hose goes, and Ethan Brooks, about whom we were just talking, former Bear, comes out to bat. Born in Solihull and grew up in Solihull, just up the road. Ethan Brooks, brother of Henry, who's now gone to Middlesex. Had a little chat with Ethan this morning out there in the middle. I said, did you find your way here all right? I said, and he said, yeah, it's a bit of a dump, isn't it? He said, obviously with his tongue firmly in his cheek, having grown up and loved playing here.
He did.
but now very much a pair, and he's had a good white ball season for Worcestershire, and he's going to find himself playing red ball cricket, I think, this coming week because of the injury crisis, etc. So it's been a good season for him. He finds himself out there now with a bit of work to do, but Jake Libby still there. But the reason I was saying that I was pleased that you brought up the subject of sixes, Mike, is because of that little tweet sequence that you put out a couple of weeks ago about a book that you'd bought about the hitting of sixes, which I thought was very interesting. Especially, I like that bit where you mentioned about that huge hit at Lord's that went over the Lord's Pavilion, is famous, I think, way back in the 19th century, I think, and it didn't even count as six.
No, I'll recap that in a few moments. Ray's going to start a new over, and it's turned to the leg side. I'm just conscious, I have the local radio update during this over, so
I'll let you do this.
Bear with me with that, and then
absolutely.
yes, I will.
Yeah. It was fascinating.
I did.
Stuff,
I found a book in a second-hand shop in Church Stretton, I think, one of the Shropshire villages. We're going around some Shropshire villages, myself and Mrs. Taylor, and I found this book which I bought, and I'm enjoying thoroughly, but I'll share it more in a minute. Ray bowls and Libby defends on the offside. I'm glad to know I've got a reader on social media. I knew there'd be one somewhere.
Yeah.
130.
No, so it's really interesting. Right. Really interesting.
I will give the potted version of that in a few moments. Libby has 46. It's a lovely day now. I think there are a few more people who've come in. Obviously, ground of this size, you can lose a moderate crowd, but if you can come today, and I know it's a short notice, but there's a good day in prospect, and it's a nice day for watching cricket. Ray hits Libby on the thigh pad here, and it is going to be, when umpire White has the scorer's attention, which he does, he signals leg by in a very orthodox manner. Rob White is Northants, wasn't he, as a player?
He was,
Rob White. And Peter Hartley, he's
Yorkshire and
Yorkshire and Warwickshire
and Hampshire.
At the start of his career, yes, and Hampshire. He's been on the circuit, the umpire circuit, for a long, long time now as well, Peter Hartley. Off goes Ray, runs away from us and bowls a short ball, which Brooks, his first ball, gets on top of. Doesn't pull it cleanly, but he gets a run down to long leg. I'll get this local radio update dispatched in a few moments. And he's off the mark with 136 for 4. Ray into his 7th over. I've only seen 5 bowlers used so far. There's no Tazzy Malley today. Ray bowls, and Libby is guiding this through the covers, and he's going to get 1 out to the boundary fielder, long side of the ground. Here we go. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston watching a competitive one-day cup quarter-final between Warwickshire and Worcestershire. The visitors 137 for 4, having been asked to bat first. The wicket of Adam Hose, former Warwickshire player, just now feels like an important one. Mistiming a drive off Michael Booth and well caught by Will Rhodes diving to his left at extra cover. Ed Pollock made 54, another playing against his former county, and selected his strokes very well until slicing a drive off Jake Lintott to backward point. Earlier successes for Michael Ray, who's bowled particularly well, and Ed Barnard, but Worcestershire still with hopes of a score perhaps of more than 250, with Jake Libby 47 not out. Commentary continues on the BBC Sport website. Worcestershire 138 for 4. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
Beautifully done, Mike.
Okay, 138 for 4. It's as long as that's the right score. I think it's 31 overs. Right, I will. Between you,
tell us about
do the
the
balls
sixes.
in this.
I'll
tell
do
us
the
about
over. It's a book about basically about hitting sixes, isn't it? Yeah. Here comes Michael Booth to start a new over, and Libby just steers this behind square for a single. Sorry, Brooks behind square for a single. His first run.
The book I found was by a chap called Gerald Brodrib. Now, Gerald Brodrib, who I gather from Wikipedia passed away a long time ago, but wrote one of the finest books about cricket I've ever read that I'd heartily recommend to people. If you're the sort of person who likes the slightly unusual things about cricket history, there is a book by this chap Brodribb, which I would point you towards.
Booth again is in, ball short, and Libby goes for the pull shot. Got away with it, could easily have got a nick on that as it went through to Burgess. He generally takes it on, Libby, they know that, and Booth has actually bounced him a couple of times and been dispatched. But he's still persevering, and he nearly got his reward.
It was quite a high bouncer. So the book is called Next Man In, and it's just a survey of the laws and how they came to be like that. And it's basically, there's all sorts of weird stories of every time loopholes were found in the laws or it didn't quite work out. And it's full of fascinating stuff.
Booth again is in, bowled. Libby gets a run this time, just tucking it off his hip. 140 for 4.
I'd never come across anything else by Gerald Brodribb until I was in this shop in Church Stretton the other day and found a small little book called Hit for Six by Gerald Brodribb. So I quickly had a look when I bought it. And it's a book about hitting sixes and the thrill of hitting sixes. And he obviously found a great enjoyment in watching people hit sixes.
Ed Pollock would probably like the book.
He would.
This is pushed out on the onside by Ethan Brooks, no run.
But one of the things about it is that the book was written in was printed in 1960, which was at a time where run scoring in first-class cricket, because that it's just before the advent of professional limited overs cricket, was quite slow throughout the 1950s. So Brodribb writes this book about the thrill of hitting sixes, which you'd have thought was quite a rare event at that time.
Booth again bowls, driven nicely by Brooks, but straight to fielder at extra cover is Barnard.
I've only read the first 2 or 3 chapters of the book, but even in that point, he describes all the various, great six hitters of the past, but also points out that, in around 100 years ago, that occasionally players would be seen hitting the ball over the wicket-keeper's head on purpose for six. He's describing a scoop shot.
Yeah. Booth again in, and Rhodes, not Barnard, at extra cover is the fielder. That's a good over from Booth. Just 2 runs from it. 140 for 4 at the end of 32.
So pointing out that it actually made me think, well, maybe there is nothing quite new under the sun. That all these inventive strokes, and traditionalists of the present look at some of the strokes played in things like the 100 and say, well, this isn't quite like cricket. And actually, I thought from reading this book and reading some of the descriptions of great players of the late 19th century and famous six hitters of that period, and actually the strokes he's describing that they were famous for were quite like some of the inventive strokes of today. But the other point, which you alluded to, was a reminder.
It wasn't six.
A reminder that until 1910, you only got a six. I'll come back to that, because Barnard, who's hoping very much not to be hit for six, he's bowling to Libby, who is going to drive this through extra cover for 1 run. Starts the 33rd over. Barnard, who bowled 7 overs at the start, he's back 141 for 4. Until 1910, a 6 was only awarded in first-class cricket if the ball was hit out of the ground, as in the environs of the ground, and not just over the boundary rope. Barnard running away from us, bowls to Brooks, who is getting a run in the same direction, out to deep extra cover. And so the only recorded hit over the current pavilion at Lord's, which was built in about 1890, by a fellow called Albert Trott in 1899, who was quite a famously flamboyant cricketer about whom there are many stories. And he did. I had a tweet from a chap who's written a book about Albert Trott, which I think might well be the next thing I go and find, relating to this story. Barnard runs away from us, and Libby is scoring his 50th run. A well-made half-century
again
from Libby, and he might get another one. No, I think better of a second run. 50 from 67 balls for Jake Libby, and he is the glue in this innings at the moment, leading from the front, the Worcestershire captain, and it's been a well-constructed. Only Lintott's really caused him any bother.
Yeah.
He's 51-43 for 4. Barnard runs away from us, and it's pushed away into the covers for no run. Trott's famous hit over the pavilion in 1899 scored only 4 because it clipped a chimney pot on the way over. On the top of the current Lord's Pavilion, it clipped a chimney pot on the way over, and
one of the biggest hits in the history of the game.
Yes, a gentleman's name I was found. He was written this biography of Albert Trott, which I'm looking forward to finding next. Tells me it landed in the groundsman's area. He's pushed away on the offside, and they're going to get a run to Michael Ray at mid-off. Well judged by Brooks. 144 for 4. So it landed in the sort of groundsman's yard.
Yeah.
But it didn't. It wasn't awarded 6 because it clipped a chimney pot on the way over.
Amazing.
But it's the only recorded hit over the current pavilion. No, all was great. Which means that the Jessup century, the fastest Test century for England that we keep hearing a lot about at the moment. Barnard runs away from us, and Libby pushed into the covers. There's no run, end of the over, 144 for 4. We keep hearing a lot about Jessup's 100 against Australia in 1902, which is still the fastest by an England player in a Test match in terms of balls faced, because Stokes and several of his teammates for England have been close to it in recent years, so it's been quoted a lot. But it's only a 6 if it's out of the ground rule was in order then. So he might have got there even faster. Jessup was a renowned hitter of the ball. But
lots of things coming out of that little conversation, Mike. First thing I'll pick up on is a joint one, really. You talk about players and modern shots and where they played in the past. I well remember when I played cricket alongside Mushtaq Mohammed at Old Hill, and people started playing reverse sweeps, and he said to me, I invented that shot.
Did he?
As in comes Booth and bowls and sliced down to third man for a single by Ethan Brooks, who goes to 6. It's 145 for. He said, I played it in 1962 and blah, blah, blah. But on top of that, in about 1970, probably 2 or 3, before I ever met Mushtaq Mohammed, I used to get off the number 1 bus outside this ground on the way home from school and come in with my junior membership and watch. And I remember coming in one night, as this one's forced off the back foot by Libby, no run, nicely fielded by Smith at backward point, and watching Mushtaq play for Northamptonshire against Warwickshire here, and I was sitting on top of the old pavilion here, and he hit Peter Lewington, a very tall, blonde-headed off-spinner that Warwickshire had in the 70s, over the pavilion, went over my head and landed out the back. And I remember that being the biggest hit I had ever seen in my life at that time. And of course the bats weren't like they are now. Libby swats this short one around on the leg side for a single. And I remember that, and then years later saying to Mushtaq, I remember you hitting a big 6 at Edgbaston, and he said, before I could finish the sentence, Peter Lewington, he remembered. He said it was easily the biggest thing he'd ever hit in his entire life. So very strange how things come together. And on top of that, I've done a little bit of Googling while I've been off, and Warwick Tidy, it's Booth again bowls, dropped down on the onside by Brooks. Warwick Tidy, who Phil might remember, 36 first-class games between 70 and 74 for Warwickshire, and 81 wickets at 34, which isn't bad for a young leg spinner. Keith Gardner fewer, 17 first-class games, and just took 17 wickets. But both promising young leg spinners, and as I say, I particularly remember Warwick Tidy because he used to bound in, almost like a sort of triple jumper, approaching the board off a very long run-up. Booth wangs this one in short. It's short, wide, called no ball. Really got that one wrong. Overhead height, 1 for the over. Goodness me.
Wangs was the word.
Well,
I'm
it
afraid.
was, wasn't it? It was like a welly wang. He just completely lost it in attempting to bang it in. It is a policy that I've seen people use against Libby before. We've talked about it in first class cricket. I've talked to him about it. He said he does tend to feel that he can take it on. This one is fuller though, and he drives it very nicely off the front foot. Another lovely piece of fielding by Zen Malik out there on the boundary. Makes it all look so easy, sliding and picking the ball up. The lithe movement of youth. I'm very jealous. 150 is up for Worcestershire. Libby goes to 53, and it's 151 for 4. So they're still going along quite nicely. I still reckon they want 4 or 5 wickets in hand going into the last 10. That'll be the Libby plan. There will very much be a Libby plan out there, as long as he's there. And waits again now as Boothie's in and bowls. And this one is sliced away. That wasn't part of the Libby plan. Very close to Kai Smith behind square at backward point. But he gets a single. Booth leans on his knees in disbelief at the end of his follow through. It's the end of the over. Libby has 54. Brooks has 7. And Worcestershire are 152 for 4.
Yeah, a little bit of a step forward in the pace. 8 from that over. I think I must ask Kevin. I think we've probably still got commentary rights for Welly Wanging. So that'll see us through the winter.
Yeah.
Freddie tweets, hello Freddie. He says, I hope Gardam and Tidy went into the horticultural business together after that finish.
It was Gardam, G-A-R-D-O-M.
No, don't spoil a good line.
Do you remember them, Phil? Do you remember those two? Warwick Tidy and Keith Gardam. Yeah, both. We were talking about leg spinners. That's what brought it in.
Barnard starts a new over and Libby turns this a little awkwardly off his pads, but short of the fieldsman at mid-wicket. Freddie in Mumbles in Swansea, which is very good. Looking forward to seeing one of these counties on Sunday in Cardiff when the winners play there. Good man, Freddie. Good to hear from you. Does the name Mike Whedon mean anything to you?
Yes, it does, yeah.
Good, I'm glad, because he's emailed. He says, he's your co-commentator, Frank Watson.
Yeah.
He is. Ask if he remembers me. He does. This is Barnard bowling and hit high down the ground by Libby, and he's got enough of it. He took it on, tried to hit straight back over the bowler's head. Rhodes scrambling back from mid-on, and didn't catch up with it, and it goes away for 4. So Libby, there's a definite change of gear at the moment from Libby in the last couple of overs, as if to suggest that maybe they do think they need slightly more runs than they've currently got. Barnard bowls and Libby takes him on and hauls him over mid-wicket, and that might go for 6, yeah, comfortably.
You don't see many of those from Jake Libby.
Well, that was a good strike, first of all, but I wonder whether it also tells us that Libby thinks that they aren't quite up to where he thinks they want to be at the moment. Because this is a long run for home, as you were just saying, about 7 wickets for the last 10 overs. We're still 16 overs out.
Good pitch, though, isn't it? I think they're probably thinking, 250. I mean, at Worcester, the pitches have been a little bit less comfortable for batting, and 250, 260 has been a good score. But here, I think you'd probably be wanting nearer 300.
Barnard bowls. Fuller takes some of the pace off the ball, and Libby doesn't try anything too ambitious here. Guides it away from his pad.
Yeah, Mike Whedon grew up just down the road from me. He went to Solihull School. I went to KS Birmingham. Great rivals, of course. And Mike bowled a bit of left arm stuff and played a bit of cricket for the old Civilians, and I think for Hampton and Arden at one stage. But I think he's down south somewhere now.
Barnard bowls. Oh, an awkward delivery that climbs on Brooks from not far short of a good length, and Brooks is looking very accusingly at the pitch now, wondering why he hasn't been doing that for anybody else. But that was took him up near the ribs. That was a rather awkward one.
Yeah, first one that's really misbehaved, isn't it? I think
he's not impressed with that, Ethan Brooks. Must have thought he knew every square inch of the place. Barnard turns, runs past umpire White and pitches this up, and Brooks is reaching for it and gets it off a thick inside edge, and he's going to get 1 to mid-wicket to end a 12-run over for Worcestershire. 20 off the last 2. They're 164 for 4. Jake Libby's already made a century here at Edgbaston this season against Warwickshire. He's 65 today, and Brooks is 8. And there are 15 overs to go, and Phil Britty's going to come and keep you company for a bit, Frank.
Thanks very much to Mike Taylor, and hello to Mike Whedon if he's listening. I hope you're well, Mike, and nice to hear from you. A change in the bowling. Jake Lintott going to come back into the attack, I think, at the Birmingham end of the ground. We used to call it the City end. If you know your Edgbaston, it's the one that's backed by the the skyscrapers of the modern Birmingham skyline. Always a few cranes in evidence as well. Quite a few of them visible today. None of them appear to be in meaningful action at the moment. Out here, Worcestershire well placed, I think, given that they're only 4 down and they've still got 15 overs left. But Jake Libby has indicated in recent overs that he thinks it's time to crack on a little bit. He tries to play a little sweep here to a ball from Lintott that was either the googly or just slanted across him, and he missed it, taken by Burgess, took the bails off, but no appeal and no run. Nicely bowled by Lintott. He's got 4 men in a line, saving 1 on the offside, just 1 saving 1 on the leg side, 3 men out on the leg side boundary and a deep cover. And Libby, unusually, very rarely seen him play that shot, goes for the reverse and just gets a little nick on it, I think onto his pad. He almost fell over and it lobbed up over where slip would have been, and they went through for a single. That indicates that Libby is,
Frank, can I just say,
trying to find different ways to score.
You wouldn't have seen him play that because that was Brooks who played
Oh, I
it.
beg your pardon, it was Brooks. Yeah, thanks. No, that's good. I'm glad you told me. And it's I think it's because I was just saying that Libby was looking to step things up, and the reason it isn't a surprise is because Libby doesn't play those shots, as I say, very often, and Brooks plays exactly both those sort of shots. The first one, the paddle on the leg side. The second one, he's as adept at playing the reverse as anybody I've ever seen, I think, Ethan Brooks, and regularly in T20 cricket. Came in this year and played that even to his first ball. Another good one from Lintott, slanted across. Libby beats him. Good over so far, really good over so far from Lintott. Conceded just 1 run off 4 balls, which, when you think that we're into the last 15, is excellent stuff. And he's in again now, and he bowls, and this is a little bit short and wide and cut by Libby, but it'll only be a single. Nicely fielded by Malik out on the boundary again, and 166 for 4.
I think Malik's got that job as boundary runner.
Yeah, I think so, and he's very good at it, isn't he?
He's done a good job, hasn't he?
Hindley's been doing it for Worcestershire in this competition, and doing it very well. And it can be so important, saving probably 10-15 runs in an innings if you've got somebody really fleet-footed out there. His handling's so good as well, Malik. Lintott bowls, last ball of the over, googly, but short enough for Brooks to watch it off the pitch and just push it into the leg side. Nonetheless, excellent over at this point from Jake Lintott, just 3 runs from it. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28. His figures now. The other bowling figures: Ed Barnard 1 for 36 from 9. Ollie Hannon-Dolby no wicket for 30 from 6. Michael Ray, who's bowled really well, I think, probably the pick of the bowlers for me, the seamers anyway. Michael Ray 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28. Michael Booth 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 43. And coming back into the attack for his 7th over is Ollie Hannon-Dolby.
So he's going to be bowling at the pavilion end. And so, young Ethan Brooks, how do you think he's done on his first season at the club?
He's done brilliantly. He's only played 1 red ball game, although, as I said a few minutes ago, I think he's going to be in the red ball side against Kent this coming week because of the injury crisis, etc. But in white ball cricket, I think he was one of the absolute standout players in the T20 campaign, which wasn't as bad as some people thought. There were quite a few losses that happened right at the very end. Could have gone the other way.
And Dolby in, Brooks pulls that one, fetches it from outside the off stump, sweeps it down to deep backward square leg, but it'll just be a single.
And he's done well in the field, he's done well with the bat, and he's done well with the ball. And in this competition, he's done particularly well with the ball. I think he's impressed a lot of people, and a really good start to his Worcestershire career.
I like him as a cricketer. I think difficult to get him into the Warwickshire side regularly. That was the problem. Hannon-Dolby in bowls, and this one is played out solidly by Libby out to the Jake Lintott out in the cover boundary.
Well, Worcestershire listeners will be fed up with hearing this, but I coached him in the pathway here when I coached Warwickshire under 15s in the same year group as Dan Mousley. I played with his dad and his uncle Tim Alton, which was my club when I was a schoolboy, and He even played with his granddad David in the 70s, who was a fine club cricketer for Alton in those days.
I remember David.
Yeah.
This one is run down to third man, and they get a single. Yes.
So yeah, I've got a particular interest in Ethan. He's a lovely lad as well, and he's done really well. He's made a real success of it. He's found it very different, I think, the size of the club and the different feel to it, but it's brought the best out in him. He's a very skillful cricketer. Lots of variations when he bowls. Capable of playing all the sort of modern shots.
And Dolby Ian bowls, and this is hit hard but straight to point, and then the shy at the stumps, which was probably unnecessary, gets Libby a single. That's again just a little bit. They need to just have a think sometimes. Kai Smith there, just ball hits hard at him. It's a dot ball. We're into the last dozen overs. Had a shy. Libby wasn't going anywhere. There was no real chance of a run out, but there was nobody backing up. There's no mid-wicket.
Tiny bit of inexperience.
Yeah. Hammond Dolby, Ian and bowls, and Libby goes for a ramp shot, which just doesn't work this time. He made his movement across the stumps probably a fraction too early, and Hammond Dolby held it back a little bit. And there was no pace on that ball, and in the end, bat and ball didn't get close to each other, and the ball went through to the keeper. 171 for 4 it remains. I've just been outside up on the roof here, up on the skyline, and it's a beautiful day again out there.
Yeah, it is perfect, isn't it? Not too hot.
Hannah Dolby in, and that's through wider. Again, it's full, and Libby tries to get back down on and sort of squirt it away, but it's through. So a good tight over there from Hannah Dolby. 171 for 4. We've had 37 overs, so just the 13 remaining now. You kind of feel now that I think it's time for Worcester to get the foot on the gas a little bit.
Yeah,
now.
I think so. I think, and those 2 very good overs have made it just a little bit tougher for Worcestershire. Lintott and Hannon Dalby in their different ways, restricting the scoring slightly. Hannon Dalby getting that full wide one in, which has become the fashionable one again this year at the end of a white ball innings to stop the scoring. The Yorker is still very useful, and if you get it wide as well, it can be difficult. Lintott, however, relieves the pressure a little bit with the first ball of this next over because it's a big full toss. Always likely with a wrist spinner, the odd one will slip out. When Tom Hinley bowls later for Worcestershire, you'll see that he's a big spinner of the ball, but doesn't quite have the control of Lintott even, but of a more mature and experienced bowler. But even Lintott, a loose one there. 4 for Libby. This next one is pushed through a little bit more, and Libby just watchfully off the back foot steers it out on the offside and gets a single. So 5 off the first 2, that helps. Ethan Brooks on strike on 12. Libby has 73. Incredible consistency from Jake Libby in this competition, not just this year but particularly this year. Lintott into Brooks, who plays that sweep. I mentioned that he's a skillful modern cricketer. I don't think I've ever seen a player who's more adept at sweeping both reverse and conventionally than Ethan Brooks. It's almost happy, as happy playing that as most players would be playing a forward defensive. Gets a single. Lintott bowled, another full toss. Libby swats it away, a sweep to a full toss, whacked away behind square. So disappointing from Jake Lintott. Those 2 really good overs previously, just a little bit. The good work they did there has been undone in this over. It's 181 for 4, just the acceleration that Worcestershire needed. And another run here as Libby goes back and flat bats this out through the covers, out to the offside boundary for another single.
The problem is when you're bowling in Lintott's style, if you do make it a full one, it's virtually a free hit, isn't it, for the bats?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, well, there you go. Ethan Brooks plays that reverse that I was talking about and plays it almost perfectly, absolutely middles it, whacks it, but it's in the air and he should have been caught. But Michael Ray, who was at backward point, which had effectively become backward square leg because Brooks had played the reverse, got his hands to it, couldn't hold on to it. It was travelling, it was low, it wasn't an easy catch, but probably it should have been caught. Brooks has got away with it, but it was an incredibly well executed shot. How they hit those balls so hard with that shot, well, somebody of my age and ability will never know, but he hit it really well, but put down by Michael Ray. Got away with it. Can he make them pay? 182 for 4 of 38.
Alan Dolby starts a new over. This is full and driven by Libby out into the offside. It goes out to the covers and they get the comfortable single. I think that catch really should have been taken because it was straight at him. Yes, it was a little bit low, but you'd expect 9 times out of 10 that a professional cricketer would hold on to that catch. And it's a big one because that would have just broken this partnership, which is beginning to become a bit of a problem for Warwickshire as Hannah Dolby is in again, holds this one back, hit in the air. This is going to evade the running back of Ed Barnard, goes over his head, doesn't get to the boundary, drops into free land behind Barnard, who was out at deepish mid-off and virtually on the edge of the fielding circle. He got yards to make back, and in the end he never looked like getting underneath it for the catch, but again one has to say perhaps not quite the shot that Brooks was wanting to do, and gets away with it. So 185 for 4, a little flurry of runs now. When we're just saying they need to push on, they begin to do it. Hannah Dolby in, and Brooks drives it into his pad and it runs out into the offside, and there's no run this time. I think Barnard's just tweaked his shoulder. He's turning it as if to say when he ran back and then picked up and threw, whether he wrenched it or not. He seems all right now as he's talking to Hannah Dolby, but just for a moment I was just looking to see whether he was okay. They don't want that. Sun goes in for probably the first time in the match. Hannah Dolby in and bowls, that's full, and that's steered away nicely all along the floor out to Lintott, out on the cover boundary, but it'll only be a single.
Ed Barnard's one of the fittest cricketers I think I've ever known. He rarely misses a game. Plays all formats, or did for Worcestershire, all formats, almost every game, and just obviously very athletic, looks after himself, and I can hardly remember him ever having an injury.
Yes, Hannah Dolby on his way, he's in, bowls, and this is steered and chopped down to short third man. Good. The position on the edge of the fielding circle is a good one, except when the ball is steered about 1.5 yards either side at that pace, then you've got no chance of stopping it. But it always looks effective when the ball goes straight to you as a good run saver. But
should have been a no ball, that, because Ed Barnard hadn't got himself inside the circle when he was when Hannah Dolby was bowled that. I was just watching him. Look, he's just hovering on the edge, and yeah, he's inside this time.
This one is. Brooks
no
trying to lift this one away into the onside. They're going to get back for 2 as a throw. Wild throw comes back in. That was sort of fired back in. I'm just looking to see who that
Theo
is.
Wiley, I think.
Why is that Wiley down
think
there?
So.
It was miles away from anybody. That throw.
He slipped when he fielded it, I think, and he's obviously discomforted by that. And they went back for 2 on the slip, as it were, didn't they? And then the throw came in. We've got a sub coming on now. Somebody's just nipped off. Not quite sure why. Might just be a comfort break. 188 for 4 anyway. 11 overs left in the innings. So Worcestershire, as I said, if you've got going into the last 10 and you're only 4 down, you could hope, couldn't you, for another 80 or so maybe. So they might still be hoping for something around about 260, 270.
Yeah, I was going to say 275.
Yeah.
I would have thought was.
I think that would be a decent effort.
I don't think Warwickshire would want to chase any more.
No.
With the batting they've got.
Ethan Brooks on strike, and nice little shot, nice little deflection off his pads from that ball from Lintott, which was down the leg side. They go through for one.
Craig Miles down there, the sub.
Second time he's been on, isn't it, Craig Miles? Just checking where he wants him, Lintott, and he says, I want you inside the circle, please, for Libby. No, I don't. I've changed my mind. I'll send you back, he says, to backward square leg, and he calls up long off into the circle. Jake Lintott, 1 for 40 so far from his 7.1 overs. Bowling to Libby, who's on 81. And make that, well, I was going to say make that 82, but he in fact picks out the man on the edge of the circle and doesn't add to his score. 189 for 4 it remains. Lintott again to Libby, and bowls Libby down the pitch, and yeah, not comfortable. Saw him coming, Lintott, and dragged it down. Well, didn't drag it down, bowled it a bit quicker, a bit flatter, nicely bowled, good control. And Libby in the end just ends up kind of half batting it, half kicking it away.
A bit too early there, Libby coming down, wasn't he?
Saw it very early, didn't he, Lintott? That's down the leg side. Nicely swept by Libby, but he's only going to get one. So good over so far from Jake Lintott. Just one single off the first ball, and that single off the fourth. Can Brooks find the boundary? I think he'll be trying to off these next two deliveries. He could play that reverse again now with a little bit more ease, because the field has gone much finer just inside the circle at short third man. But he goes instead conventionally over mid-wicket, given the chance by Lintott, dragging that one down, and the boundary that Worcestershire very much needed off the last two balls of the over comes off the fifth one. Takes Ethan Brooks into the 20s. 194 for 4. This partnership now worth 60. And they've done that fairly quickly. Came together in the 30th over. So ideal stuff at the moment from these two. And Brooks does try the reverse off the last ball. Makes no contact. Taken on the pad. End of the over. 194 for 4. The men out if you're just joining us. Gareth Roderick for 16. Rob Jones without scoring. Ed Pollock for 54. And the returning Adam Hose for 13. Jake Libby is on 82. And he has faced 92 deliveries, 8 fours and a 6 for him. Ethan Brooks is on 21. It's 194 for 4, 10 overs remaining, and Michael Ray's, well, beautifully so far, coming back into the attack at the pavilion end.
Chris Benjamin, who was the man off the field at them for a couple of overs, he's back on. And, Craig Miles, the substitute fielder, is off. So Michael Ray, he's got 3 overs left, 1 for 28 so far, so he will be on at the pavilion end. And that one short delivery, which was put away by Brooks off, spoiled a good over, that last one from Lintott. This first ball outside the off stump, Libby throws everything at it, but the ball evades his bat and goes through to Burgess. So good start from Ray on this over, with 10 overs to go. And Worcestershire, I would think, would be looking to score at something round about 7.5, 8 and over now to get them up towards that 270, 275 total. As Ray is in and bowls. And this is in the air, going down towards third man. It's going to drop safe because right back on the fence, and that ball flew a long way but dropped probably about 10, 15 yards inside the boundary, and so gets away with that one. That these games, some matches, the ball evades the fielders and continues to do it. Other ones, everything you put in the air goes straight to a fielder's hands. There's no consistency or pattern for cricket. As Ray comes in again, he'll feel he might have got a wicket there. This one is down the leg side. It's going to be caught behind. It's a brilliant catch by Michael Burgess. It's got rid of Ethan Brooks. It was got the gloves and flew away down the leg side. And for the second game in successive game for Warwickshire, Burgess has taken a brilliant one-handed catch down the leg side to dismissed batsman. He did the same thing against Nottinghamshire on Wednesday, and that was a really good catch. Moving across to his left, one-handed, took the catch. The 5th wicket falls, and Ethan Brooks has gone for 21. 195 for 5.
Yeah, a bit unlucky, Ethan Brooks, really, in the sense that if you get something on a ball like that down the leg side, you only just got to get a little deflection on it and pick up 4, but didn't quite get enough on it. And as you say, Michael Burgess, a very athletic catch diving away to his left. It was a wicket that Warwickshire needed, because they'd added 61 for that 5th wicket. But Ray's deserved that. He's deserved a bit of luck. He had no luck early on, went past the bat on lots of occasions. And he's now got 2 for 29, and it's looking good as Tom Taylor comes out to join Jake Libby. Libby, who's been phenomenal in this competition, averaging 103 before this game. We've got 414 runs in the competition this season, even more than Ed Barnard, who's averaging 78, and he's added to that another 80. So phenomenal consistency from the Worcestershire skipper. He'll want to be there until the end. It's tended to be the way in Worcestershire's decent performances in this competition. It's been Libby who's tended to be, as Mike called him, the glue that holds things together, and he stayed until quite late on. Tom Taylor can put bat to ball with some purpose, as many people will know from his time at Derbyshire, Leicestershire, Northants, and played beautifully at Taunton the other day for Worcestershire with a late flurry. And he's got 10 overs, best part of.
As Ray comes in to bowl the first ball to him, and this one is just strikes it away into the offside, and off gets going straight away. First ball, he's on his way, gets Libby back on to strike. 196 for 5. Been round the Midland counties a bit, hasn't he, Tom?
Yeah, he has. He's a Stoke boy. He came through the academy at Derbyshire, got into the side there, played in the Derbyshire Premier League for a little bit, and then moved on to Leicestershire, then on to Northamptonshire. East Midlands almost got the full set.
This next one is played away by Libby, well stopped at back at point,
and now finds himself at Worcester. Not sure why, possibly, he's a nice chap. I don't think he's had any problems fitting in, but I think he's probably just perhaps not found exactly the right dressing room, exactly the right sort of fit for his skill set, but he's been really important for Worcestershire this year.
Has he
played in the Red Bull yet?
First year,
yes, first year, yeah.
It's in his Ray. Oh, that goes beautiful delivery right through Taylor, and that was a snorter. So well bowled, Michael Ray. 197 for 5, a really good over. Guts the wicket, and just a couple of runs off it. So
yeah,
it's come back into the attack, and a good thing from the skip from Ed Barnard, who now himself is coming back into the attack. Jake Lintott is out. He's got his 1 wicket, but he's been a little bit expensive. Jake Lintott, 8 overs for 45. Barnard, who's just got the 1 over remaining, so this will only be a 1 over spell, and he will be out of the attack after this over, but he's 1 for 36 from his 9 so far, but started off with 3 maidens in his first 4 overs.
Just going back to Tom Taylor, not played any red ball cricket for Worcestershire, and that's because of injury. He got injured at the start of the season, otherwise he would have started the season in the Red Bull side, but he had a very serious injury. That's a beautiful shot off the first ball of the over from Jake Libby. 2 full from Ed Barnard, and Libby giving himself a little bit of room, lifting it over extra cover, 1 bounce 4. Yeah, Taylor collided with Ben Gibbon in a pre-season friendly when they both went for the same catch, and both were seriously injured, and as a result, he was only fit for the start of the T20 campaign. So he'll be playing his first red ball cricket for Worcestershire this week against Kent. This next one from Barnard, cleverly disguised slower ball, and Libby hits it straight to fielder at extra cover. That's Will Rhodes. 200 is up for Worcestershire, 201 for 5. And 8 overs and 4 balls left. So what will they get? They'll be still, I think 275. I think Phil's 275 call is a good one. Anything less, they'll be a bit disappointed. Anything more, be a bit of a bonus. Another slower ball from Barnard, shorter this time, and Libby just pulls it and really time it. Picks up a single up to long on. The sun's back out. Just a little bit of white cloud around. Beautiful day. I'd get down here if I was in the vicinity instead of sitting at home watching the stream. Get down here and watch, because this is going to be a good contest, I reckon.
I think so, and the weather's going to be fair for the day. The good forecast, and it is a beautiful day for watching cricket.
Barnard in again now. Ball to Taylor. And beats him, turns him round. That's a good one. Might just have nipped away, might just have held its own, but very, very good one. Just watching that Ethan Brooks dismissal back again, and I just reiterate, I think he was a bit unlucky. He's walked across his stumps, he's got inside the ball, he's got the deflection he wants, and actually I speak as an ex-keeper, and I'm not being in any way disrespectful to Michael Burgess, who was a very fine gloveman. I think it was quite an easy catch, really. He saw it all the way, didn't have far to go. Dropped down on the offside by Taylor.
He took it one-handed.
He took it beautifully one-handed,
yeah.
But he's got a lovely, lovely pair of gloves made by Graham Plimmer. Who, other glove makers are available, but I know that Graham makes them, and they are beautiful, beautiful gloves that Graham makes.
As an ex-wicket
at his
keeper,
home in Shirley, yeah.
Ex-wicket keeper and ex-bowler. I'll go and bowl and see how you get on. In the interval, we'll go and do one for the crowd.
No, too old for that, Bill. Here's Barnard again. He's in and he bowls, and Jake Libby drives on the offside for a single. 204 for 5. End of the over. So we've got 8 left, and Libby is on 90. Taylor's on 2. Other wicket-keeping gloves can be bought around the country, but Graham Plimmer, who does a sort of bespoke business from his home in Shirley, I know he makes Michael Burgess' gloves, and it's called Classic Keeper, and believe me, they are super, super gloves. And Plim, if you're listening, I hope the check's in the post. He also coaches the young keepers on the pathway here at Edgbaston. Ex-Moseley and Warwickshire second team wicket. I think he was on the staff here actually briefly, Graham, in the 80s.
So that was the end of Ed Barnard's spell. 1 for 43 from his 10 as Michael Ray continues from the pavilion end, and the first delivery is played out to the offside, and there's one run. 205 for 5. So you're still based in Solihull, are you?
No, I'm in Worcester now. I'm very much a Worcester man. Yeah, I moved to Worcester in 1980 to teach, and then I've been there ever since, apart from when I went up to Repton School to be master in charge of cricket. I was up there for 15 years.
Ray again is in and bowls, and that was a real swing of the bat, and unfortunately probably his foot went out towards mid-wicket, and it just opened himself up, and lucky in the end not to get an edge through to the keeper, but a little minor victory for the bowler there, but he survives.
He's bowled really well, hasn't he? He's been very unlucky to have only got 2 wickets.
He comes to the country with a reputation in domestic cricket of being a really solid bowler. Yeah. This one is lifted, and that's lifted hard and high by Taylor. He hasn't missed that one at all.
Dropped in
right out of the middle of the bat, and flies away down to the corner of the Hollies stand, and about 20 rows back. It was a huge 6, by far the biggest shot of the day.
That's only the 6th ball that he's faced, Taylor. He's come out with they just have a clear mind, these guys, when they come out towards the end of the innings, and if they get one in the slot, it goes with the same ease that an opener would hit. Volley through the covers for 4. Beautiful shot.
This next one is
good
dug out well. Good response from Ray. Yeah, absolutely. Digs out the Yorker length delivery. It gets a single for it because there's no mid-wicket there. So Malik comes in off the deep square leg boundary and does the fielding. But another 1 to the total. 212 for 5. We're in the 43rd over, so still on target for that 270-ish total. As Ray will be trying to break this partnership before it gets really going, as Libby, he digs this one in really short and tennis style. He plays it. It's signal.
No ball.
No ball. Okay.
Second short one in the over, perhaps. Is that why? It's not a free hit, is it?
They're just querying that one as well, but it was played tennis style by the batsman. They
second one over the required height. I think he's indicating the umpire. Hey, Barnard asking for clarity on it. It's not a free hit, is it? He hasn't signalled free hit.
So 2-1-5 for 5. Still 2 balls left in this over from Ray. He did pitch it near his own feet. This is full. There's no danger of that, but it's crashed away through extra cover and overcompensating. And Taylor thumps this one away through extra cover for 4. Just in danger here, Ray, of just losing that control.
Well, I have to say that his figure's now 2 for 46. Don't do him justice, because he's passed the bat at least 8 times and been unlucky not to get wickets. Maybe got a bit lucky with that one with Ethan Brooks, but I think he's bowled very, very well indeed. It just goes to show in white ball cricket how quickly damage can be done to your figures.
He's in bowls, and this is full, but it'll be more runs squirted down to Will Rhodes, who comes in off the long on boundary and does the fielding, restricts them to a single. It means Taylor will keep the strike. 220 for 5. We've got 7 overs to go, so 7/8 56. That'll take us up to the 275, 276. I think we're still on target. Do you reckon?
I think you'd settle for that one, Phil. You've called it. Phil Britt, the stand-in Worcestershire captain, telling us what he wants his lads to get. But I think you're right. And it would be good, wouldn't it? It'd be a good competitive score, seriously.
In that case, I'm going to declare. We'll call it. We'll declare.
It would make for a good game. I think it would be a good pitch, and it would be, inexperienced Worcestershire attack. Let's be perfectly honest. They've overachieved in this competition, and nobody thinks otherwise. Brilliant as it's been, they are in an experienced attack, but they keep doing it, so they'll hope that they can do it again. I think 275 would make a really interesting contest. Any more, be a bonus for Worcestershire. Any fewer, be a bonus for the Bears. Lintop back into the attack at the Birmingham end. His first ball just pushed out by Taylor on the offside.
He doesn't want to be short against Taylor, does he, or the full toss, because I think it will only go one way.
Yeah, well, 3 men out on the leg side, 2 men out on the offside. Libby fancies that over extra cover slot, I reckon, if he gets it in the groove. Otherwise, down the ground, don't hit it too hard. You could get 2, but he's hit that one a bit too hard for that. If he hadn't hit that quite so hard, I think Taylor would have been skipping back for 2, but it's just down to long on for a single. Taylor will take him on if he's full, I think. But as you say, if he drops it short, almost anybody could clear the rope given time.
If you're listening and you're in the crowd, keep your eyes on the ball.
That's nicely bowled, actually, by Lintop. Just a little bit slower, a little bit kind of up in the air, a little bit over the eye line, which is quite brave at this time of the innings, and Taylor just waited for it and just cut it through the covers for a single. 2-2-3 for 5. Lintop in again, bowls. That might be the wrong one, I think. Libby just pushes it with the spin out into the covers. Good, well bowled. Any dot now is good bowling, I think, at this point. And nice from Jake Lintop. 48 off his 8.4 overs. Doesn't look too good, but there's been a few loose ones in there. Comes in again now, bowls. That is too full, and Libby does go exactly where I suggested he might. Over extra cover, just gets inside that and lifts it over extra cover for beautiful shot. Takes him on to 97. As I said, he got to 400 and I'll just check again how many runs he had before coming into this game. He's been absolutely phenomenal in this competition. He really has, and done it again today. The Worcestershire captain gets another single here, just pushing this one out on the offside. So really good stuff from Jake Libby. Keeps the strike, end of the over, 228 for 5. And as I say, yeah, coming into this game, 414 runs in 8 innings at an average of 103. But no hundreds, 89 his highest score. So he's beaten that today, and he's 2 away from what would be a superb effort in this innings. 228 for 5, 6 overs left.
It's almost like a ball out of Jake's 6 balls, Jake Lintott's 6 balls. There's one hit ball each over which he's been bowling, and that's the one which Jake Libby's really been waiting for and puts away. And you're absolutely right, he's hit so many through that extra cover. You just wonder why they haven't sort of recognised and moved that fielder away from the cover boundary a bit further around to try and give some more protection.
I suppose it's a swings and roundabouts one, because if you do that and then he does drop that one short, he'll get cut away for 4. It's the wrist spinner's dilemma, isn't it? The odd bad ball is going to come out generally, unless you know, Shane Warne or Abdul Qadir or something like that.
Michael Booth is back into the attack, bowling from the pavilion end. His first delivery to Libby is played away into the offside for a single. 229 for 5. Brings Taylor back onto strike, who has quickly moved on to 16, sorry. Sometimes those blue numbers, yellow numbers on the scoreboard in the sunlight, I find quite difficult to read. We've just got the one scoreboard here which we can see. There's another one to our left, but it's out of the our eye line. Frank is moving away, and Mike Taylor will be coming on in as Booth comes in and bowls, and that's driven beautifully and equally well fielded. A magnificent stop at extra cover there by Chris Benjamin, diving down to his right, one-handed. He didn't stop a single, but he certainly saved the boundary, because that was hit with fearsome power by Taylor. But a terrific piece of fielding, restricts to a single. 230 for 5.
Exciting cricketer, Tom Taylor, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He can certainly hit a ball, can't he?
Yes.
Booth on his way in again to Libby, and Libby is going to turn this shorter delivery round the corner, and that brings up Jake Libby's century with that little pull to a loud roar from his colleagues, and really well batted from the Worcestershire captain. He's come out here and held this all together. It's been a terrific knock. He's faced 107 balls, and it's kept the Worcestershire innings together very much after Pollock had made a good start for them. So 231 for 5. This next one, Taylor, hits into the ground and it bounces up there. He was looking to play it away. It was a short delivery with some width to it from Booth, and restricting Taylor. But he's taken a liking to Edgbaston, I think, Jake Libby, this season.
Unbeaten century here in the Championship in April.
Yeah.
He's so long as these two are together, there is still a possibility that they might get north of 280.
This one is driven straight down the ground. A couple of bounces, 4 runs. Taylor just going through with that and hammered that one back down past the bowler. There's a man down at long off, but Ed Barnard, but he wasn't able to get round. It was hit so straight and powerfully that it rushed down to the boundary. Lovely shot. 235 for 5.
I think Tom Taylor, he's an entertainer, isn't he? Because he's bowling, he's full energy and will come charging in when we see him, and he's batting, he's much the same. He hits a really clean ball.
This one, this is wide from Booth outside the off stump. Burgess not able to take it cleanly, and they even think about running on the wide, but in the end decide against it.
Yeah, I mean Taylor's outside off stump there, trying to edge across, so it's fair, there's a fair bit of cat and mouse going on, but even allowing for that was quite a wide.
I don't think the umpire got any choice but to signal that as wide. Booth trying to finish this over off. He's in. Taylor again moves wide, hits it in the air down to Will Rhodes at long on, but it will just be the single this time as the ball is returned to Michael Booth, and Worcestershire move on to 237 for 5. We have got 5 more overs to go, so they're still up on a 270, 280 score at least.
Yes, and it's all set for, you know, a really good game. And I was saying earlier that there seem to have been a lot of more traditional type one-day games around this season, rather than the pattern of maybe 50-over cricket that has been more common in recent years, where teams would try and score a lot of runs early, and sometimes they'd carry on and accelerate, and other times not. But it's been more. We've seen several games lately where, you know, be relatively conservative in the early overs, keep wickets in hand,
yep,
and then go for it.
For a push, yeah. That's the secret, isn't it? To have those wickets available.
Yes, that's really fundamental. Lintop, 9 overs, 1 for 53, is going to start his final over, and a reverse sweep this time by Taylor. But again, hit with crunching power for 4 runs just through what started off as a backward point. He times the ball.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's clearly a strong man. But he is scoring dangerous runs for Warwickshire's point of view. 241 for 5, he's 26, and he reverses again. This time, Hannon Dolby at the edge of the circle, half stops it. It wasn't a straightforward stop for Hannon Dolby, and the ball runs loose, and they're back for a second run.
Yeah, just a little bit sloppy there. Hannon Dolby stopped it, but couldn't control it, and then I think lost track of where it had gone to.
That was quite an awkward one, bounced just in front of him. Yeah. He's warming up as well to come back and bowl. Lintop bowls and hits Taylor on the pad, and he's LBW, a full delivery. He'd gone to reverse again for the 3rd time in a row, but I think must have known that if he did miss, he was going to be in bother, because he was right in front of the stumps. And Taylor, at an important stage when he was threatening to really rattle the score up, is dismissed a second victim for Lintott. LBW for 28, which occupied only 18 balls, and it's 243 for 6.
Yeah, and those two added 48 in just 30 balls, so well done to those two. Taylor came in, did exactly what was required. Lintott just giving it full. He's into his final over, so he picks up his second wicket of the innings after Taylor had been a little bit harsh on him in the couple of overs he'd faced. So
Fateh Singh is coming in at number 8 to see if he can keep the momentum going. I have a local radio update to do in around about 1 minute's time. But Singh is on his way out to join Jake Libby, who is 100 not out. And there is... Well, this could still go in different directions, this innings. Another wicket falls quickly. Warwickshire have hope of keeping them to maybe even 260. But if they can get some wickets to fall. But so long as Libby is there, and if the new batters can get some big shots away, they can get to 280 plus. And that feels like the whole game is in that margin. It doesn't sound like many runs difference, but I think it could be quite significant.
Yeah, I don't think Warwickshire want to be chasing any more than 275, and certainly 280, absolute limit.
Lintott's going to bowl, and I'll do the update in just a few moments. Singh drives off an inside edge. He's going to get 1. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are going to have a fair chase against Worcestershire in the One Day Cup quarter-final, set up for a pretty competitive game. Worcestershire are 244 for 6 in the 46th over. The mainstay of that has been their captain, Jake Libby, who made an unbeaten century here in the championship game in April and has done the same, reaching his century just now from 107 balls. Additional impetus given to the score by Tom Taylor, who's made a fast 28. 2 wickets for Michael Ray, who's been the best of the bowlers and might have deserved more. But Worcestershire still looking for a significant total with 4 overs to go. They're 245 for 6. Commentary continues on the BBC Sport website. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And Lintott bowls again to Singh, who hits him for 6 over mid-wicket. Slog sweep, and having miscued his first stroke, got that one right out of the middle. And Lintott's spell, in which at times he bowled with a bit of control and probably caused Libby more problems than anybody else did. But he ends up with a rather unkind 2 for 67. I think there were periods it seemed he bowled rather better than that.
Yeah, they sort of laid into him towards the end of his spell, and that one really was one which I don't think he was quite expecting, that young Singh would play that shot, but he picked it up beautifully and thumped it away over mid-wicket. So that's the end of Jake Lintott. We're seeing a bowling change here at the pavilion end as Oliver Hannon-Dolby, as Mike suggested, comes back into the attack. There's 4 overs remaining, 251 for 6.
He's got 2 available, Hannon-Dolby, so he'll presumably bowl the 47th and the 49th, and then Booth and Ray the others.
Yep, one piece. Yep. So, and it's normally you see Oliver Hannon-Dolby at the other end, but here at the pavilion end, he runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and that's in the air, hit over extra cover. Good standard shot, but we're seeing that regularly throughout today from Jake Libby, hitting in the air over extra cover, and 4 more runs. And you begin to just wonder whether that man on the boundary shouldn't be pushed a little bit further round. But
sometimes it's timing.
Yeah.
That felt a bit more like muscle.
Yeah,
from Jake Libby.
I think
it was a good stroke. Yeah.
I think this stage that's what it's going to be, and he's going to chance it, isn't he? He might just get away with it. He might not. In comes Hannon-Dolby to bowl to him, and Libby cuts this one away square on the offside. Doesn't quite get hold of that, but he will get a single for it. So 256 for 6.
Had a very successful time in this tournament last year, Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who for the last 3 or 4 years has been the senior bowler here, frankly, or the most consistently performing bowler, especially in the championship. But took 24 wickets in this competition last year. Not quite so successful this time, 11. And hasn't played in every game. He was rested at Bristol and indeed for the game at Rugby School the other day. But he does have a lot of know-how in these situations.
I think Warwickshire need it, because at the moment this 256 could go north of 280 with the way they're going at the moment. Hannon-Dolby in bowls, and Singh tries to do a lap shot of sorts, but in the end he was running towards square leg and virtually took himself out of the equation. Hannon-Dolby held it back a little bit as well, and it ended up that bat and ball were a long way away from each other as it went past through to the keeper.
Ollie Hannon-Dolby's slower ball is really very slow.
Yeah.
And Singh was sort of waving at it as it went past.
He's in again and bowls. This is dug into the ground. It's turned behind square for a single, which gets Libby back onto strike. And you would think at this stage that the main thing would be to get Libby on as much of the strike in the last 3 or 4 overs as possible. But Singh has moved up to 8 with that one. Gets Libby, who's on 106. He looks round, and Hannon-Dolby, a couple of balls left in this over from him. He runs in, bowls, and Jack Libby drives backward down to deep backward point for 1. That's all it'll be as the ball's quickly returned to Michael Burgess. 258 for 6. And the field scattered on the leg side. There's nobody at all in on the field. We've got 4 men on the boundary on the leg side, and all of the fielders bar 1 are on the edge of the circle on the offside for Hannon-Dolby as he comes into bowl to Singh. Bowls into the ground, and Singh turns it off the end of his nose virtually down to fine leg for 1, which will leave him on strike and takes Worcestershire up to 259 for 6 after 47 overs.
Yes, it's going to be a substantial chase for Warwickshire. It's not necessarily out of their range by any means. I think it looks good conditions for batting and a decent pitch for playing strokes on. But it will be a demanding chase.
It will, yeah. They last 3 games which have been at the rugby school, they got 310 against Surrey. They made 280 against in the second game against Yorkshire, and then really in the last game against Nottinghamshire, it was a disappointing 180, wasn't it? It's just over 180.
Booth into his 10th and final over. He's got a miscue from Libby. He's going to get from Singh. He's going to get 4 runs off the outside edge over short third man. And the pace counted against Booth there, alas, because it was a false stroke from Fatih Singh, but the ball just kept flying.
Well, he's come in and done a job here. Tom Taylor went, and we thought, well, that's... But Singh has come out there, and he's carrying on the same role.
Just 20 out of Nottingham and on loan from Nottinghamshire. And he goes round the wicket, and Singh scoops it away on the leg side. It fell just short of Hannon Dolby at short fine leg, who gets around sharply and keeps them down to 1. He's certainly not shy of playing some more exotic strokes. He's played quite a bit of List A cricket for Notts and Worcester, England under-19 international. There's been a lot of those have had useful games in the one-day cup. Warwickshire have had a few. And quite so many this game. Tazim Ali stood down for this game, but did well earlier in the competition. Booth bowls, and Libby heaves this over, extra cover for 4 runs. Gosh, he got a good piece of that. He leaned back, judged the pace of the ball. I wondered if Booth slightly took some of the pace off that, and then crashed it over the offside for 4 runs. Nearly went for 6.
Well, he's made a feature of hitting the ball over extra cover, and that's still wide open up there, and has been that for most of the game.
3 on the leg side boundary, 4 in fact, and this time Libby tries to scoop it over his shoulder and doesn't make any contact. The ball bounces over the stumps. For this Booth over on the longer side of the ground, it just seems to be a slightly longer boundary on the Priory and Raglan side. There's long on mid-wicket, backward square leg and long leg are back on the boundary, and Wiley just being moved around a little bit finer. But the only boundary fielder the other side, he's at deep cover, and Booth bowls. Libby moves away to the leg side, full flail of the bat, gets the thick inside edge, and he's going to get 1 to mid-wicket. So he's 112. The leading run scorer in this competition, and taking Worcestershire towards a pretty competitive total in one of the 2. They're effectively quarter-final matches. I know it's a slightly lopsided tournament. The 2 being played today. Singh has a huge whiff outside the off stump and misses. So it's the end of the over. 1 for 62, Michael Booth. 269 for 6 in 48 overs. It's a similar sort of game at Grace Road in the other game, where at Hampshire are 276 for 7 in the 49th over against Leicestershire. The winners of that game will play Somerset. Nick Gobbins, the Hampshire captain, made 136, and Liam Dawson 50. So not dissimilar score in that game as well. I'm sure it's a nice day there in Leicester. And listeners on 5 Sports Extra will be flitting between both games. You can hear both of those live on the BBC Sport website.
Hannon Dolby starts his final over. He's in and bowls. It's his hit in the air, and it's going to be taken on the boundary, and that is the end of Jake Libby. He has gone for 112, a terrific innings from the Worcestershire captain. In the end, going for obviously going for the runs, going to hit the ball. We said that there's a chance he's going for everything. It'll go in the air, but he in the end was caught out in the deep. But a wonderful innings, well appreciated by the crowd, because he's held this together for Worcestershire, and a real captain's innings, getting quite rightly, standing applause from a lot of spectators as he leaves the field. 269 for 7. Hannon Dolby gets his first wicket, and the Warwickshire players just breathe a little sigh of relief.
Jake Lintott at deep extra cover. Libby 112 from 115 balls. A very well-paced innings.
Yep.
As much as anything else. 2 wickets had fallen quite quickly when he came in, with Roderick and Jones dismissed one after the other. 6 and 12 fours, but a very well-judged effort from Libby, and he's got his side towards what is going to be by no means an impossible challenge for Warwickshire, but certainly a reasonably challenging one.
New batsman is Tom Hinley, who comes out. He's a left-handed batsman, and he's just having a look round. 269 for 7. He'll face Oliver Hannon Dolby, who he'll be pleased. He's managed to get a wicket against his name. He comes in to bowl to the new batsman, who goes back and runs this to cover point and sets off like his life was depending on it as he gets back down to the other end, and he's on the mark.
It's hard. It is a well-disguised slower ball from Ollie Hannon Dolby. There's a big change, a big difference in the pace, but it's a well-disguised one.
270 for 7. And the 49th over. Singh, who we've seen already, puts bat to ball. He's waiting, and this is short, and it's signalled a wide from Hannon Dolby. It was short, it was down the leg side, it went over the batsman, who bent over, and it went over his back. He's not happy about that at all, that it's been signalled, because in theory it went straight over. The batsman bent down, it went over his back, and then he immediately looked round and said, how can that be a wide? He just bent down and let it go, but he's not going to make the umpire change his mind.
It's going to be leg side though if it's gone over his body, isn't it? So yeah.
So 271 for 7. This one is hit into the ground by Singh, and Hannon Dolby fields off his own bowling.
I mean, I think you can argue that the bowlers ought to have a bit more leeway. That's an arguable point, but the umpires aren't there to argue it today. They're there to rule on what they've been told to rule.
If the umpire thinks it's a wide, it's a wide.
It's a wide.
You arguing it, going to change it.
We can see quite a few people, but every time anything happens in the pavilion here, the areas that we can't see from the commentary box down below it sounds like there are quite a lot of people here, which is really good.
Good, yeah. Hannon Dolby is in and bowls, and this is hit in the air. They'll get a single. It's again a shorter, slower delivery, which is pulled by Singh out into the onside, and they come through for 1. So 272 for 7.
But I should say there's lots of room, obviously, to come in if you do want to come and see the cricket this afternoon, and you'll probably see every chance you're going to see a good game. So if you can get to Edgbaston, there's 3 hours plus of the game left, probably.
I think we'll be able to squeeze you in.
Well, it'd be a nice day to be here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bit of warmth at the Birmingham end today, if you want to sit out in the sun.
It's Hannon Dolby is in and bowls, and this is lifted in the air and all the way for 6 by Hinley, who picks it up nicely and pulls it away over mid-wicket. And that's a long boundary there, probably is the longest boundary on the ground, and he lifted it beautifully away, and that takes Worcestershire on to 278 for 7. So that's, the lower order have come in and added very useful runs. Tom Taylor, Singh, and now Hinley's come in, all sort of keeping that board ticking over. And I don't think Hannon Dolby had anticipated that would have happened. His final ball of the innings is in the air. It's hit there. He's going to be taken, dropped on the cover boundary by Malik. Coming in, had time to look at it, perhaps thought it was going to come closer to him, came running in and spilt the chance off the handball. The only consolation was that the batsman didn't run. So 279 for 7 after 49 overs. Hannon Dolby will be rueing that he didn't pick up the second wicket.
Yes, Malik had to really sprint in for that, but having made the sprint, he looked favourite then to hold it. So but he got away. Michael Ray, who I would concur has been the best of the bowlers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Looked very
Definitely
threatening, and his figures currently of 2 for 47 in 9 overs are not overly flattering, because he might easily have had more than that. Was in a good contest with Pollock, who also hit him for a few good blows, but it was an exciting contest. And here is the final over, and it's the first ball's hit in the air, and this one is caught by Malik. I think that is Malik, who's caught Hindley this time, hitting it down the ground to Singh, rather, caught down the ground at long on. So a wicket does now fall. And it is Hindley, I beg his pardon. So Hindley is caught 279 for 8. And a wicket for Michael Ray, his third.
Oliver Hannon-Dolby just goes over and says to him, how come you catch them off him but not off me?
Yes. That's it's a tough game. So Hindley goes, having tried to hit every ball in the air. He was survived the drop. He got the single for the last ball of the previous over, and then he's ended up caught off the last ball, off the first ball of this final over, which is going to bring in a player I'm looking forward to seeing later on. And when he's bowling, Worcestershire fans will have seen a little bit of him. The teenager Jack Home, who got 6 wickets in one of the games in this competition, and looks as though he was thoroughly enjoying himself, and who wouldn't be?
I was going to say.
Yeah, see how he's batting, and he gets a shortish delivery from Ray and plays it well, pokes it away backward of point, and gracefully stopped by Hannon-Dolby, sliding in on the boundary. It might still have just a bit of sheen on it from the water last night, allowing the 6'7" Hannon-Dolby to glide along it like a sort of a swan in blue clothing, and he keeps net 2.
He did. He sort of sailed serenely across,
yes,
didn't he? One hand out and picked it up. It was no fluster.
Very elegant for a man of his size.
This is a useful score, 281.
Well, it gets you in any game, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Even if the batting conditions are good, and there's no reason to think they aren't. Ray bowls, and that's just fiddle off the outside edge by Home, who's off very busily. He's keeping Hannon-Dolby involved again. He's fielded very well, coming around to his left this time, and they've had another 2. So Home is up to 4, and it's 283 for 8.
Dolby being called into action down there. He was hoping, I think, after his 10 overs, he could have just a little bit of a breather down there, but he's had to racing first to his right and then to his left.
The days when fast bowlers could safely graze in the outfield for a bit.
Frank and I were talking about that earlier on.
Ray bowls, and Home is going to get another run here, pushing this through extra cover. Not trying to just swing wildly here, Jack Home. He'd rather get something off every ball than have a huge wahoo and miss. So that's quite smart cricket from the youngster. So he's picked up 5 from 3 deliveries, and he's going to let... I suspect Fateh Singh may have a slightly different policy with 2 balls to go, but we'll see. Ray's coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Singh's on the move and heaves it down to long on, and it's well fielded by Malik, who's got the throw on the way, and he's going to be run out. Singh coming back to the striker's end. Well fielded there, Malik, who missed that catch in the previous over, but took one at the start of this over, and that was an excellent piece of boundary fielding. Got the work done efficiently, the throw on the way, and Singh was quite comfortably run out in the end.
Yeah, it was well done, and Michael Burgess had to reach a little bit to get to the stumps, but he was still well ahead of the batsman. They're going to run on everything, so he'd always got a chance at a half-decent throw back to the keeper, and he was going to put the batsman into under pressure.
A lively 16 has left Harry Darley to face the last ball. He's got all his gear on to come out and face one ball. Jack Home, who's faced 3 balls, has walked over as if he's about to give him some well-judged advice.
Yeah.
After this is how it's playing.
Run like anything.
Yes.
Just
that's
tip it and run.
essentially going to
You got
make
time
any
to
difference.
time to build an innings here. Take it steady.
Well, he's taking guard in a very diligent way, Harry Darley, but I suspect he's just going to try and whack it as far as he can. Ray has got this very distinctive manner of sort of flexing his shoulder before he runs in for every delivery, and he bowls now, and Darley goes for a swing, it hits him. Ray's going to try and football it onto the stumps and ends up almost treading on the ball. Want to be careful doing that. They've gone through for a run of some description. It's going to count towards Harry Darley, so must fiddle it off the glove or something. And Worcestershire have made a competitive 286 for 9, and that innings had something in it for both teams. Some of the bowling was very good, some of the fielding was very good, and the batting from Jake Libby, and I particularly enjoyed Ed Pollock's half-century. So there were lots to enjoy in that 50 overs, and potentially a very good game set up with Warwickshire requiring 287 to reach the final.
Yeah, Jake Libby's 112, obviously the standout innings, but they were put on the way by Pollock. Ed Pollock's 54, which was a well-measured innings, didn't really take the risk, which Warwickshire, with what has to be said, is not the strongest of their batting lineups available by some manner, with one or two players who are relatively inexperienced, Theo Wiley and with Zen Malik coming into the side, both of those very early in their careers with the bat. There's a lot to do, I think, Mike.
Libby 112 and Pollock 54, the major contributions in Worcestershire's 286 for 9. For the bowling figures, all five bowlers bowled 10 overs, rather unusually in this competition. Usually Warwickshire have got 7 or 8 bowlers coming on and off all the time. Barnard, 3 maidens, 1 for 43. Hannon Dolby, 1 for 58. Ray, 3 for 54. And might easily have had a couple more wickets than that. Booth, 1 for 62. And Lintop, 1 maiden, 2 for 67. So, in half an hour or so, just under, Warwickshire will chase 287 for a place in the semi-final, with Glamorgan in Cardiff, the destination for one of these teams on Sunday. And the first innings had lots of enjoyable cricket in. I suspect and hope that we're going to get an entertaining second innings, and I hope you'll be with us for that. We shall leave you with the sounds of Edgbaston for the next 25 minutes or so before Warwickshire come out and chase 287 to win. Good afternoon once again from Edgbaston. For those of you watching the live stream will already have spotted that the umpires and players are making their way out to the centre of the ground on the most lovely Friday afternoon now. And potentially some terrific entertainment in prospect for the people who have made their way to the ground here. We've made plenty of noise in support of the players. And also for those of you following it, I hope in video or audio on the BBC Sport website or 5 Sports Extra or through YouTube and the various feeds from Warwickshire and Worcestershire, then it's good to have your company. And Warwickshire chasing 287 to win, and they start with Theo Wiley facing the first ball from Tom Taylor, and it passes full outside the off stump. An opportunity for Theo Wiley, England under-19 international, to come to back to the top of the order. For this game, he's batted down the order in some of the matches. This is his 4th game in the competition, yet to really make a substantial score. 2 slips wait as he faces Tom Taylor, and Wiley drives through extra cover. That'll make him feel better and settle any nerves, because he's away with 4 runs through the extra cover gap. So just to bring everyone up to speed, if you weren't following the first innings, you perhaps have seen the scorecard online, but 286 for 9 Worcestershire made after being put into bat. Jake Libby 112, carried them from 39 for 2 when he came in and batted until the 49th over. Ed Pollock made 54, and useful contributions from Tom Taylor and Ethan Brooks among others. And Taylor bowls to Wiley, who drives him again but into the covers, but doesn't find the gap this time. And a tumbling stop by Hindley means there's no run, and it's 4 without loss in the first over. 287 is the target, which feels like the makings of a good cricket match, Phil Britt.
Yes, it does. I think it's a good score. We should hopefully have a good next 2.5 hours. I'm on because Frank's still called for lunch with Ashley Giles.
Bold. Oh, right, okay. He's gone up in the world. This is pushed away into the covers by Wiley, and there's no run. I'd notice in the last few minutes a message put out by Shrewsbury School.
Oh, yeah.
A great contribution to producing young cricketers over many years. And there may well be people at Shrewsbury School following this. And hello to you if you are from Shrewsbury School, because they point out that they have a player on each team in this match as Taylor runs away from us and Wiley drives. And he's going to get 4 more. Backward of point this time, off a thickish outside edge, and it's away to the ropes for 4.
I'm going to leave you, Mike, because the lunchman has arrived, has returned.
He? Oh, okay.
After having lunch with the hobnobs.
Lunch and hobnobs. Oh, very good.
I'll go and eat the sandwiches.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Yes, Shrewsbury School, hello to you if you're following it from this. There's a player on each side, they point out, who has left the school only recently. Jack Home for Worcestershire and Theo Wiley for Warwickshire. It'd be quite fun if one bowls to the other, and there's every chance it'll happen. Taylor runs away from us and Wiley defends. He's going to get a run into the leg side, so he started nicely. He's picked up 9 from Tom Taylor's first over. 287 is the target, and I'm not sure who is in charge of cricket at Shrewsbury School. Perhaps they will let us know. But it's going to be a very proud moment for them if we do get their 2 recent products going head-to-head, which might well happen in a few moments.
I think it's Adam Chantry, the
Is it?
Jack's
there
brother, who's now in charge. Of course, it's been a regular line of production for Worcestershire. Ed Barnard came from Shrewsbury School. Joe Leach, a Shrewsbury School boy. Ed Pollock was a Shrewsbury School boy in the 6th form. So lots and lots of good cricketers have come through that fine establishment. Harry Darley's a Shropshire boy as well, coming in to bowl now at the Birmingham end of the ground. Good start though from Wiley, and he's kept the strike. 9 not out, facing now as Darley moves in and beats him outside the off stump with a ball that might just have left him a little bit off the seam. Gareth Roderick takes it. Darley, no great pace, quite inexperienced, but done a pretty good job in this competition for Worcestershire this season.
Well, if you can bowl with control, that might be the difference. It's not necessarily about pace.
I think it's the youth and the inexperience
Yeah.
of the Worcestershire attack which is a slight worry, but plenty of enthusiasm and energy amongst them. Darley bowls this one and Wiley plays up to mid-off, and Taylor does the fielding.
But that's part of what this season's competition has been about, in that I think just about every county will finish this tournament, however well they've done, and they've all been trying to win it and go a long way in it, but I think most of them will finish this competition with 3 or 4 players who have been developed at first team level.
Yeah, absolutely. Darley in, bowls, and Wiley is taken on the pad by this one, runs out on the offside. Ethan Brooks fields. Good to see his brother Henry downstairs just now at lunch. A day off from Middlesex, out with mum and dad, here to watch younger brother.
Is he in good form, Henry?
Yeah, he's looked well.
Excellent.
Pretty
good man.
Much tucking into the excellent food from what I could see, but he looked in good shape. No doubt be watching when his brother has a bowl later on. There's Darley in again towards us, bowls, and Wiley gets a couple of runs, I think, on the leg side via, it must be said, a bit of a full shot, thick inside edge really, running away wide of Libby at mid-on. Score goes on to 11 without loss. Wiley's got them all. Barnard hasn't faced a ball yet, but that won't bother him. Key man for Warwickshire. I nearly said Worcestershire. He was Worcestershire, of course, but his efforts in this competition with the bat have almost mirrored those of Jake Libby, his opposite number in the Worcestershire side. This next one from Darley is driven with no great timing by Wiley. Square on the offside. Brooks fields, 11 without loss.
Yeah, 2 big hundreds, 173 against Essex and 152 in Bristol for Ed Barnard, as well as 15 wickets. Got 2 centuries in the last 3 games last season.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a local radio update to do in the next 30 seconds, Frank, so I'm just going to
let you do this ball,
elbow in at this point. Darley is going to bowl, and Wiley has gone to pull. It's come off the cue end of the bat, and he's going to be caught at mid-off. So the first wicket falls. Wiley gone for a all too brief 11.
Taylor with the catch, I think.
This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have just set out in their chase of 287 to beat Worcestershire in the One Day Cup quarter-final, and they've lost a wicket in only the second over. Theo Wiley opening the batting and hit 2 boundaries in the first over off Tom Taylor, but trying to pull a shortish ball from Harry Darley just now as Q ended it to mid-off and dispatched for 11. Earlier, Jake Libby's 112, the mainstay of Worcestershire's 286 for 9. Michael Ray bowled very well to take 3 wickets. Warwickshire chasing 287, 11 for 1 after 2 overs. The commentary continues on the BBC Sport website. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
Yeah, bit of a giveaway, really. But Tom Taylor, who shielded his eyes from the sun with one hand as the ball dropped to him, making no mistake with the catch.
Wiley's a promising player that's moved up through the age groups here at Edgbaston and had some good experience with England under-19s. He has had 4 games in this competition without making a substantial score this time, but he's very much one of the youngsters, so his chance will come again, maybe on Sunday if Warwickshire get these runs. But 287 is going to be a big chase.
And it's not off to a great start, to be fair. But
Malik has come out at number 3 in only his 2nd game. And Barnard is the experienced presence, and he's going to take strike for the first time to a ball of a pleasing shape from Tom Taylor that just leaves him through the air a fraction. Barnard isn't being drawn to play at it, and it goes through to Gareth Roderick, behind the stumps. He doesn't keep in the championship matches, does he, Rod?
Yes, he does.
Oh,
yeah.
he does keep
yeah,
in the championship
played
matches.
every game of every competition
Has
this
he?
season. Yeah. He's carrying one or two little niggles, but he's set his stall out, I think, to try and play every game of the season in every competition.
Well, that would be tremendous. And
and
everybody has a few
opened the
niggles.
batting as well.
Yeah, this is Fuller from Taylor and driven hard and low up to mid-off, where the field is done by Fateh Singh, who will be bowling off-spin a bit later. 2 slips, a very orthodox-looking field at the moment for the early overs of a one-day game. 2 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and not really fine leg, it's more sort of a backward square leg, 45, maybe a bit less than 45 degrees round from square. Those are inside the circle as Barnard blocks this up to mid-off for no run. And the 2 fieldsmen allowed outside the circle at this point are at third man and on the square leg boundary. So a pretty straightforward orthodox field for Ed Barnard, who is yet to score. 11 for 1. Theo Wiley facing every ball of the first 2 overs and perishing to Harry Darley at the end of the second. And in hurries Taylor, does everything with maximum energy, Tom Taylor, and bowls again wide of the off stump, and Barnard just takes a look and doesn't play. So Malik at 3, then there's some more experienced players, Will Rhodes and Michael Burgess, Chris Benjamin, Kai Smith at 7 has played with a freedom when he's had the opportunity in the competition, made some good runs. And then the bowlers Lintop, Booth, Ray and Hannon Dolby. 2 slips wait, in goes Taylor, and just bringing that one back, or offering to come back, but it's started from wide enough of the off stump that Barnard feels pretty secure in leaving it. And so there's no run, and it stays 11 for 1. Warwickshire are going to need somebody senior to bat for a large section of the innings, aren't they? In the same way as Libby did.
Your money would be on Barnard, wouldn't it? But Will Rhodes could do it as well. Burgess can do it.
Yeah, there's no shortage of candidates, but certainly Barnard is the one with recent form in that regard. And he checks a drive that goes up to mid-off, and it's a maiden from Taylor, which is lustily cheered. I think it's good that there is clearly a fair bit of Worcestershire support in the ground, given that it is, or it should have been, their home game after all. But both sides very well represented among the spectators. 11 for 1 in 3 overs, Warwickshire, the target 287.
Yeah, you mentioned the Worcestershire supporters. I think they've quietly, and we've had a couple of really good crowds for home games in this competition, they've quietly enjoyed a bit of an unexpected ride in this competition, really, with the injuries they had and the kids coming in, and they've just continued to surprise, really, and they turn up. And Darley with an absolute beauty that goes straight through Malakir. Not quite sure how that missed the off stump. Hands on heads all round, but good delivery from Darley. But yeah, the spectators, the supporters, I think, both watching and listening remotely and at the ground, from a Worcestershire point of view, they just keep turning up thinking, well, they can't do it again, and they have done. There've been a couple of defeats against more experienced sides, but generally been a really good effort, and they're hoping they can do it again. This one a little bit shorter from Darley and pulled away by Malik to Hinley, fielding deep on the leg side, not quite on the boundary, but 10-15 yards in on that long boundary. They take a single. Malik is off the mark. Barnard is yet to score, and it's 12 for 1.
Homegrown product, Harry Darley?
Yep. Yeah, academy product, and again, you know, Shropshire connection, but academy product, and got a bit of a savaging on debut in T20 up at Old Trafford. Lets that one go, Barnard. When Keaton Jennings decided to get stuck into him, and he bowled 2 overs for 35, and it was horrible. and he then came back to Worcester and was given another go in the T20 against Derbyshire. Came out and I think it was Derbyshire anyway, got a wicket with his first ball of that game and 2 in his first over, and suddenly the world seemed a sunnier place. He's in again now, bowls, and Barnard is on the back foot, punching up to Taylor at mid-off. There's no run. There's no great pace, Darley. Nips it around, runs through the crease, as you can see. No sort of leap into the delivery. But he's surprised a few people. And, yeah, a little bit of learning to do. Got to improve in the field. But one of the beneficiaries of the experience that this competition offers, exactly as you suggested. And Jack Home, who you will see shortly, is another one. As Darley is in, bowls. Barnard off the mark, clips this one away off his pads. Behind square, he'll get 2. Tom Hindley runs round the boundary to do the fielding. And total moves on to 14 for 1. The man out, Theo Wiley, caught at mid-off off a skyer, off a toe ender as he tried to pull the ball away on the onside by Tom Taylor. Harry Darley, a successful bowler. 1 ball left in Darley's second over, the 4th of the innings. Target, remember, 287. Darley into Barnard from the Birmingham end. He bowls, and Barnard is pushing this one up to mid-on. Libby Fields, having made that brilliant 100 in the Worcestershire innings, 112 for the captain in their 286 for 9. End of the 4th over, tidy from Darley. His figures: 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 5. 14 for 1. The Warwickshire reply to Worcestershire's 286 for 9.
Just nibbled it about a little bit, Darley, in these first couple of overs, scurrying in. So it's a good start. And they'll have more seam bowling with Home, as you say. 15 wickets in the competition so far.
Yeah, in just 5 games, I think.
Yeah, excellent.
Exciting player.
Off goes Taylor, and again has a ball that holds its line outside the right handers off stump, and Malik also wants to take a bit of a close look at that, lets it go through.
Holmes interesting. He's unusual for a young bowler, Mike, in that he's quick. There's not much of him, as you can see, but he's sharp.
Yes.
Bowled, been timed at 89, I think, in one game last week. One delivery.
Well, selectors like that, don't they?
Yeah,
these
they do.
Days?
They do.
It's all about pace.
There'll be eyes on him. He's just a kid. He's only just left school. That's him at short, fine leg. You can see he's not a broad-shouldered type.
Taylor bowls, and Malik's looking at another one, letting it pass with his back cocked behind his ear. That one a little bit more pitched up.
He likes to bowl short and overdoes it sometimes, and he's been punished once in particular by Grant Stewart against Kent. But because he bowls like that, batsmen tend to be in an attacking frame of mind against him.
Take him on.
And if they're taken by surprise by a little bit of pace, he's a wicket taker. He just sort of seems to have a knack. Probably won't get any today now I've said that, but I'm sure anybody who's seen him would agree.
He's clearly a competitor. Oh, and this is bowled Malik as he pushed forward. Everything looked right with the defensive stroke. It was just late on it. And Taylor has hit the top of Malik's off stump. He's bowled by Taylor for 1, and it's 14 for 2, and that was a pretty good one. He'd had a look at a couple go past outside the off stump, but playing at that one, but he was too late.
Yeah, good from Taylor. He's bowled very well early on in most white ball games this year, Tom Taylor. The problem that he's had has been at the death, particularly in T20, when he's been expensive, but he's bowled very, very well early on. He bowled an one of the most remarkable deliveries I've seen. First ball of the innings at Taunton last week, which pitched about,
I saw that,
honestly, a couple of foot outside off and came back miles. He's bowled really well at the start, and a good breakthrough here. And 2 absolutely key men now, I would say, at the crease as Will Rhodes comes out to join Ed Barnard. These are the 2 real senior figures. Taylor just having a chat with Barnard. They're all pretty friendly, these guys. Barnard particularly familiar with most of the Worcester guys, even though he and Taylor weren't there together. There's a good spirit. That's the other thing about this competition, I think I've particularly noticed, is that maybe it's because it's a lot of newer players and people getting their opportunities and so on, but it seems to have been played in a very good spirit, and it's just been good, enjoyable, hard-fought cricket. And I think most people have enjoyed it. The crowds have enjoyed it, and there's a lot of positives about this 50-over competition for me.
The replay I've just seen, that one swung back in and nibbled a bit off the pitch as well. So it's come back quite a long way at Zen Mali.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it myself now. Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, he's very, very useful early on with these white balls. Tom Taylor and comes in now and bowls, and Will Rhodes is forward, very solidly pushing up to mid-on. But it's the ideal start for the Rapids, as they're still called in this competition, although I think most of us are calling it Worcestershire against Warwickshire today. It's the ideal start. Good score on the board. Phil Britton and I were suggesting that 275 was a good competitive score. They exceeded that slightly, and they've picked up 2 early wickets. So 2 of the youngsters have gone, 2 senior men out there, and as you said, I think one of the senior men must get a big score if Warwickshire are going to chase this down. That one left alone by Rhodes. Good from Taylor again. Is it me or is it you? It's probably you, isn't it? I think have I nicked your
It's all right,
over?
carry on. No, it's all right.
Sometimes when a wicket goes, you just
I lose completely. Look, Taylor, I think he's still a very capable cricketer. He's got plenty of. He's still a young man. Well, because he's sort of buzzed around the counties, as you were discussing earlier.
Yeah.
He has a lot to offer.
Yeah, I agree, and I'll reiterate what I said before. It's as simple for me as the fact that he just hasn't found his home, as it were. He bowls to Rhodes, who drives up to mid-off. Fateh Singh fields, and it's the end of the over from Tom Taylor. So I'll let you take over with Darley now. Having we've done an unscheduled change of ends, really. Rhodes not yet off the mark. Barnard on 2, but a good start for Worcestershire. Yeah, and I can't really think of any other way to put it. People inside the dressing rooms at Leicestershire and Northampton, Derbyshire might say differently, but I think Tom Taylor's a pretty easygoing guy. He's quite a nice character. He's got a lot to offer, and I just can't help feeling that he just hasn't found himself in the right environment, really, to where he feels able to thrive, really.
Well, there could be all sorts of factors to that, without anybody being at fault. Is Darley starting a new over, and Barnard is watchful and pushing the ball out on the offside. And look, young players develop at different rates. There are all sorts of reasons. Certainly, it's much more common than it used to be for cricketers to move counties and sometimes move several times during the course of a career, almost in the way that footballers do. I mean, you've seldom found a cricketer who'd had any sort of lengthy county career who'd played for more than 2 counties, and many played for 1. This is driven by Barnard, a picture book, extra cover drive, 4 runs.
Beautiful shot, absolutely beautiful shot. But yeah, you're right. And Will Rhodes is off, isn't he, at the end of the year?
Yes.
Is he going to Durham?
That has been reported quite widely. I don't know whether it's been officially confirmed yet, but wherever he goes, he's got. The point is, he's still got a good chunk of his county career left, potentially. He's only just coming up for 30. And a championship-winning captain, so lots of good experience to bring.
Absolutely.
So there'll be a third act to his playing career. It was at Yorkshire to start with, of course. This is on the toes of Barnard, and he flicks it away through mid-wicket. He won't get 4 because running around the boundary is Hindley to stop it, but they will have time for 2.
Another lovely shot from Ed Barnard. Plays the ball on its merits, Barnard. That's what I really like about him. You bowl well at him, he'll just play appropriately, but as soon as you err, and Darley has twice in successive deliveries in terms of length, Barnard is onto it.
20 for 2. Darley goes a little bit wider on the crease, and Barnard guides it away into the offside and then shakes his glove after in the direction of where he just played the ball.
I think the other thing about Barnard, and of course I watched him a huge amount at Worcester, he can play all the shots in white ball cricket, and T20 cricket can be quite inventive, but in the longer form of the game, and this I would count as fairly lengthy form by comparison, he plays appropriately.
Darley bowls, Barnard drives, hits extra cover this time, sharply fielded there by Hose.
And what I mean by that is if you bowl him a half volley on off stump, he tends to hit it through the covers. If you bowl him a leg stump half volley, he tends to hit it through mid wicket. He's not moving around the crease trying to manufacture things, but he can do that if necessary in T20 cricket. Hence, aesthetically, he's quite pleasing on the eye in the 50 over format.
Yeah.
And even though that was a dot ball, it's a beautiful shot.
Doesn't overcomplicate it. Darley from an angled run, bowls Fuller, floated that one right up towards the block hole, and Barnard keeps the strike, taps it off his toes to deep square leg, and they take 1 run. So 7 from the over, 21 for 2 in 6 Warwickshire, the target 287. They've lost Wiley 11 and Malik 1. Barnard moves up to 9.
You said earlier that the Hampshire-Leicestershire game was following a similar pattern to this, almost exactly. Hampshire got 290 for 8 in their 50 and Leicestershire are 29 for 2 in response. And there have been generally early wickets in this competition with this ball, one at either end as we said earlier, and it does a bit early on and then tends to do less later on. Pitches flatten out a bit, so important to get early wickets. Tom Taylor trying to do just that with the first ball of his 4th over. Ed Barnard, however, equal to it, just pushes it out square on the offside, and Ethan Brooks does the fielding earlier today. Jake Libby's 112, the cornerstone of the Worcestershire 286 for 9, useful 52 from Ed Pollock, and 28 from Taylor, 21 from Brooks. Taylor in again, bowls, and Barnard just plays a beautiful late cut, the deftest of deflections outside the off stump, just dabbed down wide of second slip, played with perfect control, and if that third man fielder had been just 5 yards or so wider, that would have gone all the way for 4. Lovely shot, takes Barnard into double figures, 22 for 2, and Rhodes yet to get off the mark on strike again against Tom Taylor, who has 1 of the 2 wickets to have fallen for 10 runs so far. Bowls, and Rhodes is off the mark this time, just tucking this one away to mid wicket for a single.
Rhodes and Barnard, 2 players who've really been relied upon to lead the group, or 2 of them who've been to lead the group. And Mark Robinson, when he's been interviewed at the start of this competition and again the other day after the group stage, was saying about how important it's been to develop young players. It's very important. We want our senior guys to have a trophy to go for.
And also, I think as well as developing young players, you're developing your next generation of leaders as well.
Well, that's true.
Taylor bowls, and that one nips back at Barnard, takes him on the pad as he was on the walk, but I think he was a long way down. It's probably going down the leg side anyway. Umpire shows no interest whatsoever in a pretty half-hearted appeal from Taylor. But it's all about future planning, isn't it? I think both in cricket, football, and everything else in professional sport. You can't really allow a generation all to get old at the same time and have to start again. Well, you can, but it's storing up trouble for the future. So you've got to use these competitions wisely, and it's not only about youngsters, it's also about developing your future captains and vice captains and senior figures. It's Taylor bowls, Barnard drives up to Fateh Singh at mid-off, and there's no run. So good from Taylor, but equally good from Barnard, who I've always found it quite interesting watching his career develop, Barnard. And in his last year or 2 at Worcester, he really pretty much established himself as the senior batsman. I would say Libby was probably his equal and has gone on to take up that mantle. But he's not a big figure, Barnard, nor is Libby. He doesn't smash it all over the place, but he imposes himself on the bowler in a slightly more subtle way, I think. And that's a nice drive up to mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over from Taylor, 23 for 2, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12 his figures. And I'll just try and explain that. And what I mean is, I think that he imposes himself by good technique and not making mistakes and consistently hitting the ball in the middle of the bat, even if it's in defence, so that the bowler is running up and thinking, crikey, it's difficult to get something past this guy. And then when he does err over pitch or drop short, then Barnard capitalises. But it's not a kind of bullying of the bowler, it's just a kind of wearing down of the bowler. But it's very, very impressive. And he's already done it today. I mean, how many times? He's played a miss maybe a couple of times, but hardly been hit on the pads, hardly made an error, not tried to do anything too much. I just think he's a really, really well organised. He's got it sorted. He's got batting sorted. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, he said recently after his 100 at Bristol, it's the start of a new over from Darley, and Rhodes pushes forward, gets off a thick outside edge down to third man for 1 run. He said, I feel like I'm more on top of my game than at any previous point in my career, as you know, that he can drop into that groove quite comfortably. And that must be a very nice feeling, because it's hard to sort of strive to a level in professional sport.
And you're only a bit of bad luck away from a run of poor form, but
that will come eventually, because it comes to all players. But it must be a nice feeling to think, I've got a method here and it's working. See if it works here. He drives and quite get the middle of that one.
Slightly turn round on that one, but yeah, I know exactly what you mean, and that fits exactly with how I've read his career development, really. And you know, his bowling maybe hasn't come on quite as much as we all thought it would 4 or 5 years ago, but not to say he isn't still a very capable bowler. But batting, absolutely top draw now.
Stands with his bat in the air, waiting for Darley, and again drives stylishly to mid-off. And the ball is, although there's not a lot of runs being scored at the moment, the ball is starting to come more reassuringly out of the middle of the bat for both of these players. Barnard, who's, for somebody who's very still when the bowler approaches, he's a great fidgeter at the crease the rest of the time.
He's a great twiddler. You watch as he puts his bat down now, just as the bowler runs up, he'll give it a spin. There. Always does it, part of the pre-shot routine.
Always comes it back out the right way as well. Now he pulls, takes on deep mid-wicket and clears him for 6.
Beautiful shot.
It's quite a long boundary there, but he was on it early. Didn't try and hit it too hard. It was all timing. And Barnard's first 6 takes him to 16 out of 30 for 2.
And Harry Darley, he's not got the pace to get away with anything like that. He's got to be accurate. Otherwise, he's going to be punished. And that one halfway down, and Barnard made no mistake.
30 for 2. Darley bowls, and Barnard is playing this very delicately down to third man, just leaning the bat on the ball as it goes past. And Singh does the fielding, and they take 1. So Barnard dropping into his groove in much the same way as Jake Libby did earlier, went out to bat, and immediately it's as if he came to bat already 30 not out. Jake Libby, that's the way he's been playing at the moment. Barnard must feel a bit like
same,
that.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem horrid. 2 of the leading run scorers in this tournament. 24 for 2, or 31 for 2, I should say. And there's a bit of changing around in the field. The left-hander Rhodes is on strike. There's only 1 to come in this over. But the Worcestershire captain, Libby, is doing a lot of shuffling in the field. So he's taken the slips out now. There's a short, fine leg in. As Darley bowls. Ooh, and he skids that past the outside edge as Rhodes pushes forward. And it's the end of the over. 8 from that one. 31 for 2. Warwickshire after 8 overs. The requirement is 287 in 50 overs.
Yep. It's evident that when Darley gets it right, he can threaten, just nibble it away as he did there from the left-hander. But it's also evident that given his modest pace, his margins for error are smaller than most, and therefore he can't afford to err with the frequency that some bowlers of higher pace do. And I refer you back to what I said about Jack Home. Be interested to see when he comes on. He bowls some bad ones, but because he gets it through, he also bowls some threatening ones. Taylor bowls, and for once Barnard does make an error, just nibbles at that outside the off stump, and then he does that thing that batsmen tend to do these days, takes his right hand off and indicates with a couple of raised fingers that it just did a bit off the seam. Yeah, I don't think it's deliberately trying to excuse himself, but just tells everybody else in the ground that just did a bit, that one.
No, I've watched quite a lot of him bat of late. It's as if with gestures he's doing his own commentary to the crowd. Yeah. This is what's going on out there.
Yeah, and just telling himself, I think, telling himself why he's missed it. Taylor in and bowls, and he just edges this, but it's more of a kind of steer really, with soft hands down to third man. He's very adept at that. And he picks up another single. I
wonder if he's a talker to himself at the crease like Derek Randall used to sort of chatter away to himself, but he's sort of doing it by gestures. Anyway, Phil Britt, who never stops talking, never stops. He's going to come and talk with you.
Thanks to Mike Taylor from BBC Radio WM. I'm Frank Watson, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and we're bringing you live cricket here from Edgbaston, this eliminator in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Worcestershire 286 for 9, now bowling. Warwickshire 32 for 2 as Will Rhodes pushes the fourth ball of the ninth over up to Centurion Jake Libby at mid-off. Rhodes yet to get going really. He's only faced 7 deliveries on 2. Ed Barnard has faced 27 deliveries. He's on 18. Just hit young Harry Darley for 6 and is playing with great composure out there, the Warwickshire skipper, former Worcestershire man of course. And one imagines this partnership and Barnard's contribution in particular will be absolutely key in the outcome of this game. Taylor bowls, angled across the left-handed Rhodes, who leaves that. Gareth Roderick takes behind the stumps. Beautiful Edgbaston afternoon. Sun is shining, not a lot of breeze. Ideal weather conditions for watching and playing. It's not too warm, and a really good contest in prospect here between these two Midlands rivals. And I think it's probably right to say, and I say this as somebody who at different points in his life has had a foot in either camp, as Taylor bowls, and this one is turned on the leg side by Rhodes for a single. I think for the most part the rivalry between these two is conducted in exactly the right way. They love to beat each other, and there's a lot of proper intense rivalry, but there's no really bad feeling. You get a few, don't you, at T20s who have a few beers and get a bit carried away, but generally speaking I think there's a great deal of respect between the two counties, and we were talking earlier about one or two players that had played for both, and there's nothing malicious about it, I don't think. Well, Norman Gifford, there you go.
Yes, Norman's one.
Skippered both.
Bob Wyatt,
yeah. Glenn Turner, as we said. Taylor in bowls. Barnard just steers this behind square on the offside and comes back for 2. It's good running. Taken 1, back for a second. Rayhan Adavalath is the fielder down at third man, who's fielding as 12th man. I haven't quite seen who's gone off. Oh, there we are. I think it was Harry Darley who's just returning now from the pavilion. And Adavalath, is he going to go off, or is he going to sweep the boundary? I think he might be about to go off. End of the over, 35 for 2 from 9.
Yeah, Glenn Turner never played for Warwickshire.
No, he was brought over by Billy Abdullah, wasn't he? And they didn't think he scored quickly enough. And when he went to Worcester, the same thing was, criticism was levelled at him. They didn't score quickly enough, didn't hit it off the square. When you look at what he became, it's quite remarkable.
Alan Donald?
Yeah, just 1 game, 2 games for Worcestershire.
One, I think it was, wasn't it? It wasn't many.
Yeah, not many. Jim Coombs was the one we picked.
Famously remembered Alan Donald for standing on the old pavilion steps and going, "I'd rather be a pear than a bear," which actually all the years he'd spent at Edgbaston didn't go down great.
A bit like when Dylan Pennington draped himself in a Notts flag when he was still with Worcestershire. Or was persuaded to, shall we say.
Darley into bowl, and this is driven well, but well fielded up at mid-on and prevents the singles. Now those, when Worcestershire were batting, those were evading the fielder. They were just escaping. They were being placed just to the side, but not getting away here, Warwickshire. Warwickshire know, this pair know that there isn't a huge amount of informed batting behind them. So they're very, very reliant on these two as Rhodes waits and is beaten outside the off stump. That ball skidded through and Rhodes quickly looked back behind him, but he was, fortunately from him, didn't get a touch. Did you enjoy your lunch?
Yeah, it was very nice. It was rushed, of course, as you can imagine.
Yeah,
it was rushed, but it was very nice, and it was good to have a chat. Had a chat with a few of the sort of Worcestershire sponsors and so on, and I saw a chap called Andrew Byrne. Does that name mean anything to you?
Yes, on the Warwickshire committee. Yeah,
I was at school with Andrew. He was a few years above me, but it was lovely to see him and have a chat. Starley bowls this one across the left-hander. There's no run. So yeah, Andrew Byrne, who was a hero. You know when you're in the first year in the sixth form. First 11 schoolboy cricketers, Andrew Byrne was one of those. Made a lot of runs for Warwickshire twos and hasn't just, well, we all age, of course, but he looks very well, very recognisable, and lovely to have a quick chat with him. But it was all a bit of a rush. But yeah, very nice. Ian Brooks, Henry, and Ethan's dad was there, and Henry was there actually. So.
Oh right, okay. This one pushed into the offside. There's no run. Oh, they were up from Middlesex to have a look.
Well, Henry obviously got a day off, and Mr. and Mrs. Brooks follow either son, I think, wherever they can, and they're both down there. So yeah, very nice, very sociable, and very pleasant. But half an hour break, and you've got to get down there and back up. It's all a bit tight in this one-day cup, isn't it? But there we go.
Yep.
We're here for the cricket, and it's good. I think we predicted it, Phil. We thought 275 would be a total that would be competitive, and it looks that way.
This next one, Rhodes pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run.
But I agree with you. I think these two and the next two, probably Burgess and Benjamin, huge amount.
Yeah.
Depends on, one of them has got to get 100, I would say, or two of them have got to get 80 or something like that.
Got to get big scores.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's kind of following the pattern that we expected, which is can be a bit tight early on, but when you get past the new ball and you get the inexperienced bowlers on, it won't be so easy. It won't be so hard, I mean.
This one is shorter and is pulled down to deep mid-wicket for a single by Rhodes. 36 for 2. That was the final ball of the 10th over. So 10 overs gone, and Warwickshire 36 for 2.
And we are going to see the first change, and this is when the tempo will change a little bit now. Ethan Brooks coming into the attack at the pavilion end, and I think we'll probably see Jack Home probably at the Birmingham end, and then we've got the two spinners, Fateh Singh and Tom Hinley to come in and bowl their left arm spin, both very different. Singh orthodox left arm finger spin, Hinley a wrist spinner, and the mood will change a little bit. Brooks has bowled really well in this competition generally. He's got no great pace about him, as you know, Phil, but he's a very skillful bowler. He models himself, as Worcestershire listeners will be fed up with hearing me say, on Ravi Bopara. Similar sort of pace, and a knuckleball, little one out of the back of the hand, a loft cutter, just trying to vary his pace and change things around. And he's done it pretty well, and he's had to, because there have been times where he's been very much Worcestershire's senior bowler almost in this competition. Comes in now to bowl to the left-handed Rhodes, and that one with the keeper standing up, just angled across the left-hander, leaves it alone. Taken by Gareth Roderick.
Well, they'd be very familiar with one another, these two, because it's Ethan here would have bowled to Will Rhodes in the nets many times.
Absolutely.
Very different in the middle, but at the same time, you do get to know what a bowler has got.
Brooks in and bowls, and Rhodes is on the back foot, easing this one away through mid-wicket for a single. But Brooks has generally bowled his 10 in this sort of competition for around about 30 odd, 40 sometimes, maybe a little bit more, which is pretty good.
Yep.
On a good pitch like this, he'd settle for that today, that's for sure. And Fateh Singh has bowled pretty tidily. Can just wilt slightly under pressure, Singh. Young spinner, of course. If you let him bowl, he'll settle down nicely. Brooks bowls. Barnard, beautiful cut. A back cut. Beautifully timed. Expertly directed. Wide of the man at backward point. Man at third man running around thinking, oh, I can get that. But no, timed expertly. And really, in its own way, as good a shot as we've seen all day. That one from Barnard, given a little bit of width and length by Brooks and perfectly executed. He goes to 24, looks ominously good from a Worcestershire point of view. Tucks this next one away on the leg side for a single, goes to 25, and Mike Taylor very aptly describing how Barnard's body language almost gives a commentary on how he thinks his innings is going. And as he got to the end of that one, he played a shot that suggested he thinks he might have picked it up over square leg if he'd have played it just a tiny bit later. And he was almost chastising himself for doing that. Left-handed Rhodes on strike. Brooks in again, bowls in at the pads. Not good line from Ethan Brooks, and just runs away on the leg side for a leg bite, which is signalled now. And one more on to the total. Tidy enough from Brooks in that he hasn't, nobody's really targeted him. Barnard's one boundary off this over was just so beautifully played, you could hardly fault the bowler. Maybe give him a little bit of room, but he's been okay. He's in again now, away from us, 77 on his back, and there we have it. The Barnard dab, plays it so late, it's remarkable, and he just runs it down to third man. It's an absolute meat and drink shot for him, and he keeps the strike very deliberately. Just beginning to change gear, Barnard. I'd say he's just moved into second and he's thinking about going into third. Hit that 1-6 earlier, but trouble free really for the Warwickshire captain. 44 for 2, and here we go. Your first sight of Jack Home. A wicket taker, it seems.
How old is he?
He's 18, he's just left school. He was expecting to spend the summer playing for the academy and for Shropshire, and he's found himself playing in this competition. He hasn't played every game. They've rested him a few times just to give him, to give his body a break on him. He really is a slip of a lad. But look how far back the keeper is.
Yeah.
Got some pace, this boy.
He's into the right-handed Barnard, who first ball is right behind it and just plays it out into the offside. Has he just had his A-levels? Or?
Yeah, just had his A-levels at Shrewsbury School. I don't know what the results were. He would have had those results
yesterday.
Yesterday, indeed.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think he's now looking at a future as a professional cricketer. Certainly said to me, I'm not having the summer I thought I was going to have, he said. Loving every minute, as you can imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. He's in and bowls, and Barnard drives into the offside, but straight out to the man out on the cover boundary, who does the fielding. And there's just one run. So Warwickshire move on to 45 for 2. And 2 young players are both out. Zen Malik and Theo Wiley, who opened. And Zen Malik in first wicket down, but both of them going relatively cheaply. And now it's left Will Rhodes and the captain Ed Barnard to try and get Warwickshire to this towards this total as Rhodes goes up on his toes and just plays it gently out into the offside. And there's a big shout of no from Barnard at the non-striker's end. He's on 27 and Rhodes on 6. It's been a watchful 6 from Rhodes so far. He's faced 19 deliveries with his 6. Warwickshire 45 for 2, 11 to Wiley, 1 to Malik as in outside the off stump, and Rhodes watches it go through outside the off stump through to the keeper. Gareth Roderick, the wicket-keeper. I think Warwickshire were pleased to see the back of him in their innings, but he made 16, but his partner, Pollock, went on to make a half-century and get Worcestershire on their way towards a challenging total in. And Rhodes will get a run here as he pushes it into the offside. He runs through. Ethan Brooks can't pick it up cleanly and get the throw at the non-striker's end, and Rhodes gets home, but it's not altogether a comfortable single. 46 for 2 it moves to. We are in the 12th over, and Barnard facing 27 from 33 deliveries. It's honed into him. This is shorter and pulled and hit away, slapped away by Barnard, who again
tells us where he wanted to hit.
Yeah, he knows again he's missed out, and he's got to be careful he doesn't get frustrated. He's got a big innings. He's still got a lot of runs. These two will need to get on the board if Warwickshire get a challenge.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and maybe it was on him tiny bit quicker than he thought. I'm not suggesting for a minute that Holmes too quick for any of these guys, but simply that he's a bit quicker than he looks, and he got an interesting wicket the other day against Kent when no, was it Kent? I'm just trying to think who it was now. I'll just run it back through my mind in a minute. Brooks bowls and Rhodes drives. Good diving stop by substitute Adavalath fielding in the covers, and they get through for a single. It was against Hampshire, and it was Nick Gubbins who was caught behind not playing a shot, and the ball just hit the bat. He lifted the bat up and the ball just came through and hit the bat and went through to the keeper, and he stood there in disbelief, and it was just pace. It was just pace that did him, really. I'm sure he's played quicker, but he wasn't expecting it. That's the point. That was a single to Rhodes. This one is outside the off stump, and Ed Barnard for once gets it wrong, looking to play that characteristic angled bat deflection down to third man. Just fell off it a bit, lost his balance and played inside it. Gareth Roderick took it. Dot ball for Ethan Brooks. Big partnership, this one. 47 for 2.
I always think when you see these lads come from school, you imagine as a schoolboy having to face them.
Yeah. Well, Brooks bowls, and there it is, that Barnard deflection, expertly played. I think we would have called that a late cut in the MCC coaching book when I was a kid. Yeah. These days, call it a run-down shot. It went out of fashion, didn't it, for quite a long time?
I must be honest, I'd still use the term. But
Graham Hick used to play it an awful lot in one-day cricket.
Yeah.
Just perfectly played, knows exactly what he's doing. You can't get it wrong. You get a little feather, you'll get caught behind, but he knew what he was doing. Single taken. Brooks bowls. Bit of swing into the left-hander there from Brooks. Rhodes waited for it and just turned it on the leg side for another single. Runs coming fairly steadily from Worcestershire point of view now. They don't mind the ones and twos. They want to restrict the boundaries. Keep it tight through these middle overs. Probably see the spinner Fateh Singh introduced when Holmes finished his spell. Brooks might continue for 6 or 7, maybe even go right through. It has been known. Tucked away on the onside, this one. No run as Adavalath comes in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. I should know who's off the field, but I think it's probably Adam Hose. Not entirely sure. I think it is Hose, unless that's him out at deep mid-wicket. It might be actually deep square leg.
Oh, he said he used to play in 100 balls, remember?
Yeah. And there's Barnard playing that shot again. It's a superbly skillful shot. Lets the ball come, plays it incredibly. It's almost gone past him, and he just runs it. Imagine the way they do little slip catching practice before the game. It's almost like that. Doing the nicks, as they call it, lets it go past his body, and he knows there's no slip, and he just runs it down to third man for a single. Yeah, it is Adam Hose out there, so it's not him that's off the field. I'll have to have another look.
50 for 2, 13 overs gone. After 13 overs, Worcestershire were 50 for 2.
There you go.
So
there's nothing in it.
Absolutely smack on together.
Nothing in it whatsoever.
It's going to be Ed Barnard who will be facing. There's just just waiting while he gets himself settled. Jack Home on his way, very straight, quick run up, and Edward lifts it straight to mid-wicket and gone.
He's done it. He's got this knack of getting wickets, this kid. Absolutely incredible. And they're hugging him out there because that is a big one.
Absolutely, and it was in the end Ed Barnard, who'd been frustrated with not being able to put the ball away before, and that is a big wicket, because Warwickshire were really relying on Barnard to make a big score, as he has done on a couple of occasions this summer. But you think now definitely with that wicket advantage to Worcester.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that's a big wicket. I mean, there's still a long way to go, and we've said it several times today that there have been there's been patterns in this competition, not just with the games involving these two teams, but around the country, and recovery from a kind of early loss of 3 or 4 wickets has been one of the patterns that we've seen repeatedly, and runs coming from lower middle order, often quite significant, but you can't argue from the fact that that's a big wicket. And Jack Home, I keep saying it, Worcestershire supporters don't need me to say it because they've seen it for themselves. He's a knack bowler, you know. You just get these bowlers, don't you, that sometimes just seem to have a knack. And even the other players have said it to me, you know. They don't know what it is. They can't quite work out what it is. He seems to get batsmen in the right frame of mind to play shots against him, and he picks up wickets sometimes with balls that don't appear to be wicket-taking balls, if you know what I mean. And he's done it again there. Not particularly threatening ball, but Ed Barnard just making the error and just chipping a very simple catch up to Ed Pollock at mid-wicket. So
has Jack come through the Worcestershire development scheme?
Yeah, he's been in the academy. Yeah. And now, I mean, you know, it's a case of whether they sign him up full-time.
Yeah.
Probably on the cards.
I mean, again, to bowl to the new batsman, Michael Burgess, who turns the first ball down to fine leg, and he will get 4 runs for it. It just wandered onto leg, just drifted onto the leg stump a little bit short, and Burgess stepping inside it just flicked it away.
And that's what I mean, Phil. So Burgess has come in, and he might have been thinking, well, just get this or just block it, but he's got a shot away for 4. So he's now in a kind of frame of mind. Now, if Darley nips one away from him outside off stump now, and he's looking to drive it, that's the way, that's the sort of thing that he's been doing and getting wickets.
Comes in and bowls, and Burgess is defending this out into the offside.
Sorry, I said Darley, then I meant Home. But yeah, you get the gist, really. He did exactly that against Hampshire. He got Gubbins out. Ben Brown came in, played and missed at his first one, nicked his second one, and it's just sort of, you know, he expects to make things happen, I think.
Now, if this competition didn't exist,
he wouldn't have played.
So nobody would have known who he was. No. He would have probably struggled.
He would have been playing for Shropshire and the academy this summer. Yeah, absolutely.
This one is driven. Oh, brilliant! There's going to be a
He's out. He's hit him. Fantastic bit of work by Ethan Brooks. Absolutely brilliant. Diving stop. Burgess has gone for the run. Brooks has regained his feet. Keeper's nowhere near the stumps. He's got 1 to aim at, and he's hit him. That's a disaster for Warwickshire.
He had a side-on view. He took the ball, brilliant piece of fielding, just a 1 wicket to aim at. Initially, I thought the ball had gone through, and the bails were then on the floor. And it's a wonderful piece of fielding. It's got rid of Burgess, who was halfway down the wicket, realised Brooks had stopped it. And it was really that the direct hit was the only thing, because the wicketkeeper hadn't got time to get anywhere up to the stumps.
Great work from Ethan Brooks.
And that really is a real body blow for the home side. And
well, there's enough ways to get out. There's enough ways to get out without being run out. Is an old saying, but in a game like this, where you've only got 4 or 5 senior batters, it's even more the case. And it was brilliant work, it must be said, by Ethan Brooks. You can see why Burgess thought there'd be a run there. But Brooks was initially very quick with his feet and then with the dive. But it was that throw that, I mean, no wonder he ran off as though he'd scored the winning goal in in the cup final, didn't he?
Well, that's just going to reiterate to a number of people, Warwickshire supporters, that they will be saying to each other, what did we let him go for? Because a lot of people could not believe that Ethan was going to...
Well, when I coached that under-15 group I was talking about before, the two players that particularly stood out for me were Dan Mousley and Ethan Brooks. You won't be surprised to hear. Manraj has played a bit as well. He was in that year group, but Dan and Ethan were the two that I certainly thought were in with a real chance.
Home in again. New batsman is Chris Benjamin, who opens up with a 4 through backward point.
There you go.
So he goes. He's just got to be careful now that he doesn't go.
Yeah, go for a run.
Go for any run. Don't try a single, Chris.
But it's just I don't know. Maybe it's coincidence. It's a run out. It's got nothing to do with Jack Home. But he's come on, and 2 wickets have gone down in his first over, his second over. It seems to be that kind of.
It's funny, isn't it? How
charismatic.
There are the cricketers who have this.
Yeah.
Something happens.
Yeah.
He comes in, and Benjamin is playing this fuller ball out into the offside. No, great foot movement from Benjamin, sort of digging it out and. But surviving a really good over. 2 wickets going. And, Home takes his cap and wanders off down to fine leg. He'll be pleased with his work so far. And Warwickshire 58 for 4. And this is a bit of an uphill climb ahead of them. As remember, they're chasing 287, so 229 more runs required with 6 wickets in hand, but not a huge amount of in-depth batting to come from Warwickshire, with great respect to them all.
Brooks to Rhodes, on whom there is a lot of responsibility now, and he responds to that by clipping a full-length delivery away on the onside nicely, and he'll get 3. Tom Hinley running around the boundary at deep mid-wicket to his wrong side. He's heavily left-sided, Hinley, in everything he does. You can tell he's one of those players, you just watch him move and you can see that he's left-handed, and he bowls left arm and he bats left-handed. But he dived down to his right and flicked it back in. Did a good job. I think he might have winded himself a little bit looking at the way he's moving. But he kept them down to 3, 61 for 4. Chris Benjamin now on strike against Ethan Brooks. Perfectly capable, these two. Either one of them could make a big score. It's not over yet, but the pair's in a good position at the moment. Benjamin drives up to mid-on, fielded by Taylor. I still haven't worked out who isn't on the field. It must be Adam Ho. No, it's not, is it?
No, you said you found. You saw Adam. Yeah.
Still trying to work it out.
I've seen much of Ed Pollock actually around.
Yeah, he took that catch
to
get rid of Ed Barnard.
Okay,
Rob Jones is out there.
Yeah.
I'll work through it properly in a minute. Brooks bowls, pushed out on the offside by Benjamin. Jones fields. Could be Fateh Singh actually. No, he's down at fine leg.
He's down at fine leg. Yeah.
Oh dear, it's frustrating when this happens, and it's quite often that it does happen as well, and you just can't quite work it out.
Harry Darley is here.
He might have gone off, mightn't he, when he finished his little spell?
Could
I think.
be, yeah.
I think you might be right. And Brooks is in and bowls inside edge on the onside from Benjamin, and a Davalath fielder at mid wicket. I think it is Darley. I think you've nailed it, Phil.
It's only process of elimination, really. There weren't many left.
5 overs, no mains, 1 for 21 for Darley. Hit for 6 by Barnard, but tidy enough apart from that. There's Brooks again in and bowls. Nice little shape away from the right-hander, Benjamin, who's driving up to mid-off. The problem now for these two is that, of course, they are aware of the responsibility on their shoulders, and it kind of just limits your ambition a bit out there in the middle, and they're a little bit afraid to cut loose in case they throw it away. Ooh, that's an absolute beauty from Brooks, gone past the outside edge. I think he thought he'd bowled him. Roderick took it. Nice over from Ethan Brooks. Very, very well bowled indeed. And his figures now 3 overs for 14, which is tidy at this stage. 61 for 4.
It was at this point that Worcestershire started to accelerate and had a couple of double-figure overs. And they also had only got the 2 wickets down at this stage, which made a big difference. They carried those right through till the 22nd over before they lost the 3rd wicket. Home comes in again from the Birmingham end and bowls, and Rhodes is just moving forward to that one and runs it into the offside, and there's no run. I think Mike's got an update, so I'll make way.
I'll go. I've been here for a long time. People have probably had enough. I'll give Mike a go. Yeah, no problem.
So bright sunshine here. It's Warwickshire who are having to dig in and rebuild here, having lost those 2 quick wickets as Rhodes drives back into the stumps at the non-striker's end. And I think fortunate that nobody was able to get that. Jack Home wasn't able to get a finger to that or a toe to it, because I think Chris Benjamin would have been out of his ground at the non-striker's end when the ball hit the stumps. However, he survives. It was just straight into the stumps. Welcome back, Mike Taylor.
Yes, I think he would have been short, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Home in bowls. That's short, and it's signalled as just over shoulder height. 61 for 4, that one. Rhodes was tempted by trying to pull that, and then at the last minute ducked out of it.
He was wise not to, I think.
Yeah.
They're going to have to try to just solidify for a while, aren't they?
Absolutely. Yeah, they're in a little bit of a problem at the moment. This is stroked away into the offside, but there's no run. Again, thought about the single, but decided not to take on the arm. Wonderful piece of fielding there from Ethan Brooks, wasn't it?
Very fine cricket, yeah.
Yeah, it really was. Burgess hit it away and hit it firmly. Certainly there was a single on there, but terrific. And then to pick it up and throw the stumps down when he'd only got 1 stump to aim at. This next one from home sees Rhodes away, pushing into the offside, and this is a good over. Rhodes is playing every ball with the utmost respect and cannot get the ball away.
Yes, and important for Worcestershire to sort of consolidate behind the breach now. I think come in, because you can hurry quite a few overs past the batters while they're being cautious.
There's a big target still for Warwickshire. Home in, Rhodes thinks about playing a wider ball. In the end, he sort of waves the bat all round it and it hurries through to the keeper. A really good over there. I think that was a maiden over.
It was, from Jack Home.
Jack Home, so well done to him. 61 for 4. And we've had 16 overs now.
Yes.
And
just going to update our radio listeners for you, Phil, in the next few seconds. And this is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Worcestershire are in control of the One Day Cup quarter-final against Warwickshire. The home team looking for 287 to win, but their progress towards that target seriously undermined just now in an over from Worcestershire's young quick bowler Jack Home, who's made a very favourable impression in this competition. He had the Bears' top scorer in the tournament, Ed Barnard, caught flicking to mid-wicket for 29, and in the same over, Michael Burgess pushed the ball away on the offside and was run out by a direct hit from Ethan Brooks, the former Warwickshire player, at point. Warwickshire trying to regroup, needing 287. They're 61 for 4 in the 17th over. Commentary continues on the BBC Sport website. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. Watching Ethan Brooks now, bowling again from the Birmingham end and having made a significant impact with that piece of fielding to run out Burgess. He's now bowling tightly from here with the wicketkeeper up to the stumps. Gareth Roderick. Third man is back. Long leg and deep square leg are also out, and so too deep extra cover. They're the 4 that are allowed outside the fielding circle at the moment, as Benjamin pushes away into the offside and doesn't get a run.
9 consecutive dot balls now, and Warwickshire really the moment. They're not getting any width or anything to really have a go at here. They're bowling a really good line, these two.
Giving Worcestershire control, 61 for 4. And this is guided through backward point for a run by Benjamin, who has made some useful scores in this competition, having had a hard time in the 2020s, but he's been very solid, 192 runs, averaging 48, and got them pretty briskly as well. But will need to make a very significant offer today, you would think, for Warwickshire if they are going to stay in contention. Right arm over the wicket comes Brooks, swinging that in to Rhodes, who clipped it in the air past short mid-wicket, and he timed it well enough to go all the way for 4, but I think it might have been in the air when it flew wide of the fieldsman close into the bat there.
Yes, he's wasn't altogether comfortable with that shot.
Rob Jones is the man. He's only about 3 pitches away from Will Rhodes at the time he played the ball on that 45-degree angle. But Brooks only wobbles one the other way this time, and Rhodes shifts his weight towards it and ends up slightly overbalancing and using his bat as a prop. It's the end of the over. 66 for 4, Warwickshire. 287 is the requirement. 16 to Rhodes and 5 to Chris Benjamin.
The two batsmen having a chat in the middle there, having a sign there's work. They know there's work to do. There's, if Warwickshire are going to get any sort of result out of this, both of these have got to make significant scores. So we've got plenty of overs left, but they've got to really have to make sure that they don't take major risks. They cannot do that at this stage. There's quite a long tail on this Warwickshire team. Home comes in to start his 4th over to the right-handed Benjamin, and this ball wraps him on the pad, runs away just behind square on the onside, and they scamper through for a single. So extras goes up by 1, 67 for 4 it moves to. The ground is still bathed in all the advertising and razzmatazz from the Hunt and Phoenix, which now finishes. This one is short and pulled away by Rhodes, not timed well, but will not get the boundary he was looking for. It's well fielded in the end down there by, not sure. I'm not familiar enough with the players to, it's not turning to help us look at his number on his back, but it was a good piece of fielding out on the cover boundary, on the mid-wicket boundary. So 2 more to the total, 69 for 4, and Rhodes gets a thick outside edge which flies down to 3rd man, where Darley does the fielding, and there is just 1 run this time.
Yeah, finding it awkward to progress. I don't think they'll be able to take risks for quite a while, and what will the required rate be then?
Exactly,
but that's the situation they're in. Yeah.
That's right. Benjamin waits, and this one is shorter outside the stop. He cuts it away past backward point, but again can't reach the boundary as that one is picked up and again restricted to a single. So we're going along in 1s and 2s, but the boundary's not coming. Benjamin moves on to 6, and Rhodes is on 18, 71 for 4. We're in the 18th over here.
Well, even that would be okay. I mean, they're looking for somewhere in the order of 7 and over getting towards at the moment. So picking up 1s and 2s is all right. It's better than not going anywhere. But
Rhodes waits and comes around the wicket. This one is hit with no great timing up to mid-off, and again there's no run. There's a bit more width there, and coming round the wicket to the left-hander. in his 4th over here, Jack Home. He's got that 1 wicket, the big wicket of Ed Barnard. And, just 14 runs off his 4 overs so far. Looks a bit of a find, this, for Worcestershire, doesn't it?
Yes, captain of Shrewsbury School's first 11 until a few weeks ago, I gather.
Well, I was just saying to Frank, you wouldn't really, as a schoolboy, want to turn up and find him bowling against you, would you, with the pace? Because he's quite sharp. And, I should think he's took a few wickets at school match level. There's a hold-up while we're just Libby just resetting his field. He's pushed mid-wicket back to the edge of the fielding circle here as in. This is full driven out into the offside. Again, Rhodes can't beat the infield. It goes up to Pollock, who does the fielding at extra cover. End of another over, 71 for 4. We've had 18 overs now. Warwickshire still requiring over 200 to chase down.
Yeah, they're just going to have to hang in there for a bit and make sure, as far as possible, don't suffer any further damage. But it's not easy, the situation that they're in after that over in which 2 wickets fell. Barnard's flick to mid-wicket off Home. Either side of the fields in, he'd have probably got 4 runs, but picked him out, and then a virtuoso piece of fielding from Brooks to run out Burgess. Yeah, it was a pretty minor crime from Burgess to push and set off for what looked as though it was going to be a good single. To be run out by a piece of fielding like that. Now Brooks starts again, and Benjamin playing across the line of this. The ball catches the leading edge and drops safe on the offside.
Not a convincing looking shot there from Chris Benjamin as he got dragged across.
No.
Again, Ethan Brooks keeping a good line.
Yes, I wonder, maybe he's just swinging at a fraction. 71 for 4. Off he goes, busy approach, goes a bit wider of the crease and a little shorter. And that gives Benjamin the room to lean back and pull away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Just guilty of pulling his length back too far.
Once they can get that ball away, the outfielders we saw during the Worcestershire innings is really quick. And that one raced across the turf and no chance at all out there for Hose to get round to that one.
No, it's not a big boundary that side. 75 for 4. And Brooks is going after a wide, or offering a wideish one that swings away, and Benjamin drives it through extra cover. Takes the single and moves the total to 76. We've had only the 4 bowlers so far, so he's going to have to try and use another one at some point.
He's got the 2 spinners, haven't they, to call on, but his seamers have done a really good, effective job, and they've got those 4 wickets between them.
Yes, and they've kept a decent amount of control. There's a leg by, I suspect, here that seemed to take Rhodes on the pad and lose all its energy as he ran away down the leg side, and that's what's indicated by umpire White. Brooks into his 5th over. 1 for 15 Taylor and 1 for 21 Darley in their opening 5 over spells. This time, he's cutting at a ball that's leaving him, and he's given out Benjamin, just feathering a catch to the wicket keeper. 77 for 5, and Worcestershire firmly in control now as Benjamin, the latest to miss out after getting started, caught by Roderick. Those catches are tricky sometimes, coming off the thin edge of a flashing cut stroke. Wicket for Brooks following his run out of Burgess. Now he's snared Benjamin, and it's 77 for 5.
And this has not been a great week for Warwickshire with the bat. There's Another wicket disappears there. We saw this on the match on Wednesday at Rugby School, that Warwickshire batsman got in but couldn't go on and make the scores, and in both the match against Yorkshire and against Nottinghamshire this was the case, and we're seeing exactly the same thing today. They're getting a start but just not able to convert it into the big innings, and another of the established batsmen goes, and really I think Warwickshire would have been hoping to have got rather more than 77 out of the top end of the order where all their experienced batsmen are. Brings Kai Smith to the wicket to join Will Rhodes, and it's very much now Worcestershire advantage.
Yes, Smith and the bowlers to come. He has made some good runs in the competition. Smith 44 in a tense game at Hove. Turned out to be a low-scoring one, and he played probably the freest innings of the day there. 33 against Yorkshire, quick 26 against Surrey at Rugby School in the first of the games there.
It is difficult to see where 210 more runs are going to come from though, Mike.
Yeah, it's a lot of runs. Smith drives attractively, but to backward point, and it's the end of the over. 19 overs gone. There are still 31 overs for Kai Smith to bat if he can take the chance to do so. But Warwickshire imperilled at 77 for 5 after the wicket of Benjamin in that over.
Good over from the former Warwickshire man. He's really taken advantage. He batted well. He got 21 when in the Worcestershire innings, and they were very useful runs there, along with Jake Libby, the captain. And now he's got his first wicket after 5 overs, just 25 runs, so doing a perfect job. Jack Home out of the attack, and Tom Hindley will have his first bowl of the match at the Birmingham end. Little bit of a quandary for the experienced Will Rhodes. What does he do? The overs keep ticking by. At 19 now. So 31 overs remaining and 210 runs needed. So it's 7 and over required. As Hindley into bowl to Rhodes, who drives this up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Frank mentioned earlier it's a rare treat to see 2 left-arm spinners in the same game.
Absolutely. This one, the next one sees Rhodes played out into the offside, and there's no run. Brooks does the fielding. In gives that plenty of air. Rhodes just pushes it away, and Brooks again brought into action. He's thoroughly enjoying his return to Edgbaston, isn't he?
Yes.
Yes, Hindley gives that again, gives it plenty of air. Just, and again, nice length. It's, you keep waiting for the odd one the ball to be dropped short, but so far he's been right on the mark. This is a little bit shorter. Rhodes gets inside it, turns it down to deep backward square leg, but it'll only be a single. So Hindley gets away with that one.
First time I've seen Hindley just coming off a very short approach, and trying to drive through the crease.
The batsmen have a chat. Kai Smith yet to score. 78 for 5. Chance to make a name for himself here today.
Would be. If he can get Warwickshire anywhere close, he really would be.
He waits, and Hindley is in and bowls, gives that plenty of air, and gets down on one knee and turns it away, glances it very fine down to the finest of fine leg boundaries to get off the mark with a 4 and spoil what was a very good opening over from Hindley. And it's 82 for 5.
Well, we often talk about, batters showing great confidence if they've come out and tried to smack the ball hard in places. That's what you normally think of as confident strokes, but That was a very confident stroke, and it couldn't have been more delicate.
Right, 20 overs gone. Frank is around, so I'll bring Frank back in here if that's okay, Mike.
Okay, I'll probably nip across there so I can keep his chance up. So
right, we'll do it. You might
slightest
just lose
pause.
us for a second.
Well, 82 for 5 as the new over starts. Brooks is moving in to continue what was promised as though it might be quite a long spell. It looks as though it's going to be. He's into his 6th over, and the first ball is nudged away into the leg side by Will Rhodes, who is now going to have to be the senior man to work it through with the Smith and the bowlers, with still more than 200 runs needed. She's nudged just backward of square leg. They run the first one quickly, but that's all that they'll do. As the fielding is efficient. Looking good, Worcestershire. It's been a very good display of out cricket so far. Smith with 4. Waiting now for Brooks. Hurrying in off a short but brisk run-up. And Smith is forward, pushing it away on the offside. Doing this very well, aren't they, Worcestershire? They're greater than the sum of their parts, you might argue, with another unheralded team. But
no, I think that's absolutely the right way to put it, Mike. And they've kept doing it, and they've lost a couple of games quite heavily against more experienced opposition, but
look like they know what they're doing. Yeah. Brooks bowls. This is maybe just off the top edge as he goes to cut here, Kai Smith, but he's determined to come back for a second run, and he's pretty swift over the ground, so he will get it.
It's interesting you say that, Mike, that they look like they know what they're doing, because one of the things that I kept saying during the T20 campaign, and certainly 2 years ago when they had a disastrous T20 campaign, different captains, different bowlers, different opening bowlers, different opening pairs. In this competition, almost through necessity, they've had repeated patterns.
Brooks bowls full on the leg stump, and it's dabbed by Smith, Smith, yes, out on the leg side for no run.
And it helps because everybody knows what they're doing. They know who's going to bowl in the middle, they know who's going to bowl at the end, they know where they're going to field, and I just think that the successful sides in one-day competitions, and you think of T20 in particular, you have repeatable plans that work, and they've stumbled on them almost, but that's what's happened.
Brooks scooped in again. This is down the leg side. Roderick is claiming a catch. Nobody else is. Maybe it's come off the pad because the umpire's not thinking of a signal of wide either. So it's the end of the over. 3 scored from that one. 85 for 5, Warwickshire. With Rhodes now 21 and Smith 6. And Brooks has got through 6 overs now, 1 for 27.
And he's also effected that outstanding run out of Michael Burgess with a diving stop, quick spring to the feet and a throw at one stump. Brilliant work from Ethan Brooks. So the men out: Wiley 11, Malik 1, Barnard 29, Burgess 4 and Benjamin 11. As Hindley bowls to Rhodes, who drives on the offside, hits the ball hard, but there's a very good diving stop by Brooks at short extra cover. Rhodes on 20. Hamstrung a bit now by the extra responsibility, but bottom-handed punch of this one away in the air on the offside, picks up a single. A Davalath substitute field on the cover boundary. One more to Rhodes, 21 to him, 45 balls faced, and Kai Smith now on strike on 6. Waits as Hindley comes in and bowls, and he's taken on the pad as he looks to push this one on the leg side. I also echo completely what you said about Smith's opening scoring shot. Deft little glance down for 4 off Hindley. Doesn't time this one off the back foot. And there's no run. It's a different way of showing confidence, but Ethan Brooks has done it. He's come out in T20 games and reverse swept his first ball to the boundary on 2 or 3 occasions. Just remarkable confidence. Nicely bowled this one by Hindley, who pushed it through a little bit more and just steered away on the offside by Smith.
Because those strokes are so easy to get wrong, and it can feel like such a tame dismissal when it happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Hindley bowls again. Nice sweep from Kai Smith. Well executed. Conventional sweep this time. Just picks up a couple of runs as Taylor goes round the boundary to do the fielding. But that's a very tidy over from Tom Hindley. Delivered very quickly. In terms of time, I mean. And he's now completed 2 overs. And he's conceded just 8 runs. That's tidy enough at this stage. And I think we're going to see Fateh Singh coming into the attack now to replace Ethan Brooks. I suggested that Brooks would probably bowl 6 overs in his first spell, and that's exactly what's happened. And now we're going to see spin from both ends, left arm spin from both ends, but different spin, because Fateh Singh is a conventional left arm finger spin. He'll be turning it away from the right-handers, and Tom Hindley, obviously a wrist spinner like Jake Lintott, mainly turning it into the right-handers, but he does bowl a good googly that goes the other way. So 2 young spinners. People said white ball cricket would be the end of the spinner, and here we are with 2 young spinners playing quite a big part in this campaign for Worcestershire.
Fateh Singh is on loan from Nottinghamshire, Nottingham boy, and he's going to bowl now from the Birmingham end in sunglasses. 200 to win, or 199 to win, I should say. And he's turned round his pad by Rhodes for 1 run down to long leg. So he goes up to 23, and he has to bat conservatively for a while, and then hope he's around long enough to open his shoulders in the fullness of time. But if he's out soon, it's going to be a very tall task. Singh bowls, and Smith takes on mid-on and hits it over the fieldsman away for 4 runs. There's that confidence. Planted his foot, first ball from Singh, clumped it over mid-on. So he's pushed mid-on back to long-on, which means there are 3 on the leg side boundary, and Smith this time goes right back against his stumps and plays the ball into the covers. And doesn't get a run. Now he's driving on the bounce, square on the offside. 117 runs, averaging 29, but he's got them at considerably more than 1 a ball in this tournament, Kai Smith. Highest of 44. This is flicked to mid-wicket. And now, the point you made a few moments ago about the timing of the over is going to be relevant. Singh coming round the wicket, and Smith drives down to long on. There's now a vacancy at mid-on. He cleared that fielder out, so takes the single. 6 from the over, 94 for 5. I do think that matters. You're still only getting 50 overs and the same number of balls bowled. But if batters are in the mindset to be cautious, and there are spinners bowling, not taking too much time, you can. It's almost without noticing 10 overs can go by.
Absolutely. I have, again, it's showing my age, and you might not even remember it, Mike, but I've recalled Mike Gatting's sides when he had Ember and Edmonds, and they would come on for in half an hour before lunch. When you used to have lunch in the one-day games, they'd get through 12, 14 overs sometimes. And they were lost overs, really. Good fielding by substitute Adavalath running around the boundary, flicking the ball back in, and Tom Taylor picks it up and returns, so they only get 2 from another perfectly well executed conventional sweep from Kai Smith.
Yeah, again, got to be around for a little while to know that sort of thing.
Hindley bowls, and this one driven out on the offside by Smith for a single.
But until the sort of 1990s, it wasn't the case that you played the full innings and then just had 1 interval in a one-day game. In a 50-over game, you would have lunch at 1 o'clock on the same hours as the championship, really. Which did bring a slightly different wrinkle to the game, a different rhythm to it.
Absolutely. It's Hindley again, bowls, wrong un this time, and looking for the sweep. Rhodes, who's not as adept at that kind of shot as many of the other younger players, can play it, but it doesn't seem to come as naturally. He plays more conventionally in the V, really, the left-hander, as he does here, driving back up the pitch. There's one other thing I was going to say this morning when we were having that conversation about sixes being hit and not counting six and all that kind of thing, and the history of the game. I'll just break off as Hindley bowls again, and this time Rhodes does play a beautiful sweep shot, but straight to Darley, who is down at deep backward square, and they go through for a single. And that is, I'm reading a book about by Alan Ross about the 1954-55 tour of Australia by the MCC. That's a beautiful shot from Smith, hammered over long off. It's not gone all the way. Fateh Singh's run back and flicked it back in. He's got two, but it was well hit by Smith, who's been purposeful here and brings up the 100. The last ball of the over. So 24 overs gone, 100 for 5, 187 more needed for victory. And I'd forgotten, and I remembered from my childhood listening to the radio and watching bits of footage, so I had to check the details, but it wasn't until 1979-80 that they did away with 8 ball overs.
8 ball overs in Australia, yeah.
So I was reading this book and thinking, oh, so-and-so bowled so many overs and so-and-so. They say Tyson bowled quickly,
etc. Going to say, this is the Frank Tyson tour.
They were 8 ball overs, yeah. Frank Tyson and Brian Statham were opening the attack. Colin Cowdrey's first tour, had a good tour as a young batsman.
Singh, left arm, stays round the wicket to the left-hander, Rhodes, and turns that one down the leg side past his pad. They're going to run 2. Is it going to be leg buys? If it's not, it'll be wide. No, he's got a touch on it. I beg your pardon. So, 2 glanced very fine for Will Rhodes. Yes, 8 ball overs till the end of the 70s. I think there was one year it was tried in England before the Second World War, but not sustained. He's nudged round the corner down to deep backward square leg for 1 run. Singh is one of the sort of spinners who likes to spin the ball in his hand when he's waiting to bowl, and now he scuttles in, and Smith cuts, beats backward point, and he's going to get a couple out to the fieldsman on the boundary, patrolling that cover zone on the boundary. And he goes up to 20 already, Smith. Round the wicket he comes. That one skids on a bit from Singh. But it's well played by Smith, who goes back confidently and punches it down to long on for 1 run. 106 for 5. Rhodes back on strike, and no time to stop and think, as Singh is already on his way to bowl to him. And Rhodes hits that with the spin to mid-wicket. It's efficiently fielded by Brooks, and already Singh's on his way again. And there's a run down to long leg. So that's the sort of over that Warwickshire are going to need if they're going to reach this target, in that without taking any risks, they scored 7 runs, all with orthodox strokes, and stayed roughly in touch. The requirement now is 180 in 25 overs, with only 5 wickets in hand, of course. So that's more than 7 and over as we reach the drinks interval. But they picked up 7 in that over without trying anything extravagant.
Yeah, and they need to do that consistently now over the next 10-15 overs to get themselves into a position to make a charge for victory. It's easy to get carried away, and Worcestershire will be guarding against that as they have their drinks now and they get together and have a chat and say nothing's done yet. We've seen lots of recoveries, as we've seen in this competition. Will Rhodes is still there, senior figure, former captain, good head on his shoulders, knows exactly what's required. He can shepherd the youngsters through. Jake Lintott's still to come, no mug with the bat. So it's not over by any means. Worcestershire, for their part, will know, be patient. Jake Libby will be saying, make sure we keep bowling the ball in the right areas, and when we pick up any opportunities, any chances, let's make sure we take them. And so far, so good from a Worcestershire point of view. 286 for 9 in their 50 overs. If you're just joining us, Jake Libby holding things together, top run scorer in the country in this competition, averaging over 100, and another 100 onto his aggregate today, 112 off 115 balls. Good support from Ed Pollock, who got things off to a good positive start. He made 54 off 64 at the top of the order. Another decent contribution from Ethan Brooks with 21 and Tom Taylor with 28. And even towards the end, Fateh Singh making a rapid 16. And then Worcestershire striking early when Harry Darley removed Theo Wiley in the second over. It was 14 for 2 in the fifth over when Zen Malik was out. And since then, Barnard out for 29. Burgess run out by a brilliant bit of work by Ethan Brooks at cover point, diving to his right, saving a ball that had been hit by Michael Burgess. Looked for all the world as it was going past him. Burgess set off for the run at some pelt, really, and got about third of the way down, maybe a little bit further, when he realised that Brooks had stopped it. So he jumped to his feet and started to run back. Brooks had one stump to aim at from what, I don't know, 15, 18 yards, and it just flicked the stumps and dislodged the bails. Burgess, well, to say he wasn't in the frame would be kind. He was about 5 yards out. He just stood there, watched the throw and hoped, and unfortunately for him, Brooks dislodged the bails with the throw and then set off in celebration. Brilliant work from the young all-rounder, and since then Benjamin cutting at a wide one from Brooks when he was bowling from the pavilion end, getting an edge through to Gareth Roderick. He's gone for 11, so huge responsibility on these two, but they're going well. Rhodes is 27, Smith is 21. They've so far added 30 for this sixth wicket. We've had a drinks break and play's about to resume.
I have an email which came in a little while ago, and I've just spotted it from Mick. Thank you, Mick. It says, could I please ask Frank how many times Worcestershire have taken a wicket in the first 2 overs in the One-Day Cup this season?
Yeah. Hindley bowls, and that one is tucked away in the leg side for a single. A lot.
Yes,
I'd have to look back through all the scorecards, but it has been very, very frequent when that's happened. First over quite often.
Yeah, well, that's in fact, he goes on to say, I bet they may have done it in the first over a few times, so that would need a bit of research, but yes, your point stands, I think, Mick.
There's Hindley again, bowls from the Birmingham end. That one, the googly, across the left-hander, who went to sort of flat bat it through the offside, didn't make contact, taken by Roderick. 108 for 5. Hindley again, a little bit shorter this time, and turns back in quite sharply to the right-handed Smith. Cut at it, didn't make contact. Roderick's gloves parried out on the offside, but good movement off the pitch for Hindley. Swept by Smith. He's a very good sweeper, but straight to home out on the square leg boundary. And Hindley is again another one who delivers his overs in short order, and I mean he takes about a minute and a half to bowl an over, and with Singh at the other end, as you said, Mike, a few overs can just disappear in a run chase if you're not careful. That's a really big turning delivery from Hindley, and Rhodes trying to sweep it against the spin. It's turned away from the left-hander, as it will do conventionally for Hindley, and missed it by quite a long way. Well bowled. He's in again now. Rhodes goes for the sweep again. Gets something on this. Going to get 4 actually. Hasn't really middled it. In fact, he's just got a little top edge really. But it was the error in line by the bowler which has allowed the runs. In fact, he's not got a top edge. It's 4 leg byes. And it's raced away considering it went off the pad. I've got the impression that Burgess is just saying to the batter, I've hit that.
Yes.
I want those runs.
Well, it did go quite quickly.
Rhodes, sorry, not Burgess. But he's not got them. And the umpire, Pete Hartley, saying, well, I don't think he hit it, and it's leg byes. 113 for 5 anyway, end of the over. Another good over by Hindley, despite the fact that that last one went to the boundary. And, well, at the moment, it's just a case of steady accumulation for Warwickshire. We were talking this morning, Mike, about how rebuilding can be an important thing in this 50 overs competition, and they are just going through that phase at the moment.
Yeah, and they're going to have to keep it up for a little while. I think 6 from that over, though. That little bonus on the end. Singh into another over from the pavilion end, and Smith drives out to extra cover. And they take 1 run. Singh is into his 3rd over. And has at the moment no wicket for 14. And just taking a moment here to get the field in the right place. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Will Rhodes, who is sweeping this round to long leg, and they take one. Sun's gone in for the first time in a while. It's been a good day for coming to the cricket. 115 for 5. Taylor is doing some warming up. A good 5-over spell at the start. This is angling down the leg side, and it hits Smith on the pad as he goes to paddle sweep. And well down the leg side, so Smith just yelped, minding for his own amusement. No serious appeal. And now he floats this up, and Smith's down. Now that one was a bit straighter. Smith went to sweep. Maybe it just flicked the bat on its way through to the pad, because again they aborted the appeal. 115 for 5. He looks better when he really commits to the sweep rather than just paddling like that. That went down the leg side on the full, I think.
Yeah, I'm a great believer as a coach that if you're going to sweep, you've got to get down early, and you've got to make sure you're going to play it whatever happens, and don't get caught in two minds.
Yeah.
He's also, just for me at the moment, Smith, just a little bit over-reliant on the sweep.
Yes, this time he comes forward and plays with a straight bat. The one before was a full toss down the leg side, I think, and he just seemed
didn't get down,
go
did he?
past the leg stump, hit the wicket-keeper's pads, but it wasn't.
No.
It was only just wide of leg stump, so the umpire allowed it to go. So only 2 from the over, 115 for 5 at the end of it, 30 to Rhodes, 23 to Kai Smith. Crowd are getting a bit more animated. Umpires have just had a little chat about something.
I think that might have been about that business where Will Rhodes said he thought he got a bat on it. I don't know, but they're pretty intolerant these days of any kind of dissent.
Yeah.
And match referees get involved very, very quickly, don't they, if there's any kind of questioning of the umpire's decisions. Hinley from the Birmingham end over the wicket, bowls and hammered straight down the ground by Will Rhodes. Probably as authoritative a shot as the left-hander's played. It was a little bit too full by Hinley, and Rhodes, I just get the impression he's thinking, well, you know what, we've got to just crack on a little bit here, because we're into the 28th over.
Maybe just disrupt the spinners a bit.
Yeah. You said Taylor was loosening up. He might be seen soon. That's a nice one from Hinley. Just held back a little bit, that one, and Rhodes less certainly pushing forward at this one. Gets a single through the offside. 120 for 5. Rhodes goes to 33. Smith is 23. Absolutely crucial partnership, this one now. And Smith go for the sweep. Hinley bowls. He's on the back foot cutting, and he can't beat Pollock at backward point. So a dot ball for Hinley. Dot ball's quite important. And a really tense little period of play this in this next few overs, as Hinley comes in again and bowls, and that's nice from the left-hander, left-arm bowler, not giving Smith any room, and he's on the back foot, pushing out on the offside. He's certainly more comfortable when it's of a length that he can sweep. Hinley bowls, and this one outside the off stump, cut in the air, and he's got it away for 4, but it was only just past the diving Ed Pollock. But you're entitled to take some risks in a situation like this, and this is good from Guy Smith. 27 off 31, good from a youngster. Rhodes is 33, and this partnership only 3 short of 50 now, in pretty good time. Just 9 overs. Hinley bowls, and he plays that sweep very deftly and very fine down to Tom Taylor at long leg for a single. So good over from the Bears' point of view. 10 runs coming from it, and at the end of it, 28 gone, 287 the target, and at the moment they need a further 162 to win off 22 overs.
Just trying to break the pattern, because we talked about the spinners were sort of rolling through overs, and you want to make the opposition captain have to do something different now. He might, you know, I think we can assume that Jake Libby would be quite happy to keep the spinners going for a bit, so long as they're keeping it tight. Well, you need to disrupt that plan. We've only seen the 5 bowlers so far. Singh is nevertheless going to start a new over, and he skids that one past Smith, who's having a rather jittery time of it at the moment. But I think that's how it's going to be. If Smith's going to be around, he's going to have to play some shots. Somebody's going to have to. This is nudged to backward point by Smith.
It's a good little period at the moment, isn't it? Because particularly when Singh's bowling, you sense that every dot ball is increasing the pressure a little bit.
He bowls, and that all bounced a bit and hit quite high on the bat as Smith came forward. It went down all the same, but it was up near the sticker. And just bounced a fraction. Singh's on his way again. Back goes Smith to his arm ball, and had to adjust very late. Plays it back one to the bowler. Got
to get a boundary off these. One of these next two, I would say, would be what Smith's thinking.
He's probably thinking that this is down the leg side and it's called wide. I thought for a moment Smith was going to topple forward and give Roderick a stumping chance. That's just interrupted Singh's momentum, because he really was hurrying this over through past Singh, past Smith while he's a little bit uncertain. Now he drives back to the bowler. The demons are playing with Kai Smith here. He's itching to get on with it, trying not to take too many risks in doing so. Yeah, and he's hit the fielder again at mid-off, so only the wide from that over. 126
That's a really good
for 5,
over, I think, from Fateh Singh. And what something you alluded to, Mike, in that over was that he was looking to get through his over really quickly, and then he bowled the wide. What I was really pleased to see was that he didn't then turn around and just run up and bowl straight away, because you can be your own worst enemy in trying to get through an over too quickly and actually not just settle yourself and take your time and make sure that you don't throw it away. And he checked himself really. That was a very, very good over. Tom Taylor's now coming on to replace Hindley, and I think Jake Libby probably just thinking that Hindley was being picked off a little bit too easily. But that was a very good over by Fateh Singh. 21 more overs to go, 161 more needed, so it's creeping up towards 8 and over really, and that's quite tough to sustain, but not impossible.
No, Taylor switching ends. He bowled his first 5 from the pavilion end.
Comes in now on the Birmingham end and bowls, and Rhodes is just steering this down on the offside. Brooks Fields, quite a rowdy section of the crowd, not quite sure where they are. You can probably hear them on our effects, Mike. Whether they're Worcestershire supporters cheering dot balls or not, I don't know, but every dot ball at the moment is quite significant.
Beginning to sound like they are. And good for them. I mean, it should have been their home game, of course.
Yeah, well, there's a few here, that's for sure.
Yeah, good for them.
7.7 is the required rate, which is not immense these days. Rhodes gets a single, just steering this one down on the offside. It's not immense, but it's testing enough, and when you're only a kind of young batting lineup, with the exception of Rhodes, but Kai Smith, Lintott experienced enough, but Booth, Hannah Dorby and Ray after that. It's not an experienced lower middle order, and the 5 wickets are down. Huge,
I think that's the point. Yeah.
Huge responsibility on the shoulders of Rhodes, and these two really, but it's going to be a tense one. Worcestershire might feel if they can break this partnership now, it could yet be comfortable. Taylor bowls. Good shot from Smith, driving off the back foot, but Brooks at backward point, ever alert, pulled off a great run out early. He's just a very, very good fielder, Ethan Brooks, and get him in there at backward point, and he gets in quite close and cuts the angle down, and just puts a little bit of pressure on, supporting his bowlers. Taylor 1 for 16 in his 6th. Comes in from the Birmingham end and bowls, and Smith is driving again, but another good bit of work in the covers by Rob Jones. Worcestershire fielders at the moment backing up the bowlers well, and well, you alluded to before, Mike, they look like a side that just knows what it's going about at the moment, and for such a young side, I think that's some great credit to the captain, Jake Libby, to the coaching staff, and put together a series of performances in this competition that, and you summed it up perfectly when you said they're greater than the sum of their parts, and no doubt about that. As this one from Taylor is a bouncer, and Smith is swinging at it and missing it. And it's an expression I've used when I've talked about the red ball competition, Mike, and said that if Worcestershire are to stay in Division 1, even before the season started and the injuries hit them and so on, that they needed to be like Essex, and I think Essex have been more than the sum of their parts in red ball cricket for quite
a long time. Yeah, absolutely.
And it's not the case if you look at Surrey or someone like that, who are absolutely excellent. Taylor bowls, Smith edges down to third man for a single, but you would expect them to be. They have that lineup which is daunting, but you look at Essex and you think, well, on paper not that great a side. Got some good players, obviously. Got Simon Harmer, who's crucial. They've got Sam Cook, who's crucial, but they just consistently seem to me to overachieve, and that's what Worcestershire's aim is to be. Good over from Taylor, just 2 runs coming from it. The run rate is now up to 8. 20 left, I beg your pardon, and 159 required, 128 for 5.
What Essex have got is a number of reliable pros.
Absolutely.
So that you know that out of Cook you're going to get a 7 out of 10 performance every time.
Yeah, I couldn't.
And
Paul
Walter
and
Walter and players like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Singh bowls, and there's a little bit more width here, and Smith, some air of relief, cuts to extra cover, and Rhodes wants to come back for the second run. Just about judged right, I think. Singh, the throw was a little bit off, and Singh couldn't collect it. And Rhodes is back to the danger end. 2 runs to Kai Smith, taking him to 31. He's almost caught up with Will Rhodes. And now he's sweeping in the air. Oh, he's comfortably cleared the boundary. There's a man back, Ed Pollock at long on, but it was well over his head, landed in the seats. Good strike.
Yeah, well, it's come to that point, isn't it, where it's got to happen. They've got to have a big over or 2, I think. And maybe Smith's decided that it's going to be this one, 8 off the first 2 balls. He's taking a bit of pressure off himself.
Singh bowls again. He gives that more air and challenges Smith to drive him, and he does through extra cover for 4. So, yeah, we're going to have a dip at some point against, I think, Singh, because so long as he was rolling through overs for 2 or 3 singles, he was bowling Warwickshire out of the game, even without taking wickets. It comes with an element of risk, obviously.
Well, he doesn't want to get out now. He's taken 12 of the first 3.
Yes.
Just push it round now.
147 to win, and back he goes against his stumps and takes the run that's available now to long on. So Smith is up to Warwickshire's top score of 42.
Yeah, it's good effort. He's played really well.
Yeah.
They put 64 on now, these 2.
Just about keeping Warwickshire afloat. Round the wicket comes Singh. He's floated that one up as well to the left-hander coming from round the wicket, and Rhodes defends.
He's not afraid to give it some air. Unusual, really, what they sing.
Yes, he was pushing it through a bit more in his previous overs. This time he's a bit flatter, and Rhodes comes to meet it and flicks it through mid-wicket and takes 1. So 14 from the over, 142 for 5 for Warwickshire, 35 to Rhodes, and Smith is now up to 42, and they did another 145 runs to win.
Yeah, when I say unusual fatter thing, what I meant was he's an unusual left-arm spinner these days, because he is prepared to bowl it quite slowly. I suspect that if he plays a bit more senior cricket, both with a red and white ball, he might end up being persuaded to bowl it a bit quicker and a bit flatter, because I think that is the modern way. And having talked to a few spin bowlers in recent years, they say that if you bowl it slowly, even in championship cricket, unless you're very, very good, people get underneath you and they hit you to all parts. And it's a difficult game these days for a young bowler who's a spinner coming into the game. I think the way that players have developed over recent years. Good from Taylor from the Birmingham end. This one just held back a little bit, and Will Rhodes on the walk just pushes it out on the onside. Rob Jones fields at mid-wicket.
I don't know whether you would have seen much of Dan Mosley bowling in the white ball this season, but he was bowling medium pace.
Yeah.
Sometimes a bit quicker than
Yeah,
that, and just firing it in.
And also
at
round the
feet.
wicket.
Round the wicket, yes.
Very, very full. I mean,
Yes.
that over when they only need 10 off 10, and he bowled the last 10 was outstanding. Yeah, absolutely. Taylor bowls. Rhodes beaten outside the off stump by one that doesn't bounce much, and Roderick takes it on the second bounce. Yeah, and I mean, that's a good example, because when Dan was a young cricketer, he's playing league cricket and youth cricket, he was an off spinner who bowled pretty much conventional off spin, really. And now he bowls darts, doesn't he, because he's required to. Can vary it a little bit, I think, in the red ball game, but become extremely adept at bowling those quick full Yorkers round the wicket, and nobody's quite worked out how to get after him yet. Taylor bowls. Rhodes into this, driving up to mid-off. Risky bit of fielding by Jake Libby, because he came in, tried to pick it up one-handed, fancying a run-out, but it was travelling. He managed to stop it. He didn't pick it up cleanly, but it could easily have gone past him, that one. They got a single. And I think for the next 2 or 3 years, Ethan Brooks warming up. I think he's going to replace Fateh Singh. Until they do work him out, I think Dan Mosley could have a big future in franchise cricket. He might need to get his passport up to date, because it could be going all over the place if he can bowl like that. Also, obviously, a tremendous striker of the ball as well. Smith drives this next one from Taylor to mid-wicket. Pollock fields, and there's no run.
Spoke to Dan before the start of the season, because in the winter he was away with the Lions in Asia, and also played in at least one, I think in Pakistan as Super League.
Yeah.
And he was bobbling over when he came back. So I've been dying to get back, because you know how much he loves playing for Warwickshire and being around people at Warwickshire. But he said, I had a great winter because I went to lots of places that were new, and you get talking to the local players and you learn new skills.
Yeah.
And he was so excited about it.
Tom Taylor in bowls, and Smith on the back foot defends. I suspect the only bad thing about it was that he missed all the Villa games. And, he's a massive villain, and he would have really enjoyed seeing a bit more of his favourite team in that brilliant season that they had. But it's just a joy to see a young player like Dan Mosley doing so well, and he just loves it, doesn't he?
That's the thing.
Exudes joy when he's playing cricket.
Excitement for the game, excitement for the club that he's part of.
Yeah.
And,
absolutely tremendous.
The county club, and is it Nether Whittaker? I think was his club. He was
he played for Kenilworth Wardens in the league a little bit, and his dad played for Sheldon Marlborough back in the day. With Richard. This one driven by Kai Smith up to mid-on. Jake Libby fields. That was a really good over from Tom Taylor, and a very, very important one given what had happened just before. I think we are now going to see Ethan Brooks as Jake Libby attempts to apply the brake a little bit, and remember, every over that doesn't go for 8 at the moment is making it just a little bit more difficult for Warwickshire, who need 144 from the remaining 18 overs.
I can't think of too many players I've seen in this competition who would this season who were not picked up by the 100, who would have been quite well equipped for the 100, more so than Taylor. Hits the ball a long way, bowls a sort of heavy ball in the modern parlance, can be quite hard to hit. And it's very much to Worcestershire's benefit that he wasn't. But his abilities seem to be quite well matched for him.
Seriously injured at the start of the season, but I don't think he's ever been in the equation for the 100, to my knowledge. But you're right.
His skills would seem quite well matched to it, as we saw today. Ethan Brooks, he's back, replacing Singh at the pavilion end, and Rhodes mistimes the first delivery, which was a bit short. Rhodes went to do one of those pulls that goes straight down the ground, but he hit it straight into the ground. And up to mid-off. Brooks 6 overs, 1 for 27 in his first spell. And, of course, his major contribution to this game, as well as the bright 20-odd that he made with the bat, was the run out of Burgess at such an important stage. He bowls right arm over the wicket to Rhodes, who was mistiming this for a run through mid-wicket. But Rhodes he's 37, but he's still there, and Warwickshire will need him if they are to get close in the closing overs. He made 60 in a win of a different character at Hove, where they won by 1 wicket, on a day where it looks as though both teams are going to score 350, and it ended up being 170 plays, 170 for 9. But he made what in normal circumstances you would call a scratchy 60, but the point was he made 60, and saw them over the line. Smith pulls down to long leg and gets one, and he was sort of oddly proud of it. In that, he didn't try and say, well, didn't necessarily play sensationally well, but he did what was required.
Did the job.
Which was similar here at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at I know it's an old cliche, but when you look at the book in a few years' time, it says not out 60. It doesn't say not out ugly 60.
No, sometimes you have to score them that way. Brooks bowls and Rhodes hits this with the swing to Singh at mid-wicket.
Good from Brooks.
But that's what look. Rhodes can be a really attractive player, and has made lots of very good runs in all competitions for Warwickshire. He's a fine player, but he does have a certain obstinacy about him sometimes.
He does,
which
isn't necessarily suited to this situation.
Well, it has. As long as it keeps them in it up to now, but they'll have to accelerate at some point. But yes, insofar as it's got them out of the hole to where they are now, it's been suited. Now he's going to have to find the next gear, and this time he drives to.
But he's at the
cover.
back of his mind all the time is the feeling that if he gets out, the rest of them are under pressure. He's in a really difficult situation.
It is a fix to be in, but he's the last senior batsman standing, and now he does drive and hits it straight to. Again, the field is very well placed. Libby himself, the captain, at mid-off. And only 2 runs from Brooks' over, only 3 runs from the last 2 overs. So after that over from Singh, where he got a bit of punishment, Worcestershire have pulled hard on the reins again. And 146 for 5. I'll have a local radio update in a couple of minutes to do, and then I'll perhaps get Phil to come back in.
Good over that from Ethan Brooks. 2 at this stage, very, very good. Jack Home being brought into the attack, so Tom Taylor's little second 2-over spell has ended, and this could be important now. Whether Home can maintain a little bit of a grip, or whether he will get it wrong. If he gets it wrong, it might be because he errs on the short side, but we'll see. And no doubt Libby will be saying to him that he'd like to get it nice and full if he possibly can.
2 back on the pull.
He's in from the Birmingham end, and he does get it nice and full, and that is greeted by as good a shot as we've probably seen all day. Bullet straight down the ground from Kai Smith. It was a half volley, and he would expect to put it away, but it was done with real aplomb. Perfect straight down the ground. Beautiful shot.
Smith to 47, his highest in this form of the game, beating the 44 he made at Hove earlier in the competition.
He's played very well, I think, in difficult circumstances. Here's Home, in again to him. Balls short, and 4 more. Swivelling down the leg side. 2 really poor deliveries from Home, it must be said. A half volley on leg stump, and then a long hop down the leg side. 50 for Kai Smith. 2 successive boundaries, taking him to that milestone. And, well, you're never over till it's over.
No, I'm just going to ease in for the next few seconds, Frank. Yes. We'll update our radio listeners in just a few seconds' time. Home is going to bowl in the meantime to Smith, who is going to follow up the 2 boundaries by defending back up the pitch. And it stays 153 for 5. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Worcestershire remain in charge of the One Day Cup quarter-final, despite something of a counter-attack from Warwickshire in the last little while, with a partnership from Will Rhodes and Kai Smith. They've lifted the Bears back up to 153 for 5 in the 34th over, reviving them from the 77 for 5 when they were really struggling after Ethan Brooks with a run out of Burgess, and then dismissed Chris Benjamin shortly afterwards. Will Rhodes with a patient 37, Kai Smith with a rather more free-spirited 52, keeping the Bears in it. The target's still a long way away. They need 287. Warwickshire 154 for 5. Commentary continues on the BBC Sport website. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And a run down to long leg as I completed that. And Home now has Rhodes driving to extra cover and hitting the fielder. And I'll make way for Phil Britt to come in here with you for a bit, Frank.
Thank you very much to Mike Taylor. Phil Britt coming in back alongside me, Frank Watson, and we're going to be watching what could yet be a pretty tense finish here, I reckon, if these two stay together. 133 more runs required, 8.2 is the required rate. Home from the Birmingham end is going round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes, the anchor man in this Warwickshire innings, and he just pushes this one out on the offside, and it's the end of the over. There's no run. So we've got 16 left, 133 required, 154 for 5 the total. Rhodes has 37. Kai Smith, the man of the moment, 52 not out off 54 balls. And the 5 men who are out in this Warwickshire innings: Theo Wiley for 11s and Malik for 1, Ed Barnard for 29, Michael Burgess for 4, and Chris Benjamin for 11. And it's good afternoon to Phil Britt.
Good afternoon, Frank. Good afternoon, everybody. This game, these two have done a good job, because they were watching a whole heap of trouble when they came together. They've still got more work to do, as Ethan Brooks runs in from the pavilion end and bowls, and it's driven by Kai Smith to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But they're at least putting up a bit of a resistance. Good to see Kai Smith making a half-century. He's performed well in the competition this year. He's had limited opportunities, but his maiden half-century. He's on strike now, just waiting for somebody to sit down in front of the sight screen here at the pavilion end. Ethan Brooks in his 8th over. He's got that 1 wicket and 1 run out, which was a superb solo effort. He's in and bowls, and this is cut away but straight to back to point, and there's no run. Sun continues to shine. There'll be a few people with good top-ups on their suntans, and from today it's been a lovely hot day. Absolutely totally opposite to this time yesterday afternoon, where it was tipping it down, absolutely thrashing down. Brooks in, and this is off the top edge, flies over the wicketkeeper's head. He looks to pull it and gets the leading top edge, which flies away down straight behind the wicketkeeper, down to the boundary for 4. So somewhat fortuitous there for Smith, but runs, he won't bother too much because it's 4 runs in the bag, and when you look in the book they don't tell you how they got them, but that wasn't his best shot in his innings, but it brings 4 runs. 158 for 5. Brooks comes in again and bowls, and Smith pulls this one away down to deep square leg, and terrific piece of fielding. Keeps down to a single down there, and off. Smith gets another 1. He goes on to 57. That's come off 58 balls. That takes Warwickshire on to 159 for 5, so they're nibbling away at this target, and still got overs here. So these two, it's essential from Warwickshire's point of view they stay together. There's Brooks in, and it'll be runs for Rhodes. It'll certainly be 1. They think about 2. They're going to come back and take on the arm, and they're home safely. So in the end, it's good running there. Gets them 2 more. 161 for 5. So these two came together when Warwickshire looked in dire straits at 77 for 5, but they batted very sensibly and not taken too many risks, as Brooks completes his over, as beats Rhodes outside the off stump. Beauty, goes through, surprises Roderick behind the stumps, who can't take it cleanly. He's standing up. So a good finish to the over there from Brooks. From Ethan Brooks, but Warwickshire at the end of it are 161 for 5. We've had 35 overs, so we've got 126 runs to win off 15 overs.
And Jack Home will bowl the first of them. Just had a nice message from Robin Dyer. Remember him, of course, R-I-H-B Dyer, who said one of his friends was listening when we were talking about the leg spinners this morning, and he mentioned Warwick Tidy. He said, was the other one Keith Gardam? Indeed it was. And he says he tells a nice little story about Warwick Tidy. Do you remember me saying that he bounded in off about 15 yards, and he said that the story goes, if it's true, I'll just break off his home bowls. This one worked away on the onside by Smith, no runs. Tidy was good. I think he once did Jeff Boycott twice in a match at Edgbaston. But the story goes, no idea if it's true, that AC Smith said to Warwick Tidy, we can't afford to have a spin bowler running in off 15 yards because of overrate fines. The seamers and Lance Gibbs will take the wickets. You just get through the overs. And Warwick Tidy cut his run up down to about 4 yards and lost it completely. Doubt if it's true. Maybe it is, or some of it is true, probably. Hooked away this one from Jack Home by Kai Smith for a one-bounce single, as it's fielded on the boundary by Hindley. 162 for 5. Good to hear from Robin Dyer, old teammate and adversary of mine. It's exactly the same age group as me, coming through the ranks here at Warwickshire, and went on, like me, to a career in education. Round the wicket home, bowls, cut by Rhodes, diving attempt at backward point is unsuccessful by Pollock, and they come back for 2. In fact, it was Ethan Brooks who couldn't get a hand on it. They come back for 2. Good running, good applause, but any ball that doesn't go to the boundary, not a disaster from a Worcestershire point of view, and Jack Home. So far, just the 1 wicket that he picked up, and he got Ed Barnard, crucial one, 1 for 26, halfway through his 6th. He bowls, slower ball, nice change of pace from the youngster, and Rhodes on the back foot cuts, slightly deceived by that one, and picks up a single. 165 for 5. Overs ticking down. Tom Taylor, 3 left. I dare say that Jake Libby will try and hold him back for the end. Darley presumably will come back at some point. Hindley and Singh, the spinners, both got 5 each left. Home bowls. Smith drives. Nice shot, but straight to the fielder, Libby, at mid-off. It's going to be a tense one, I reckon, if these two stay in.
It could be if these two stay, yeah.
I think probably an hour ago, most of us were of the opinion that it was Worcestershire's to lose, but we've all seen enough cricket not to count too many chickens, particularly where inexperience is the case. Home bowl, short, pulled away by Smith. Good shot. Long hop, really. Smith, plenty of time. It's good surface. And he whacks it away for 4. Last ball of the over so often goes to the boundary with young bowlers in this sort of situation. Not quite keeping their concentration, or perhaps even trying a little bit too hard, as they know that haven't gone to the boundary yet in the over, and Home, punished on that occasion, walks away with his head down. We've talked, he and I, off and on air, about anger and anger management, because he admits that he's quite, anger is quite a part of his makeup as a quick bowler, but he's got to learn to control it, and he's gone off there with a few thoughts to share with himself down at fine leg. 169 for 5 at the end of the over. 14 left, 118 required. As long as these two are still there, they've got a real chance. Partnership now up 92, I think.
Well, it's
going along well.
It's exactly what Warwickshire needed to get back in. So Singh back into the attack, and this first ball is clipped by Rhodes, who again believes he missed out on that one. He plays it straight to square leg, and there's no run. Looks up to the heavens after having played the shot. And Singh just aborts the run in before delivering the ball for the next one. It's in, and Rhodes is trying to pick this one up from just outside leg stump and whip it away, but misses it, and the ball crashes into the pad. Singh appeals for LBW, but I don't think he was going to get that one. But, I think Rhodes again will feel he's not missed some runs there. This one is full, and it's whipped away to mid-wicket for just a single from Will Rhodes. Will Rhodes got to make sure he doesn't get frustrated. He's obviously looking for the bigger shot. And Ed Barnard got a bit frustrated, then got out. And Rhodes must keep going here. Kai Smith waits, comes down the wicket, drives that straight to over the head of mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. And for a second,
I
Taylor
thought he was going to catch it.
But in the end, it was travelling to. It was travelling fast and just a bit above his head.
Just a bit. He's inside the circle. I think it was.
Yeah.
But when he hit it initially, you thought
straight down his throat, didn't you? But well, picked up by Smith. Singing again. Smith hits this
massive.
one. That's gone way over the top into the Hollies stand.
Onto the roof almost.
It's gone right back, and it's bounced back onto the field off the upper Hollies stand.
Brilliant. This a knock from Smith now. I mean, he's senior man. Rhodes is allowing him his head, and 72 off 64 balls now, and he's really put the Bears back in with a chance. We talked about recovery in this competition. It's been a key thing for lots of sides, and we've really got a game on now. Good from Kai Smith, really good.
Singing again, and he tries to turn this one away, sweeping it down, but misses out. Ball hits him on the pad, on the foot. It runs back behind the wicket, and it's time, I think, for the senior members of the Worcestershire side just to have a quiet word with one another and just to do that. Gareth Roderick is in conversation, but just need to put the brake on it here, Frank, because it's now only just over 100, which Warwickshire need, and they've got 13 overs still.
Yeah, and well, Worcestershire have no choice but to turn to Harry Darley, really. Inexperienced, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21, no great pace, no margins for error, but great chance for him to show that he's learned from his earlier games in the competition and take some responsibility. Unless you give kids a chance, you never know what they can do.
No.
And even if it doesn't go well, it'll be a good learning experience. He's in now from the Birmingham end and bowls to Rhodes, who works this one away to mid-wicket. And there's no run. John Wells has been in touch. He said, I've been grafting in the heat in Cambridgeshire in the garden following your commentary. Expecting the family over tomorrow as I haven't got a game. So grandchildren win. Great day's play. Thanks as always. Can we have a win? Well, we hope so, but Warwickshire listeners and fans will be hoping they can too. The good thing about it is that yet again this white ball competition has produced an enthralling game of cricket. It's a really good format for me. Darley bowls, Rhodes drives, that'll be 4. Good shot, it was wide though, it was a poor delivery. And Rhodes on the up, hits it through the covers and out to the long off boundary. And the score goes up to 184 for 5, Rhodes goes to 47. And I've got a grandson and granddaughter planned day on Sunday when the family are meant to be coming around for lunch. I've warned them that I might not be there, depending if Worcestershire win this game or not. An hour or two ago I was thinking I probably wouldn't be there. Now I'm thinking it's 50-50. If they don't break this partnership, which is now 107, and Worcestershire are going to reach the end of the road here at Edgbaston. Rhodes turns this one off his pads for a single, which gives the strike to Kai Smith, the dangerous Kai Smith at the moment. 72 not out. He's played really well and he's dominated this partnership, but it's been well balanced. Rhodes has been quite happy. We talked about an hour and a half ago about how the experience of Will Rhodes could be crucial. He will know exactly how to manage this situation. Former captain, been there, done that. Might not go and whack it all over the place himself, but he can steer the youngsters through. And at the moment, that's exactly what he's doing as Darley bowls. And Smith not able to get this one away. He's taken on the pad and it drops down on the offside. So I'm now thinking, Phil, that I might be there on Sunday for the family gathering. I've got a new granddaughter who was only born 6 days ago. And she's due her first visit to Granny and Grandad's house, and I was thinking I might miss it, but I can't lose, can I? I'm either going to be having that day or I'm going to be down at Cardiff watching a semi-final, so either way it will be good. Darley in again, bowls to Smith, drives nicely through the offside, going to get 1, it's going to come back for 2. Good running. You can sense, can't you, from this applause, there's a growing belief here at Edgbaston that the Bears can do it. They were down and out about an hour ago, and now they are beginning to believe again, and well needed. They might. 100 needed, 12 overs left after this delivery.
So it's important though that Kai Smith doesn't get carried away here.
This last ball he swings at, hits him on the pad, runs out on the offside. Not a bad over from Darley, but that early boundary costly. 187 for 5. There we are. 100 to win off 12 overs. And, well, it goes without saying that if one of these two batters is still there at the end, there's going to be a very good chance that Warwickshire will get home. If Worcestershire can break the partnership in the next 2-3 overs, then it'll be a real nail-biter, I reckon.
Warwickshire will not want to lose either of these two because it does go into the bowlers then. Although Jake Lintop is more than useful with the bat.
Yeah,
and Michael Booth can bat. And so can Michael Ray, but you wouldn't want to be going down. It's still just over 8. It's about 8 1/4 runs and over that Warwickshire require off these last 12. Worcestershire require these 5 wickets, or to be able to hold them to less than that 8 1/4. Either way, they'll
sticking
get there.
Sticking with Fateh Singh.
It's going to be Rhodes to face as 2 men out on the leg side. Singh in, Rhodes turns this one away down to deep backward square leg. It'll just be for a single. 188 for 5. So, counting the runs down now, we're down into double figures needed. So it looked an awful long way away when these two came together, the target, but they've done just the job that Warwickshire were hoping for. And now they'll be looking at it and thinking, why could they not have got a few more runs out of the batsman at the top end, who I think will have to look at themselves again. Here's Singh in to bowl to Smith, and Smith goes to sweep it again, and I just get a little worried in the last couple of overs, Frank, that Smith is just trying
too many
too
sweeps.
hard.
He relies on the sweep a lot against the slower bowlers, I think. Plays it very well.
He's got to be careful. It sings it. Oh, that's well wide outside the off stump and is signalled wide. And Smith didn't even try to go after that one.
But they've wrestled the initiative superbly back from the bowlers, these two, I think.
They have. Here's Singh in, and this is short and cracked away, but straight to backward point, and there's no run. Smith probably missed out on a couple of runs there. Anyway, he settles himself. Singh is in again and bowls and gives up. It's full, and again it's cracked this time to extra recovery. Can't get it through.
He did miss out on that one because big gap there.
Yeah. A yard and a half either side of Ethan Brooks, and that would have been 4 runs, but he hit it straight at him. He's in, and Smith this time does find the gap. It will only get 2 runs this time because it's picked up on the boundary. Good fielding, good return, but not before Smith gets back for 2 more. 191 for 5. So this has been a good over so far from Singh. You'll see if he can finish it off. This one is driven down to long on for a single as Ed Pollock comes in and does the fielding. So 192 for 5. We've had 39 overs. We've got 11 overs to go, and we need a further 95 Warwickshire or 5 wickets for Worcestershire. Or they've got 2 options: 5 wickets or keeping Warwickshire underneath the target. So they've probably got the better of the 2 hands.
Good over from Singh, but Jake Libby has still got some problems out there. The brains trust of senior players: Tom Taylor, Jake Libby, Gareth Roderick, Ed Pollock, just breezing by, having a little chat about the way forward. Darley's bowled 6. He's about to bowl his 7th. Taylor's got 3 left. Brooks has 2 left. Home was a bit expensive. Got 4 left, and the 2 spinners. Hinley 5 left, and Singh 7. But bit of a risk to bowl the wrist spinner. Everything possible as the sun shines and Darley is in, bowls, and Kai Smith is driving up to mid-on, and it's a dot ball. He's played really well, Smith. I must say, I've been very impressed by his composure out there. 77 off 74 balls.
Have you seen him before?
Very brief little snatches, but I just think he's come in a difficult situation. Been very positive. 9 fours and 2 sixes, and he's fearless, isn't he? And that's what I love about so many of these young players. They just play with real confidence and belief. Darley's in, bowls, and he's lifting this one away on the leg side for 6, just to prove exactly what I was saying. Darley, no great pace. We've said it before, his margins for error are small, and that one he just drifted down the leg side, and it's just a clip, just a little pickup by Kai Smith over square leg. It's not the massive, it's a big boundary, but it's not as big as it could be, how it used to be when they used to put the rope back almost to the edge, but cleared the rope by 5 or 6 metres, and Smith goes to 83, Rhodes is 49. This excellent partnership is now worth 121, and Worcestershire, if they don't break it, they're going to find all their earlier good work has evaporated. Darley is in, bowls, and Smith looking to drive on the back foot, gets a bottom edge, picks up a single, good running. 199 for 5. And the more you look at it, we talked about recovery before and how it's been part of this competition, and it's why the 50 over format for me is still such a good format in one-day cricket, because it is possible for exactly this sort of thing to happen. You've got time to rebuild, and I must say that, well as Smith has played, I also give huge credit to Rhodes, who's on 49, and he may well be moving at the end of the season to pastures new, but he's a hugely experienced cricketer, and his experience has counted for a great deal today. Darley's in and bowls, and he just pushes this one up to mid-off and goes through for a single. Might have been tight had the throw from Taylor hit. It didn't. Rhodes' 50 is up, warmly applauded around the ground. It's not been the quickest that he's ever scored in his life, but it's probably been as valuable as any that he's scored in white ball cricket, and the two batsmen join in the middle of the pitch and congratulate one another. And Will Rhodes 50, Kai Smith 84, 200 for 5, still need 87, 10 overs left after this. It's going to be a tight one. Darley is in, bowls, back of the hander, and Smith just tickles it round the corner. He wants 1, he wants 2, he's coming back for it. It's good running. Momentum is absolutely with the batters now, you can feel it, and they've earned the right. That's what you do, you dig in, you get on top, you work at it, and then gradually you start to get on top of the bowlers, and they've done that. They've earned the right, and it's been outstanding recovery by the Bears. 202 for 5.
Still got work to do here, though. They must keep it going.
Darley in, bowls to Smith down the leg side. That'll be a wide. It is the youngster just struggling a little bit, the bowler here with the pressure, Harry Darley. Very inexperienced. He's done pretty well in this competition throughout, and as I said when he came back for this spell, excellent. Only way you can learn how to cope in these situations is to be exposed to them, and he will be aware of that. Just one ball away, of course, from breaking the partnership. Comes in now and bowls, and he very nearly does as Kai Smith plays at that one. I almost talked him into it. I'd have claimed that one, I reckon, if he'd have nicked it.
I was going to say, you'd have put your name on it.
Played and missed at it. Taken by Gareth Roderick, and the end of the over. So we're still looking at 8.5 and over. 10 left. 84 needed. Rhodes 50. Smith 86. 203 for 5. But this partnership has to be broken if the pairs are going to stand a chance of being at Cardiff on Sunday.
Yeah, 1 or 2 good overs for Warwickshire and get that total, over rate down to something like 7 will give them the initiative. But if the pairs can actually get a couple of really tight overs in and push them up to 10 and over, then it starts to become their advantage again. But at the moment, it's right in the balance as we go into the final 10 overs of this really exciting game. 203 for 5. Both batsmen have made half centuries. They're just having a little break while they change their gloves and have a chat to each other. Important that Will Rhodes keeps talking to Kai Smith.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
just making sure that he doesn't do anything now rash. He's done most of the initial hard work. Now he's got to really graft through these 10 overs. It's essential that he's there, both of them, or certainly one of them are there at the end of 10, because if they are, they're going to be in with a chance.
If I can be looking at this as a complete neutral,
Sing
breaks off for this delivery.
It's in. This is going to be single to Rhodes, just turning it away through mid-wicket.
Which it's always difficult to do because you're emotionally involved one way or another. But I fancy the batting side now. I really would, because ace and over with 5 wickets in hand off 10 overs is well within their capabilities.
Sing in. Smith drives straight out on the offside. 4 runs through point. Just hit that cleanly and away, and lovely shot from Kai Smith. Takes him on to 90. Terrific shot.
The innings of his life, I would imagine, really, for Kai Smith, this. And it's exactly what Mike Taylor was talking about earlier. The great thing about this competition is that it gives players a chance to be exposed to situations like this. Who knew that Kai Smith could do this? Nobody, because he had never had the chance to do it, but he's stepped up today.
Sing in, driven down to long on for a single by Smith. He gets another one, 209 for 5. Well, Warwickshire have had a lot of very famous Smiths play for them over the years, and Kai Smith, if he's there to help them win this one, will take the first step of adding his name to the illustrious Smith list.
Absolutely.
This one is a full toss, which Rhodes pats gently back down, and Singh is able to run across some field off his own bowling, so didn't take advantage of that one. He's in again. This is turned behind square on the onside by Rhodes for a single, so 210 for 5.
Yeah, EC, MJK, PA, KD, and what about little Diddy David Smith? Do you remember him,
David
little left
Smith,
arm spinner?
Paul Smith,
Not KD the batter, but Diddy David we used to call him, little blonde-haired left arm spinner.
And then of course Neil Smith.
Neil, of course, NMK, yeah. End of the over, another single, 210 for 5, 77 needed off 9.
And one 76. We've completely forgotten, Tiger Smith.
Well, there you go, going back before my time, but a legend nonetheless in Warwickshire.
Even before my time. He was still alive while I was alive, but not as a player.
No. He was involved as a
coach.
They didn't really call it coach in those days, I suppose, did they? But
that's what it was,
definitely.
Effectively.
Yeah. 211 for 5 here at Edgbaston. Game on. 76 needed off 9 overs. And Harry Darley being withdrawn from the attack, and now the wrist spinner Tom Hinley is coming back in, which is a gamble, but he is capable of bowling that big spinning googly to the right-handers. I haven't seen anybody pick it with regularity since he's been in the side. He's also capable of dragging it down and offering a short delivery that can be dispatched. So it's a bit of a gamble by Jake Libby. Everything to play for both sides. I think we're in for a really, really good finish. And Hinley bowls, and his first ball is short, going across Smith, who wanted a wide, but actually I think where that pitched, you'd have to say that probably a little bit hopeful. The crowd getting involved. A crowd wide, but not an umpire wide. Hinley bowls. Beautiful execution of the reverse sweep by Kai Smith. That's just great modern batting.
Yes.
Reverse sweep, knew exactly what he was doing, knew where the gap was, knew if he beat the fielder at backward point, Jake Libby, which he did, that he would get a boundary, was not afraid to play it, and executed superbly. Goes to 96.
It's the execution of shots, some of these shots.
Fantastic. Yeah.
How the game has changed.
Yeah, absolutely. Hinley again bowls, and he does it again. This time he misses out. Well, I say, and the people again will have heard me say this before, I say to these guys, you've got clubs in your bag that batsmen never had in the past. In other words, you can play shots that other batsmen would never have dreamed of, but you've still got to use the club properly. You've still got to execute, and he did beautifully, and he does it again here. This time he's only going to get a singles. Jack Home makes a diving stop. He goes to 97, Kai Smith. It's been a really brilliant innings. He scored the runs quickly. He didn't come in until the 20th over, the 19th over, And he's out there now. So he's in what he's been in for just 21 and a half, 22 overs. He's made 97 off 85. Will Rhodes has given him his head, played beautifully at the other end, and proper good finish on here. Worcestershire will still believe again if they can pick up a wicket. And Hindley is into Rhodes, and Rhodes is just very calmly working this away on the onside. Just bringing that element of control and experience to it that is just what's needed to make sure that Kai Smith doesn't get too carried away. He's on 97, he'll be a bit nervous, 3 away from 100. Hasn't shown any signs of any nerves yet, but there must be a few butterflies churning away inside. 1 ball left in Hindley's 6th over, the 42nd. He bowls, and Smith is edging this down to short, final leg through for a single. Good running, end of the over, goes to 98, Kai Smith. It's 218 for 5, 8 overs left, 69 needed to win. And game absolutely on.
It's they get it, the boundary allows them the opportunity to just then push the ball around. They need the boundary each over, and so far they're going at it. They play shots these days, which when I was a youngster, I'd have been taken out of the nets for playing them. You know, my cricket master would have actually said to them, "Go and get changed." They're now standard shots. 218 for 5. And, if Frank, you stay close on in case things change here, and then come back in if it looks like a Worcester win rather.
Shots come in and out of fashion. They come back with different names.
Yeah, but the sort of shots, I never played any of these sort of shots, I have to say.
What I do think is different is that batters have more confidence in themselves now.
Here's Singh, he's in, and this is driven down to long on by Kai Smith. Kai Smith gets a single, 219 for 5. Smith with that shot goes on to 99 from 87 balls.
Struck what Frank said a few moments ago. He hasn't, I think you said a few moments ago, he hasn't belied any nerves at all.
This next one is turned by Rhodes to mid-wicket for a single.
Not a flicker. Now he's 99 now.
Yeah.
But so far, completely steady hand.
220 for 5. Smith is on strike. He's on 99. It's his highest list A score, and it will be down the leg side. He's very. It signals the leg side wide. He went down to play it, and Roderick behind the stumps mishandled it. It fell on the floor, but had he taken it cleanly, it might have been a run out. This one is short. Cuts it straight to backward point. He's looking for this one. The crowd will really give him applause. It's been a terrific innings, whatever happens, but he waits. 221. This one, he pushes away into the mid-wicket. He gets his century. Well done to Kai Smith. 222 for 5, and Smith has completed his 100. It's come off 89 deliveries, and just reading out there.
89 balls, 3 sixes and 11 fours.
Thank you, Mike. I couldn't hear what Mel Smith, the announcer, said, but the crowd, you can hear from the crowd what they think of it. So well done to him. Terrific for a player to get his maiden century in any form of cricket. Singh in to Rhodes, and Rhodes is wrapped on the pad. This is a good tight over from Singh here. It's he's kept the rate down. Warwickshire not been able to get that boundary which they need each over. 1 ball left in it, and Rhodes waits as this is thrown up, and it's hit straight to mid-wicket. Again, a dot ball, so good over from Singh. 222 for 5. We have got 7 overs remaining, and Warwickshire need a further 65 for victory from 7 overs. It's just gone slightly up the rate.
Yes, but they've stayed in the hunt. They were right on the brink, frankly, with Lintott and the bowlers to come. It's been a contrasting partnership in that Will Rhodes has at no stage been fluent, but he's allowed the freedom for Kai Singh. It gave him a good chunk of the strike as well. 7 overs left. Hindley bowls outside the leg stump, and Smith on the sweep that has brought him a significant number of his 100 runs, now 101, as he steers it round to, well, it's about 45 degrees rather than fine leg inside the circle. 64 to get. Rhodes waits for Hindley and sweeps at a ball that's wide of off stump and carries straight on. And misses.
These two young spinners actually are bowling a good length and keeping it, making it difficult.
This is wider. Oh, and he's missed everything. A big swish from Rhodes, and I don't think he touched it, but the wicketkeeper couldn't take it either, and it's 4 byes. And they're all coming alike at the moment for Warwickshire. Roderick may be just unsighted by the flailing bat in front of him.
I think the ball turned a little bit as
yes,
well, and may have deceived him, but I don't think it helped that Rhodes was trying to hit it somewhere over to Bordsley Green.
227 for 5. Hindley bowls a full toss, and Rhodes does connect with that one. He's trying to bisect the 2 fielders, but a good oh, they've fumbled it, and it's just about saved on the boundary. They are in the end only going to get 2. There were 2 fielders. The first dived on it and pushed it wide of the second, but they've just about managed between them to rescue it, I think. There are a few spectators in that part of the ground. Very difficult to tell for sure from here. I think they were probably all right.
Implying, I think, he was lying on the rope when he pushed
it
back.
Well, couldn't tell from here. I think you'd give that benefit of the doubt. Hindley bowls full and driven back to him by Rhodes. It's the youngsters are keeping their nerve very well. Young batters and young bowlers, which has been such a feature of this competition. Hindley bowls a little bit short. Oh, Rhodes goes to pull and hits that almost straight into the ground. It bounds down to long on. They take 1. And it's the end of the over. 8 runs altogether in that over. 6 overs remain. 230 for 5. 57 Rhodes. 101 to Kai Smith, who, if he's a new name to you, is a 19-year-old that Warwickshire have been nurturing for a little while. He's born in Dubai, and was he one of Dougie Brown's? He's coached a bit in that part of the world. I think he is one of Dougie Brown's recommendations.
He's played for the Emirates, hasn't he? Or he's been out in the Emirates playing?
Yes, and he's part of the UAE's national team, or at least their under-19 setup.
We're going to see Tom Taylor back into the attack at the pavilion end, so Singh out of the attack. Taylor's got 3 overs remaining. He's got the 1 wicket so far, has been very economic. Here he comes into the left-handed Rhodes. He bowls, and Rhodes pulls this one away through mid-wicket for what will be just a single. Rhodes going along with singles and 2s. He hasn't really, although he's moved in well on into 58, at no time has he been fluent, Will Rhodes.
No.
He's sort of mistimed a lot of shots. He's shook his head that he's missed out on things, but he's kept going, and that's the thing which has really helped Kai Smith at the other end, that he's got that experienced player with him, and Rhodes working his way through what is a fairly difficult. In fact, I think he's going to change his bat by the look of it. He's decided now that the bat's the problem. It's not him, it's the bat. So we'll have a new one sent out. Yeah,
there's going to come a point quite soon where he's going to have to start middling it.
Yeah.
But for him being there, even if it hasn't been his most fluent innings, it has given room for Smith to play.
Here's Taylor in to bowl to Smith. Smith goes back and cuts that one away. They're going to get certainly 1. They're going to come back for 2 and get back comfortably. Good running from Rhodes to the danger end. So 2 more to Smith. 103 he goes to. 233 for 5.
There's also the aspect that we can't see, at the end of the over, or we can't hear when Will Rhodes has probably been marshalling Kai Smith through this.
Yeah.
Which perhaps they'll tell us about later, but that will have been a valuable contribution if it gets Warwickshire to the finish line here, which is still 54 runs away.
Still a big task ahead.
It is.
Here's Taylor again. In his 8th over, he's in to bowl to Smith, who launches this away in the air for 6. Takes it over backward square leg for 6. Picks it up beautifully and cleared. And it's the way these young players hit the ball and how the distance it travels. It's with no great backlift or anything, but it's pure timing, and the shots these days are fantastic looking shots. Wonderful shot from Smith.
Yes, because he's not a big man. I mean, he has kept wicket. He did in this competition last season, isn't he? So he's not. It's not brute strength from Kai Smith.
239 for 5. 109 now to Smith. As Taylor thinks, well, I can't pitch the ball there again. In he comes in bright sunshine. Bowls. Smith ramps it away, tries to get, looking to play it down. They get one with a shot which in the end runs out in front of square on the offside. He was looking to ramp it down, back down to the sight screen, but that one didn't come off, but he gets a single for it. 240 for 5. So it's a further 47 required. They've got 10 so far off this over, and a new bat comes out for Will Rhodes. They bring. Oh, he's only brought 2 out. Normally they arrive out with 4 or 5.
It seems pretty clear which one he wants.
They bring out more bats than I had in a career of playing amateur cricket.
Yes.
Never hurt one in anger. It never caused much damage to a bat when I was playing. It must be lovely to have all those bats available, all to the right weight and everything, beautifully handled by the Batman sponsor. Taylor comes in and bowls, and this is clipped off the top of this new bat, straight over the wicket-keeper's head. It's obviously, can you send me a bat out with a thicker edge, please?
Yes. Well, if you might as well use all of it. It's a miscue. It was quite well, cleverly bowled by Taylor, and it was one of those slower, short deliveries, and Rhodes was well through the shot. But there it is. It's
244 for 5.
Games do have momentum, as Frank was pointing out a few minutes ago, and it's look, it's on it'll be on a ship, isn't it? It's tilted the other way now. Very hard to change that momentum.
In comes Taylor, and Rhodes drives down the ground. It will get a single. That's all it will be. And down to long on. So 245 for 5. The figure required now is down to 42. So that was a big over, 15 off that over.
Yes, and having Taylor for the last 3 overs from this end, presumably was going to be the trump card for Jake Libby. I still think he'll bowl them, most likely, but this is going to be, in just as he's putting Smith through the fire here, it is going to be the same for the spinner Hindley, whose captain is showing plenty of faith in him. 7 overs for 36. His figures look bland on the page, but I think he's looked a bit more threatening than that. 42 to win. Rhodes pulls the first ball and gets it for 4 between the 2 boundary fielders. And now the crowd of the home supporters are right into it, as you can hear.
Yeah, they've gone from the deepest valley about an hour and a half ago. They're nearly towards the top of the highest mountain at the moment. They've been a complete change in their way.
67 to Rhodes. He's 2 boundaries in the last 2 overs for him. Only 5 in all. A big loopy delivery, and he's flirting with a wide, and it's called. Whether he thought that Rhodes was going to go across to the offside. Rhodes almost fainted to go across to the offside and didn't. 250 raised. Hindley bowls, and Rhodes is forward poking this out on the offside, and Brooks fields.
250 up there with that wide. And,
37 to get. Rhodes takes him on over mid-wicket, and he's beaten the fielder who tried to run in from the boundary and cut it off on the angle and couldn't quite make it with a full-length dive, and it's bounced away for 4. That was a tricky one for Rob Jones. I think must have made his mind up. He got a chance of catching it, but the angle defeated him. and a second boundary in this over. 3 and 5 balls now for Will Rhodes, who's also starting to get going. He's 71. Hindley bowls to him wider of the off stump, and Rhodes goes back, slaps it with a cross bat down to long off, and Smith, he's already on his way back for 2. And he gets it. He drops his bat as he gets back to the non-striker's end. And suddenly, Warwickshire freewheeling at both ends.
Yeah, it's... we're in the 46th over here, and this game has taken a big change in the last 2 or 3 overs.
Hindley gives this one loop. Rhodes hits him down the ground. Long off, running round. He's going to... Well, might come down to 1. The throw's on the way quickly, and Smith is scampering back for a second. And that was very well judged by Kai Smith. I'm pretty confident that Will Rhodes wouldn't have taken on a second to the danger end, but Smith got motoring and was always sure of getting back. And Rhodes is going to take a moment to
catch his breath
back, I think, possibly. Hang on a minute.
He'll be sending through the oxygen tanks. He's had his bats, new bats now to take his breather.
He's 75 and he waits and he takes on the long off fielder, and he might have perished this time. Is he going to fall safe? Oh, and a very good catch indeed inside the circle by Brooks, making ground back from extra cover. It looked as though it was going to fly all the way to long off, but Brooks had his eye on it, running towards the boundary, and made a fine catch. Will Rhodes is caught by Brooks off Hindley for 75, and with 4 overs to go, Warwickshire 258 for 6, now need 29 to win.
29 from 24 deliveries and 4 wickets in hand. So Will Rhodes going for the big one. Probably didn't actually need, as they'd already taken 13 off the over. May not need to do that, but it's always wise after the event and you're not in the middle. Terrific innings from Will Rhodes. His 75 has, along with Kai Smith, has put them in sight as Jake Lintott is the new batsman to come out. So we're in for an exciting last 4 overs. 258 for 6. Worcestershire are not out of this by any means.
I think with the momentum as it was, maybe thinking, you know, it's not really about within this over, just pick what you can get off now off the young spinner. Who knows whether they'll be seeing Hindley again after he damaged him in that over. So felt it was worth the risk. And Lintott, who is a free striker of the ball, now arrives to join Smith. A partnership of 181 in 27 overs, which has revived Warwickshire and given them a sight of the finish line. But we're into the final 4 overs out of 100 today, and both teams still with chances.
It would be either side now to lose this game are going to be bitterly disappointed, because they both have got so close, and whichever way it goes. I'm going to move over and let Frank come in for the end here, because this is going to be an exciting last 4. Do you want to move into my...
I'll come over to there,
okay,
and we'll do that, 4 overs remain. 29 is the requirement, and there's a long committee meeting going on here while Frank moves in. We might have to go and help with that in a minute, Frank. We have to go and call the shots down there. But Taylor is going to press on.
Yeah, and he comes in now to bowl to the new man, Jack Lintott. Yorker, well bowled by Taylor, dug out by Lintott, squeezed up to mid-on where Adam Hose fields, and they go through for a single. Cracking game of cricket, whatever happens now. And well, I think Phil called it this morning, said it could be tight if they got around 275. They got a bit more than that. We didn't think it was going to be, but what an innings from Kai Smith. His maiden list day 100, and he's still down 111. And Will Rhodes, I think, equal credit really, in a different way. His performance has been superb, and well, they've got to finish it off, but Worcestershire just got a little sniff of a chance again now as Taylor comes in and bowls, and pushed out for a single by Lintott. It was Smith actually who got the single off the Yorker, because it was the last ball of the over. So Lintott off the mark with that one. Apologies for that. 260 for 6. 3.4 overs remaining. So barring wides, no balls, 22 deliveries and 27 required, but they are 6 down. If Smith were to get out, then that really could upset the apple cart a little bit. I'd still say my money's on the home side at the moment because he's played so beautifully. 111 off 94, but nerves will play a part now. Cracking game, cracking finish, cracking competition. It's Taylor bowls, and Smith tries something that he's hardly tried really. He knew it was going to be full. He knows Taylor's going to try and get it up there because of the way the field is set, and he's just tried for the little scoop shot on the offside and made no contact. Dot ball at this time, absolute gold dust.
He's got to keep his head clear, hasn't he, here, Kai Smith? He's played with a great freedom up to now.
Yeah.
And this is part of the test and part of the learning.
Absolutely. I love that. I had a banner in the dressing room of one school where I coached and it just said clear heads win cricket matches.
Yeah, well,
I think it's absolutely the case. Whatever the level. Taylor over the wicket, bowl short. Smith heaves it away on the leg side. Is he going to be caught? No, it's dropped just short of Darley down at long leg. He showed interest. We saw Rob Jones offer for one earlier and not hold on to it off Will Rhodes, and on that occasion Darley deciding that discretion was the better part of valour. He didn't run in and dive for the catch. He let it bounce, and they got through for a single.
Yeah, and I hear a bit of chatter in the crowd beyond that, but he's best placed to judge that, Harry Darley, and he's looking into the sun probably as well. So that would have been, he would have been a big gamble to go for it, and the ball could quite easily have bounced past him for 4. So I think that was probably a sound choice.
Yeah, I agree. I think he would have looked and felt a bit embarrassed if he'd have gone for it, and he'd gone for 4. Taylor in, bowls, and Lintott hit on the pass. They go through. Oh, Taylor! He's done it before on this ground. He's run somebody out with a right foot, side footer into the bottom corner, and on this occasion he's missed the stumps by a fraction, and if he'd have hit them, then Kai Smith would have been run out. That was an ill-judged single, but they got away with it. 262 for 6.
Yes, I mean, it's the 5th ball of the over, so he's only come on strike for 1 ball.
It was here, wasn't it, in the T20?
I think it was, yeah.
Side footer from the other side of the wicket.
It was very close.
It was close. It was close. It just rolled past the post. Anyway, cracking stuff. Really enjoyable cricket, this. It's great. It's a good competition, and it's a shame there aren't more people here to enjoy it. There's a few here, and it's a big ground. You can lose a couple of thousand.
I think there's more here than it looks from here, because you can hear them on the sound effects mic in the pavilion here.
Taylor in, bowls. Yorker, well bowled. Squeezed out of the block hole by Smith. Picks up a single, keeps the strike. Good over from Tom Taylor, but he's only got 1 left. 3 to go in the innings, so 2 have got to come from less experienced bowlers, and well, it really is tight, this. It's a cracking game, a great finish. Lintott is 2, Smith is 113, Rhodes out for 75, the other men out, seems ages ago now. Wiley for 11, Malik for 1, Barnard for 29, Burgess for 4, Benjamin for 11, 77 for 5 at that point. We thought it was all over, but no. Will Rhodes and Kai Smith with a brilliant partnership for the 6th wicket, taking the score from 77 to 258 before Rhodes was out. It's now 263 for 6. Sorry, Mike, 3 left, 24 needed.
Big call here to keep Hindley going.
Yeah.
Good. Well, this would be a great lesson for him. In the other quarter-final, by the way, he's in a similarly delicate position at Grace Road. Leicestershire needing 291, a 258 for 6 in the 45th over, with Ben Cox, formerly of Worcestershire, going well, 40 not out, and Travaskis with him, 39 not out. So that's also a sprint to the finish.
Two new signings for Leicestershire with a chance of seeing them over the line.
2 super quarter-finals. Remember the semi-finals on Sunday, and you can follow them live on the BBC Sport website. If they're half as exciting as these 2 games, it'll be a good day. Hindley to bowl the 48th over, and Smith is going to whack it through the offside or over the offside. Misses, but keeps his back foot anchored. So, although Roderick speedily takes off the bails, he's safe. Tremendous finish. 263 for 6, 24 to get. And Hindley bowls, and Smith reverse sweeps. They've got a man on the boundary now. Jones comes round to field in exactly that position in which Smith has scored so many runs, and he keeps them down to 1 and brings Jake Lintott onto strike, who has himself become quite a free striker of the ball of late.
He's played a lot of franchise cricket the last couple of years, and he's been in a few of these situations, I'm sure. Facing a fellow wrist spinner, though.
Do you want him to try and score a boundary himself, or get Smith back onto strike? He's going to reverse in the air, and he's scooped it over the fielders inside the circle. It's spinning away towards the boundary and gone for 4 somewhat fortuitous runs for Jake Lintott. But
might Tom Hindley look fed up with that. If Jake Lintott had bowled that, he would be equally fed up. He'd done him, really, hadn't he? And it just eluded home. He didn't kind of pick it up early home inside the circle. But fortune favours the brave.
19 to win. 268 for 6.
You've got to back the batters now, and you're only 6 down.
Hindley bowls a bit shorter. Oh, and Lintott misread. It was the googly. It turned away from him. And he managed to poke out the bat at the last moment, like a snake's tongue darting out, and nudged it up to mid-off. And he takes 1 run. And it is 2-6-9 for 6, and here's Hindley quickly on his way. Smith, as he stands right up, goes to pull, gloves it down into the ground and takes a short single. Wild throw at the stumps from Roderick, flinging off a glove. And they've gone through for a single. 270 for 6, and now just 17 runs to win. Smith up to 115, 1 to come in this 48th over. Hindley bowls, and Lintott waits for that and tries to guide it between 2 fielders on the boundary. They'll come for 2 if they can, and they do quite comfortably in the end. Hit between long on and mid-wicket, and the 48th over brings 9 runs to Warwickshire and leaves them 15 away at 272 for 6 from pulling off one of their more remarkable chases in recent history, if it happens, with Smith now 115, and Lintott quickly up to 8. And the batters are having a conference. Taylor is trying to keep his head clear coming to this end. During this over, I will squeeze in a local radio update as we are approaching 3 minutes past the hour, but we'll keep going for the moment. But I suspect the pace of the game will slow right down anyway.
Yeah, in between.
There's going to be a lot of conferences going on just now.
Tom Taylor to continue from the pavilion end. 2 overs left, 15 needed. And Taylor's first ball worked away on the onside for a single by Kai Smith. They won't come back for 2.
Phil, as a man for a crisis, has just asked, what happens if the scores are level?
Fewer wickets, I guess.
He's found the gap in my research.
No extra time and straight to penalties this year, isn't it, Phil?
There's no time for Google, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, well, maybe we will find out.
273 for 6. If you're just joining us, where have you been?
Well,
what a great game we've had here today. And I'll keep saying it. I love this format.
Yeah.
50 overs, it swings and roundabouts. You can't get a comeback like this in the shorter formats. Brilliant. There's Taylor to Lintott. Bowls. Big swing and a miss. Do you want to take over now, Mike, so you can get that update in?
Mark Robinson said to me in the interview of the day after the game, talking up the 50-over competition, he said, look how tactical the games have become, and there is more time for the development, and for the younger players, you're learning those tactics.
Exactly. Yeah.
Excuse me. Yes, it'll be...
What a contrast to what was going on here last night, eh?
Well, it's different situations entirely. Let me just get this on. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where the one-day cup quarter-final between Warwickshire and Worcestershire is heading for a photo finish in the 49th over. Warwickshire, with 10 balls left, need 14 more runs to win. They are in this position thanks to a magnificent partnership of 181 that revived them from what seemed to be a lost position. Will Rhodes perished a few moments ago, caught at extra cover for 75. But Kai Smith, the 19-year-old, making his maiden century at this level, level. He's still there, 116 not out, batting with Jake Lintott, trying to see Warwickshire through to a semi-final. 13 to win, 9 balls left. Warwickshire 274 for 6. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
I think 9 balls left, 13. Tom Taylor is going to bowl out after this over, and that's the problem. And so who bowls that last over? It's a real difficult one for Jake Libby. It really is. Darley, very inexperienced. Brooks, not a lot of pace. Home, very inexperienced. Hinley and Singh, hittable. I don't know what I'd do. I might go with Brooks, actually. Don't know. Taylor bowls, gets the Yorker in, doesn't quite get the Yorker in. It's too full, and it's beautifully struck by Kai Smith. Fast hands, just a bit too full, just a low full toss on leg stump. Not only does he get a full bat on it, but he finds that gap on the leg side between backward square and long leg. It races away. Superb from Kai Smith. He's not only gone to 100, he's kept going, and he's going to see them home, I reckon. 8 balls left, 9 needed. As long as he keeps his head, Kai Smith is going to be a match winner here, and it's a quite brilliant innings for such an inexperienced player. It really is.
Taylor missed
his, put a foot wrong, really.
He missed his mark by only a fraction there, Taylor. But he was overpitched, but not by a lot.
No, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. He's in the zone. I think, you know, players just get into a zone sometimes when they have these days, the innings of your life, call it what you like. We've seen it before, Mike, various times throughout cricket, county cricket and test cricket. He's just in that zone, Kai Smith. It's his day. Here's Taylor into him now. Bowls, and there you go. As if to prove that is absolutely the case. He has picked this up, and it's gone 25 rows back into the Holly stand. Absolutely magnificent from the young man. And they're going to cruise in with an over to spare, Mike. Absolutely superb. 1 ball left, and just 3 runs needed to win. 1 ball left in this over. Another over after this. Kai Smith, take a bow. 10 off 2. In the last 2 deliveries, he has played absolutely superbly. And Mike, I'm going to hand it over to you to let you talk them through to the win.
Thank you. Steve emails from Berlin to say, I've just got out of the Berlin heatwave to see the end. I'd given up when I saw the score was 77 for 5. They're nearly there. Taylor bowls the last ball of the 49th over, and it's a hit for 4. It was on the full toss, and Smith completes his match-winning contribution by bunting it through mid-wicket for 4 runs, and Lintott runs around in a half circle to go and hug him. Smith had stopped in the middle of the pitch, seeing that ball to the boundary, and hearing the roar just broke the spell that he was in and realised quite the size of his achievement. He finishes unbeaten with 130 and revived Warwickshire from seemingly a lost position at 77 for 5 to take them to the target with an over unused 288 for 6. He had help from Will Rhodes with 75 to get him most of the way, but Smith powered Warwickshire over the line, and they'll play Glamorgan in the semi-finals on Saturday. But, well, who knows what his future holds, but for now, a star is born at Edgbaston. Smith wins the match for Warwickshire.
Absolutely brilliant from Kai Smith. Warwickshire were down and out at 77 for 5 in the 19th over, but as we've said, the good thing about this 50 over format is there is a chance to recover. We've seen it before by various teams in the group stages, and we've seen it here again at Edgbaston today. Rarely have we seen that recovery orchestrated by one so young, and this was an absolutely brilliant performance by Kai Smith, who quite rightly is walking off to huge applause down below us. A quite magnificent performance, applauded by his opponents as well, applauded by everybody in the ground, and Warwickshire winning by 4 wickets with a whole over to spare. Having been 77 for 5, they finish on 284 for 6, and Worcestershire's excellent campaign in this one-day cup comes to an end. Let's fair play to Kai Smith, but let's also spare a thought for the Worcestershire, a cobbled together team led brilliantly by Jake Libby, the top run scorer in the country in this competition. Another 100 from him today, and pipped at the post when they thought they were through to a semi-final. Lost in the semi-final last year, but this year, given all the injuries they've had, a fantastic effort. Great competition, great contest here between these two local rivals. Take about Kai Smith. Will Rhodes also played superbly. Cracking game of cricket. Well done to Warwickshire.
Yes, a remarkable result and an outcome that could hardly have been foreseen 2 hours ago when Warwickshire lost their 5th wicket at 77 after Worcestershire had built what seemed like it was going to be a winning position. And there'll be lessons learned all round. There are lessons in victory and lessons in defeat, but a fine campaign from Worcestershire's young players. But Warwickshire's campaign in the One Day Cup goes on. They will now head to Cardiff on Sunday for the semi-final against Glamorgan, and you'll be able to follow that on the BBC Sport website. Worcestershire now the championship next week.
Kent at home.
Kent at home next week.
New Road starts on Thursday.
And Warwickshire will be here next week against Somerset, and of course you'll be able to hear every ball of those games on the BBC Sport website in the same places as today. But that is our story at Edgbaston. Now, quite a story. A 99 over epic between these two great neighbours and rivals, but edged Warwickshire's way in the end by Kai Smith's 130 not out. I wonder how much we will hear of him in the future, but he's certainly made his name for the moment. My thanks to Phil Britt and to Frank Watson for being with us today. This is Mike Taylor signing off at Edgbaston. We'll have reaction on the respective stations, BBC Radio, WM, Coventry and Warwickshire, and Hereford and Worcester in due course to today's game. Warwickshire through to the semi-finals.